Yearning Fen scanned the information and remembered the positions of those experts from the archenemy families of Divine Gate, then climbed up a ladder, overlooking the entire scene. With the aura of a martial sage realm fully released, his powerful perception lock onto the positions and energy of those hundreds of experts. Ethan had already thought of an excellent way to deal with these people. Heaven's Punishment Thunder, a group attack skill that could lock onto hundreds of martial arts experts simultaneously. If combined with the concert atmosphere, the shocking music, the regular audience on site might even think it was a special effect, right? But when the lightning struck down, those hidden martial arts experts on site could instantly faint or die. When Yifan's powerful aura locked onto those covert martial experts, they suddenly felt chills. Elder, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by a poisonous snake? How do I know? Even I, Lazzy, feel like I've been targeted by poisonous snakes. The key is I don't know where the snakes are. This feels extremely dangerous. The leader, an elderly man in Jonshan attire, looked around cautiously, trying to identify the source of the chilling fear creeping up their backs. However, they discovered that the coldness of the snakes seemed to be everywhere, lurking in every corner, making it impossible to locate. What do we do? Elder, should we give up on this operation plan? These were members of a subordinate family under the Blood Slaughter flag, enemies of the Shenmen. With news of Shenmen restarting, the Blood Slaughter High Command had received information, but were not entirely certain if it was Yifan. Hence, they decided to cause trouble at the concert to test Yifan. Give up? Do you want to die? Following the life or death order from the Blood Slaughter elders, if we return just like that, do you all want to turn into blood water? The leader in Jonshan attire was an elder from these ordinary families on the outskirts, named Guyin. Guyin's strength reached the level of Martial Emperor, making him an absolute top existence in the mundane world. However, he knew that his power was nothing in the face of Blood Slaughter's massive influence. Over 100 of us are here. Even if we can't kill Yifan and Shen Meng, we should at least cause them some trouble, right? Guyin smirked. The king of Shangjing should be very pleased with such a result. Maybe you'll even get some benefits from the king afterwards, understand? There are nearly 100,000 spectators here. We can act without restraint, but Yifan and the others won't dare to use force easily. After Guyin's analysis, the other subordinates immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Gu's analysis is correct. The king of Shangjing has been trying to suppress the 7 sister families of Yifan. Why haven't we seen any of the king's people here today? Not sure. Let's focus on our tasks. They naturally didn't know that the king in Shangjing's main forces in the southwest had been crippled. Tan Shai perished. The 10 strongest martial emperors either submitted to Yifan or perished. Even the most secret military base was completely destroyed. Only a hidden giant fish was left in the Vermilion Bird domain. How could they dare to act recklessly now? Standing on the cloud ladder, Yifan released his keen perception, sensing the situation at the venue thoroughly. Besides the wave of strong individuals from Blood Slaughter, there was another group of mysterious experts lurking in the shadows, enemy or friend unknown. However, Yifan had made up his mind. When it came time to act, he would unleash his maximum domain to suppress everyone present, then activate the Heavenly Punishment Thunder. Without hesitation, he would stun all suspicious individuals first. The concert officially began, with the host scheduled to take the stage. However, Old Master Li Mo directly took over the role of the host, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Li Mo." Cheers resounded instantly as Li Mo spoke, igniting the atmosphere. Anyone familiar with the entertainment industry knew about the legendary status of the entertainment godfather Li Mo. His presence alone held significant meaning. Is Shen Meng about to climb another step up the ladder? Today, I want to announce something using this opportunity. Although this old man is nearing the end of his days, Shen Meng's potential is outstanding. Therefore, I've decided to take Shen Meng as my youngest disciple. Universal Entertainment will fully support Shen Meng with all resources over the next 3 years. As Li Mo announced this news, all the audience members screamed. Having their idol receive such excellent resources meant a limitless future. Viewers watching the live broadcast saw the scene and flooded the screen with praise. Therefore, today, to support Shen Meng, I've called some of her senior martial siblings to the stage. Now, let's welcome Liu Tianhua, Yan Damai, Li Kun. Li Mo introduced them one by one, each taking the stage. Seeing these familiar celebrities, the audience's excitement grew even further. Well, I can't believe my eyes. The four heavenly kings are on stage together, supporting Shen Meng, and there are the four top actresses, the 5 golden flowers. Oh my, this is going to be extraordinary. Damn. The ticket for today should be at least 10,000 yuan each. I got mine for 300. What a deal. The concert hadn't officially started yet, but the atmosphere had already reached its peak. Meanwhile, in the residence of the king in Shangjing, watching the lively atmosphere at Shen Meng's live concert broadcast, his face darkened. HMPH. That old thing Li Mo finally has ties with Yi Fan. How annoying. Indeed, Your Highness, with Li Mo, the godfather of the entertainment industry, supporting Shen Meng, it's almost impossible for us to suppress her in the entertainment industry. Our clashes with Yi Fan have been on the decline. We must find some leverage, at least to overthrow one of the 7 sister families. The assistant understood. The southern province has been completely controlled by Yi Fan. Su Yixu's Su family's medical business has opened up completely. The Qing Ruolan family's jewelry business has taken over the general agency rights held by General Sampa Idai, combined with the Guan city under Yi Fan's control. The 7th sister, 6th sister, 3rd sister, we can't intervene anymore. Opening the tablet, the assistant continued, these 3 are beyond our reach, but there are the other 4. The eldest sister Yulinglan is about to participate in military exercises in a vermilion bird domain, with foreign experts joining as well. Their purpose in coming this time is to annihilate the elite of Dai. If they accidentally injure or kill Yulinglan, that would be none of our concern. To deal with Yulinglan, we simply need to manipulate the upcoming battle, making her confront the dark warriors in Void Peak or engage with the strong fighters from Danyao. Can Yulinglan have a good outcome? Hearing this, the king's eyes sparkled. That's a good notion. Order Mr. Wei from Vermilion Bird Domain to act secretly, but ensure no exposure. He is our last ace in the Vermilion Bird Domain. Also, keep this matter about Mr. Wei discreet, especially from Assistant Zichet. I suspect her involvement in the base's destruction last time. Yes. The assistant John answered promptly, continuing, Your Highness, in addition to Northwest, the Landrum family of Sister Wei, we have been arranging for so long, we can begin to act now. The Land family mainly handles food supplies for the Northern Dragon Army. If we control the Land family, we would cut off the throat of the Dragon Army. As the Yi family's forces fall into chaos, no matter how strong Yi Fan is, he's just floating clouds. John, the assistant, was originally a minor character in Pan Shi's team. However, due to Pan Shi's demise, John was forced to step up. But these suggestions were like hitting the nail on the head, targeting the crucial points on Yi Fan's side. The king couldn't help but look at John with a new respect. You've analyzed this very well. From now on, you will temporarily assume the position of the former chief assistant of Pan Shi. You handle the affairs in the Northwest. Careful, take action only when it's necessary, and ensure there are visible results. Watching the live broadcast of the concert where the 4 heavenly kings were performing together to support Shen Meng and Yang Damai, the atmosphere soaring higher and higher, Shen Meng and Yang Damai were singing a duet. The fans in the venue went wild. The atmosphere was extremely good, but the king watched with a burst of anger. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the TV screen. Damn it, Elder, are we doing this or not? I didn't expect Shen Mange to invite so many celebrities today. Even Dami came. My favorite one. If we make a move, do you think he'll get angry? Most people were cheering. The atmosphere was electric. However, among the crowd, those affiliated families under the Bloodslayer flag were constantly assessing the situation on the stage, looking for an opportunity to act. Several times they were about to make a move, but around the stage, there were actually 2 war emperors guarding, which made them hesitant. Dang. The leader Guyin directly tapped the head of one of his subordinates. Are you out of your mind? Damn it, don't you know what's important today? If you like Dami so much, why not use the power of your family to meet her? Or better yet, just knock her out and take her away. It's probably not that simple. Although we only see the entertainment industry, those big stars, behind each one of them, there is powerful capital and support. Dami has been in the industry for so many years without any major mishaps. There must be a powerful backer. Another martial arts expert also gathered. All right, quick. Over there on the stage, one of the War Emperor powerhouses has left. This is an opportunity. Get ready to act. At that moment, Gong Changjie and Shen Mange took the stage, starting to passionately perform reverse war is here together. The powerful music echoed throughout the venue, as if a fire was burning throughout the place. Come on, reverse war is here. The ace must be wild, roaming the universe to set the world right. Accompanied by Gong Chanji's hoarse and powerful voice, it seemed like it could pierce the heavens and traverse the universe. Take action. At that moment, below the stage, in the crowd, those affiliated families of DRIZZLE activated their martial arts energy and were preparing to charge towards the stage. But as they were about to move, a strange force spread through the entire venue, enveloping everyone in the middle. In an instant, it seemed like all the auras had changed. All the members of the DRIZZLE affiliated family stood stiff in their original positions. Some strong ones even felt like they had been pricked, instantly losing their ability to move, falling heavily to the ground. Damn it, what's going on? Elder, why can't I feel my martial arts energy? It's so strange. My war sovereign level power now can only exert master level control. Did we drop to levels suddenly? What's happening? In the hall, in every corner, the strong members of the DRIZZLE affiliated families were all in panic, including Guyin and a few other War Emperor level companions. They were at a loss. My War Emperor level strength has been suppressed to below master level. Damn it, the situation is not good. There are experts here. Retreat. Guyin, as the leader of this operation, made an instant decision to retreat with everyone, preserving their strength. Doom. Doom. Before they could move, countless thick electric arcs descended from the large hall ceiling, spreading out and striking towards the crowd. The target of the attacks was none other than those strong members of the DRIZZLE affiliated families hiding among the crowd. Thus, a sound of electrical currents piercing through the skin, those strong members of the DRIZZLE affiliated families instantly started convulsing violently, then foaming at the mouth and collapsing on their seats. 1, 2, 3, 10. None of the martial arts experts that had infiltrated this time from the DRIZZLE were left standing. All of them collapsed. Then, Lin Din and some security guards sent by Shen family or Qianji Pavilion. Martial arts experts, according to pre-distributed positioning, arrived beside these fallen persons within 10 seconds and calmly dragged them away. Although these strong members of the martial arts families were struck down by lightning because Yifan controlled the intensity, he only made them lose their mobility, but their consciousness remained clear. How come someone as strong as them got struck by lightning? And these security guards appeared almost instantly in front of them, so fast. These strong members of the DRIZZLE naturally knew that this must be the work of experts. They must have been exposed since they entered the venue. Were they waiting for them to act? And now, everyone failed. But can't you show a bit of respect while detaining us? When the security guards were dragging them away, it seemed like they were dragging them like dead dogs, their heads constantly banging against the steps, thumping, their heads almost cracking open. Damn it, they wanted to roar, but couldn't say a word. Although hundreds of martial arts experts fell at once, they were scattered among the hundreds of thousands in the crowd, barely noticeable. As the electric arcs descended, ionizing the air and producing dazzling sparks, the audience thought this was all part of the concert special effects. Damn, this special effect is so amazing. It looks just like the real thing. I can feel the electric current flowing in the air. My hair is standing on end. I really want to touch it. See how they did it. On the stage, Gong Chanji began roaring again, complimenting Shen Mange's ethereal voice, and all thoughts of the electric arcs were instantly forgotten. The concert continued. Yifan entered a conference room backstage, where Yukon was personally overseeing the DRIZZLE family's hundreds of martial arts experts. What do you want to do? Why are you arresting us? By now, those martial arts experts of DRIZZLE had awakened, their martial arts energy sealed, but at least they could speak. There was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, thinking they hadn't been exposed. Yifan smiled faintly, walked up to Guyin, and scanned his face. Access to the databases of Qianji Pavilion and Zhenwu Institute provided all information about Guyin in front of Yifan. Master Gu, who would have thought that at your age, you were also a fan of my wife? Enjoy listening to songs? Based on the information, Guyin seemed like a normal martial arts family member who dealt with antique businesses. But Yifan clearly heard them discussing the DRIZZLE elder in the hall earlier, and guessed that they were sent by the DRIZZLE's archenemy. Yifan spared their lives because he wanted to know the situation on the DRIZZLE's side. I have a few questions and I want to ask you. Do you want to cooperate and answer them? Yifan, Still smiling? Asked the remaining martial arts experts. Although Yifan was still smiling, the faces of the people were filled with fear. This Yifan was like a devil. Is this the power of the future leader of the Divine Gate? The days ahead for the Blood Slayer would be tough. We're willing. We're all willing. Everyone nodded quickly, afraid of being too slow and being taken care of by Yifan. Tell me, whoever provides the most useful information will have a chance to survive. These are families under the Bloodkill flag, the archenemy of the God Gate. Yifan did not show much courtesy towards them. According to the information recorded in the Chongqui base, the Bloodkill Gate once unsealed 19 large arrays that sealed evil cults, intentionally releasing them, causing casualties of at least 8 million people. These 8 million people have all become nourishment for the revival and growth of the evil cults. These bastards, are they really planning to cause trouble even at Shenmeng's concert? From just a few words Yifan heard earlier, even if they didn't attack Shenmeng, they would probably kill a group of ordinary audience members at the very least. Their purpose is to create chaos on the spot, create trouble for Yifan and Shenmeng, and achieve their goals. In the eyes of these people, human life is truly worth less than pigs and dogs. Since they do not value the lives of others, Yifan naturally won't spare their lives either. I say we actually didn't want to come ourselves. We were forced to come by the Bloodkill Gate behind us, to attack Shenmeng at the concert today, to force young Master Yi to take action, to test young Master Yi's strength. According to the information from the Bloodkill Gate, they suspect that young Master Yi is the son of the leader of the God Gate. If they confirm that young Master Yi is from the God Gate, then young Master Yi absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Another old man in a gray robe should be the deputy commander of this operation. Just now, Guyan was directly burned to nothingness. This old man was almost scared to pee himself and immediately spilled everything he knew to Yifan. Also, although we have never seen the true face of the blood manipulator, I have a rough idea. In the northwest, there are several super families where blood manipulators are lurking. They seem to be able to completely merge with the bodies of those martial arts masters, deceiving everyone. Among them, the Xiang family, the Wen family. These families are the most suspicious. This old man in a gray robe, although not a core member of the Bloodkill Gate, should be considered a top figure among the affiliated families. So, the information he conveyed, most of which Yifan really didn't know. Even though Yifan had the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Town Martial Bureau, and the 3 major intelligence systems established by the Cold Moon, when it came to information about the Bloodkill Gate, he didn't know as much. Young Master Yi, how was it? Didn't I perform well? Not to brag, but among everyone here, no one knows more than I do. Young Master Yi, you'd better keep your promise. Just now, you said whoever provides the most useful information will have a chance to survive. The old man in the gray robe looked at Yifan with a flattering expression, his eyes somewhat smug. Guyan had died. He is the deputy commander, should know the most, right? Before Yifan could speak, to gazes, the other hundreds of strong representatives from various families around him were almost shooting fire at the old man in the gray robe. Leng Deqian, you shameless old thing, you disclose so much information in one go, selling us out. And you are still alive, what should we do? Bastard, if I catch you, I will definitely bite you to death, you dog. Exactly. Just before we acted, we agreed to advance and retreat together. If caught, we must not expose the truth. But you coward. This old man in the gray robe, named Leng Deqian, is a member of the ancient martial Leng family. Although the Leng family is not prominent among the ancient martial families, in the secular world, they can still be considered powerful. In recent years, the Leng family has gradually grown stronger after joining forces with the Bloodkill Gate, and even in this operation, they have managed to become a deputy commander. If this operation went smoothly, Leng Deqian could completely become a core disciple of the Bloodkill Gate. But now, everyone has basically fallen into a trap. Leng Deqian did not want to die here. Having cultivated to the level of martial emperor after much difficulty, according to his current state, he can continue to cultivate and strive to break through to the martial saint realm. Once reaching the martial saint realm, he can touch the realm of the immortals. If he can find the path to immortality, participate in the gathering of immortals to take disciples, and be lucky enough to be chosen by an immortal, he would completely transcend the worldly realm. So, even if it means betraying his brothers, family, and the Bloodkill Gate, Leng Deqian would do so at any cost. Do any of you know more, or have anything to add? Yifan glanced lightly at the representatives of these families in the presence who had synchronously received information from the Town Marshal Bureau, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and the Cold Moon database just a moment ago. Yifan went over the information of these hundreds of strong representatives. These scum, hardly any of them are good. They either overpower dozens of young girls, or directly exterminate several families to plunder other innocent families' treasures, or collude with dogs from Dongjing, betraying the interests of Dia. In any case, according to the rules of the Town Marshal Bureau, all of them deserve their deaths. Seeing this information, Yifan didn't plan to spare a single one of them. Leng Deqian had already said all the information and none of the other people had a chance to supplement it. Yifan nodded towards Yu Qiang, and Yu Qiang immediately released the block on Leng Deqian. He instantly regained his freedom, but his power did not recover. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Leng Deqian thanked joyfully, but deep down, he was secretly scheming. Humph. Yifan, you just wait for me. Although you granted me my life, you are sending me into a fire pit. However, moments later, Leng Deqian's face turned grim. The people from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had already lifted the block on the other strong representatives of the various families present in just a few seconds, even causing the recovery of the strength of other strong experts of various families by 1/10. Although the power of those family strongmen was only at the level of Che transformation for now, it seemed as if they had just stepped into the realm of martial arts. But at this moment, Leng Deqian had no martial aura at all. Just now, Leng Deqian had betrayed his comrades, seeking a chance to save himself, but now, with the other martial families strongmen regaining their freedom, how could they let Leng Deqian off? Leng Deqian, you bastard. Brothers, let's go, kill him. If we die, he'll never get to live. Charge. When a group of people charged up with killing intent, Leng Deqian was in utter despair. Young Master Yi, are you playing me? You are not sparing my life. You are completely pushing me into the fire pit. Lord Leng, you can't blame me. I did keep my promise and let you go. But if they come after you, it's none of my concern. Yifan smirked mischievously, a statement that completely crushed Leng Deqian's hopes. Leng Deqian wanted to run towards Yifan to seek shelter, but he was directly grabbed by several strong representatives of the families rushing over, then pressed to the ground. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately began the onslaught. Dang! Along with Leng Deqian's miserable screams, which became weaker and weaker. After a moment, there was nothing left on the ground except for Leng Deqian's tattered clothes, and then the already dismembered arms, legs, and feet of Leng Deqian, who could no longer die. Even his eyeballs had been gouged out, burned them all. Yifan's mouth twitched, and a blazing fire swept out. The entire hall was enveloped in flames. After a moment, the hall returned to silence. All the strong representatives of the Bloodkill Gates affiliated families were burned into nothingness, leaving no trace except for the burn smell lingering in the air. After dealing with all this, Yang Damai, trembling, ran over. Young Master Yi, the concert is almost over. Meng wants to make you the closing act together. Okay, Yifan responded, while thinking of the piano piece in the Dragon Pattern Ring, 9 Chapters of Destiny. According to the introduction, in the Dragon Pattern Ring, this is a celestial music that can shake all living beings. Yifan hadn't had the opportunity to play it yet, so why not try it today? Yi Shao, the other makeup artists are all busy. How about I help you with a simple makeup? After all, you're going on stage for the first time collaborating with a junior sister. You should try to perform well, right? Yang Damai blinked her eyes and said to Yifan. Yifan glanced at Yang Damai with big cat's eyes. Not only were her eyes big, but her heart was also generous. A bit Snow White, a bit dazzling. Well, okay. Naturally, Yifan didn't mind interacting with a beauty. After Yifan and Yang Damai left, Yukong watched Yifan's figure as he exited, his facial muscles twitching fiercely. Beside Yukong, several bodyguards from the Qianji Pavilion were somewhat worried and said, Minister Yu, should we send more people to lurk around the master's side to protect his safety? Yukong fiercely knocked on the head of his subordinate and said, Protect. Does the master need your protection? Humph. Be smarter. The farther we stay away at this time, the better, understand? Act blind, act deaf. Otherwise, if you see certain things, how will you explain it to the master's wife? Yu Qiang's subordinate blurted out and only understood, after a few seconds, what Yu Kong meant. Damn, the master's charm. Because there were too many stars tonight, all the makeup rooms were queuing up for makeup removal, changing clothes, and the like. Yan Damai led Yifan through the corridor and suddenly stopped at the entrance of a lounge. Yifan, who was following behind, failed to break in time, and his body naturally collided with Yan Damai. At this moment, Yan Damai was wearing a bare-shoulder low-necked ghost shirt on top and a fitted short skirt below, with perfect curves. Seeing that he was about to collide with Yan Damai, Yifan quickly reached out and grabbed her shoulder to stop his body from falling. Sorry. Ha. What are you daydreaming about, Yi Xiao? Are you spacing out? Yan Damai reacted, turned her head and smiled at Yifan, swaying her fair little waist. The familiar feeling was about to overflow, full of charm. Ha. Before Yifan could reply, Yan Damai's pupil suddenly dilated in confusion as she looked at her shoulder. At that moment, a warm flow rushed urgently from where Yifan had just touched her shoulder, surging into Yan Damai's body and swiftly transforming into martial energy, enhancing Yan Damai's martial strength. Yan Damai's family background also had some foundation in martial arts. Although she had resources from her family, she was of average talent. In the end, she was stuck at the peak of control without showing any progress. However, after the warm flow entered her body just now, Yan Damai instantly broke through the shackles of control and directly reached the realm of grandmother. Yan Damai was shocked, unable to close her mouth. Yifan's pawn actually had such magic. Just by touching her skin lightly, she made a breakthrough directly. Yan Damai looked at Yifan in amazement, and waves of thoughts surged in her mind. Was this the shocking secret behind the eccentric young master from the Yi family? No wonder the junior sister dared to declare such boldness and marry Yifan with his 7 sisters. They must have known the secret about Yifan. However, Yan Damai was not yet certain whether it was the magical power of Yifan's palm. Well, then, she must find another opportunity to test it. If Yifan really had such a huge secret, she didn't want to miss such an opportunity. I just want to figure out how to play the tune later. Yifan smiled faintly without explaining much. In the lounge, Yifan sat down on a chair, and Yan Damai began to do his makeup, trimming eyebrows, fixing his hairstyle, applying foundation. Yan Damai was especially serious, leaning close to Yifan's back while fixing his hair, almost resting her body on Yifan's back. Yifan could clearly feel the broadness of Yan Damai's bosom. As Yan Damai applied foundation on Yifan's face from the front, whether it was intentional or unintentional, she often bent over, her beauty occasionally bouncing into Yifan's eyes. Yifan couldn't help but look. From the beginning to the end, as the makeup was about to finish, Yan Damai directly started patting Yifan's cheeks with her hands. Skin-to-skin contact, that warm flow came from her palm again. Confirmed. Yifan was indeed a man with such a mysterious constitution. Yan Damai felt a surge of joy in her heart. Just through skin contact, she could enhance her strength. The cultivation speed would be off the charts. She must build a good relationship with the junior sister and have more physical contact in the future. If she rose, her father's authority in the family would naturally increase. While Yan Damai was pondering over her thoughts, Yifan furrowed his brow. Initially, he had a favorable impression of Yan Damai upon their first meeting. However, Yan Damai's teasing words at the door just now made Yifan a bit repulsed. In the makeup room, Yan Damai was so touchy. Yifan felt a bit disgusted about the situation in his heart. Wasn't it a bit too bold? Yifan wasn't fond of it. Is it over? Thank you. Yifan greeted Yan Damai and stood up, planning to leave the room. Although Yan Damai was very beautiful and charming, Yifan wasn't interested in such casual women. Yan Damai also noticed Yifan's change in mood. It seemed that Yifan suddenly seemed estranged from her. Is there something I did that made you feel uncomfortable? Yan Damai felt uneasy, not wanting to leave a bad impression on Yifan. You're overthinking it. Yifan responded and walked out of the room, leaving Yan Damai puzzled. Damai, Mr. Liu has asked you out 10 times to have a meal and get to know each other. Would you consider it? Just as Yifan left, Yan Damai's agent walked in through the door and greeted Yan Damai. I'm not going. How many times have I told you? Those so-called young masters shouldn't bother me. You've been with me for so many years. Have you ever seen me having a meal alone with any man? Even in acting, have I ever had an intimate scene with anyone? Yan Damai felt slightly annoyed, not knowing what she did wrong. Why did Yifan suddenly turn cold towards her? Damai, not to criticize you, You're already 25 or 26. Isn't it time to consider getting a boyfriend? Well, some of those young masters might be worth considering, right? The agent kept chatting, but young Dami's eyes had already floated away with Yifan's departure. If she were to find a man, she should look for someone like Yi Xiao, right? Oh, it seems the first impression today wasn't good. I don't know if I'll have a chance later. Unbeknownst to Yang Dami, when Yifan left, his keen ears caught the conversation between Yang Dami and the agent clearly. Did he misunderstand Dami? Was Dami still a girl who kept herself clean and pure in her daily life, only showing such boldness in front of him? Was senior sister also attracted by his charm? Yifan shook his head. Forget it. Don't think about it. Just think about how to perform well in the performance of Destiny 9 chapters with manhwaedit later. However, Yifan didn't anticipate that his performance of the song Destiny 9 chapters would expose a shocking secret that defied the pinnacle of human consciousness, a song that contained a millennia-old secret, enough to rewrite human history. When Yifan was 5 years old, the melody of this song was already in his mind when he obtained the magical dragon pattern ring. According to the description inside the dragon pattern ring, this song can move all living beings. In fact, Yifan has always wanted to try it, but the explanation about this song in the dragon pattern ring is that only when Yifan breaks through the realm of martial saints can he play this song, otherwise he will face a backlash. So over the years, although Yifan knew about this miraculous song, he never dared to play it easily. Yifan was also curious about what was so extraordinary about this song that it required reaching the realm of martial saints to play it. After the concert, Shen Meng was preparing for the final program. When she saw Yifan approaching, she hurriedly greeted him. Husband. Shen Meng gently held Yifan's arm and said, For the final program, I want all our fans to witness our relationship. Do you mind? At the Yi family funeral, when Shen Meng and her sister-in-law announced that they were marrying Yifan, a significant reason was due to pitying Yifan and wanting to protect him. At that time, Shen Meng still thought she was marrying beneath her, that she was sacrificing herself. Yifan was the one benefiting. But as things unfolded, especially in recent days, especially as Shen Meng spent time with Yifan, she gradually realized, with Yifan's current monstrous talent and potential, it was not she who was sacrificing, but Yifan. She was not worthy of Yifan at all. Shen Meng suddenly felt afraid of losing Yifan. Compared to Yifan, besides having a path to immortality, she was too ordinary in all other aspects. Of course not. You are my wife after all. It's only natural for us to announce our relationship. Yifan gently hugged Shen Meng and kissed her on the forehead. It was time to announce it again. On one hand, to keep people like Li Feng away from Shen Meng. On the other hand, it was also a warning to those who still had thoughts about the Shen family, to think twice, would they be able to handle Yifan's anger if they caused trouble for the Shen family again? A month ago, it was Shen Meng protecting Yifan, protecting the Yi family. But from now on, it was Yifan who would protect Shen Meng, protect the Shen family. Those sisters who protected Yifan, as well as the family forces that supported the Yi family, should be rewarded. For the final program, have you decided what to perform? Yifan looked at Shen Meng. As the second to last program, a song by the King of Heaven, Liu Tianhua, was about to finish, and then Shen Meng and Yifan would be on stage. Not really. Xiaofan, what song will you sing? As long as I sing with you, I will be happy. Shen Meng's face was full of tenderness, but in her heart, she was somewhat resigned. Today, teacher Li Mo had indeed gathered almost the entire entertainment industry to support the event, but on the other hand, Shen Meng's own brilliance was being overshadowed. Although Shen Meng was already a top-tier star in Daxia, with many popular songs, she couldn't compare to those seniors who had debuted years ago. I won't sing. Later I will play a piano piece, and you can dance however you like. But, Zifan, we didn't even plan any choreography, just dancing freely. Wouldn't that be awkward? Shen Meng was surprised. Yifan could play the piano. In all these years, Shen Meng hadn't seen Yifan play before. Could he really play well? Trust me. The preceding song by Liu Tianhua had ended, and the host had started to introduce the next act. Next, please welcome our guest of honor today, Miss Shen Meng, to the stage again. Time was running short, leaving Shen Meng with no choice but to go with the flow and join Yifan on stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Shen Meng. The person standing beside me is my husband, Yifan. For our final performance, I will be performing with him. After Shen Meng went on stage, she briefly introduced Yifan. Although the incident of Yifan marrying the 7 sisters-in-law at the Yi family funeral had caused quite a stir, due to the lack of information leak, many people were still unaware of the details. So when the 100,000-strong audience heard Shen Meng's introduction, there was an instant commotion. Wow, a good cabbage has been snatched up by a pig. Ah, my goddess has already been taken. Damn it. Who is this Yifan guy? I want to snatch back my goddess. You don't know about Yifan. He's the monstrous young master of the powerful Yi family in Daxia. It was said that he was a fool before, but he seems to have awakened lately. The royal family even supported the Yi family in establishing the Taoishi manor. His future prospects are limitless. Would you dare to snatch someone from young Master Yi? In the midst of the commotion, Yifan took the microphone and said, "They say music can connect souls. Next, I will perform a piano piece called The 9 Chapters of Destiny. You will follow the rhythm of my music and enter a strange realm." Especially for those cultivating martial arts, seize this opportunity. Although everyone had learned about Yifan's identity, it was clear they still didn't believe in Yifan. That fool from the Yi family, barely waking up under the treatment of the Thunder God Doctor, thinks he can play a piano piece. Lead us into a strange realm. Is he a god? Just boasting big talk. HMPH, Yifan is about to make a fool of himself, right? I want to see how he will use a piece of music to take us into a strange realm. Boring. I thought there would be some big shots for the final performance, but it turns out to be someone disgusting. I'm out of here. Don't let the final performance ruin my good mood today. At least a third of the people in the audience, disappointed, started to leave their seats to exit the scene. Yifan smirked, ignoring these people, and walked to the piano, closing his eyes to feel the strange musical score in his mind. Then his fingers began to press the keys. Not in the usual way of starting one key at a time, but pressing down on 18 keys simultaneously. The moment his fingers touched the keys, Yifan seemed to understand why the dragon pattern ring stated that one needed to reach the realm of martial saints to play this piece. Pressing down on 18 keys simultaneously, no matter how fast a regular person was, they wouldn't be able to achieve it. Only those beyond the realm of martial saints could meet such requirements in the split second required, ensuring the music wasn't out of tune. Yifan not only reached the realm of martial saints now, but also had the assistance of teleportation, reducing the errors between musical notes to the minimum. Ding! Mixed together, the sound of the 18 notes produced a completely unprecedented feeling for everyone present. Each note seemed to encompass everything, containing the various aspects of human voices. What was once tumultuous, the air seemed to be stirring. But as this tune suddenly sounded, it seemed as though an invisible duster gently swept through the air, or as if a fairy had gently touched the scene. Instantly, the venue fell silent, the air began to calm, and everyone was infected by this tune. In an instant, there was a unique resonance deep in their souls, establishing a profound connection with the tune played by Yifan. Those who had risen from their seats suddenly froze in midair. Some halfway crouched, some with feet already in the air, solidified in a strange posture, turning to look at Yifan on stage. A single note held such a magical power. Those who had been nosy and mocking before didn't want to leave. They wanted to continue listening. They felt a compelling urge to know what the next note would be. The impact that touched their souls made everyone feel as if their souls were starting to depart from their bodies, ready to experience a grand baptism of the soul. The destiny of 9 chapters. Preface. Origin. Dawn. The second note sounded under Yifan's fingers, also pressing 18 keys simultaneously, generating a kind of soul-shaking tremble that silenced the 100,000 people on the scene, as if their souls were being led by the notes in Yifan's hands into an ethereal world. A dewdrop, shining brilliantly in the morning sun, slid from the leaf tip, then dripped into the stream with a ding-dong, winding through the mountains and forests. By the stream, children cry, and within the woods, seeds stubbornly sprout from the earth, the gentle breeze brushing by, the air filled with the scent of life. There were no words on the scene, but the musical notes played by Yifan's wrist intertwined with the souls of everyone present, presenting a vibrant world in the minds of the crowd. One dewdrop, originating from the ethereal, condensing on the leaf tip, the beginning of all things, what Yifan just spoke of, with music, brought everyone into a strange realm, and succeeded. Everyone at the scene immersed in a bath of souls, experiencing the ethereal and unique realm. The destiny originates, the way of nature. In this moment, everyone seemed to comprehend something, as if capturing something. Shen Nang's performance on the stage at first did not know how to dance, did not know what to dance, or what moves to make. But the instant the musical notes played by Yifan sounded, Shen Nang immediately entered a strange state, her body almost like a blooming flower, swaying shyly from the center of the stage. Combined with the white mist on the stage, at this moment, Shen Nang was like a blooming lotus flower, interpreting the origin of life through her graceful movements. At this time, Shen Nang was performing on stage for the audience below, but at the same time, Shen Nang was dancing and performing for herself, everything just right, as if Shen Nang had found her own path. It felt ethereal and surreal. Shen Nang seemed to have seen it. The audience, Yukon, and those other martial arts strongmen of the Tianji Pavilion, Li Mo, as well as the two maids beside Yifan, all martial practitioners, in an instant discovered that the martial arts energy within their bodies seemed to be infected by the musical notes, beginning to operate in a way they had never experienced before, rapidly increasing their own strength. Is this the benefit of martial cultivation? This is truly a great opportunity. Everyone, whether martial practitioners or ordinary people, at this moment seemed to have undergone a sublimation of their souls. And at this moment, above the Guangcheng Gymnasium, countless birds gathered, circling above the stadium, emitting jubilant cries, numbering at least over 1 million. Some of the beasts on the surrounding trees also bowed towards the direction where Yifan was located, emitting sounds of reverence. The reverence of all beasts. This one piece played by Yifan shook not only humans, but all living creatures to their core. Across the city in another mission, Chejiao, it seemed as if she also heard the melody played by Yifan. A flash of light in her eyes. My king, are you finally awakening? This servant has been looking for you for millennia. We have been waiting for your return. At the summit of Kunlun, beneath the white snow, in a mysterious palace, an old man holding a duster suddenly appeared on the cliff and gazed solemnly towards the direction of Daxia. Is it really Daxia? After a wait of 10,000 years, it is finally time for action. In the ancient martial world, the four great sacred sites, and the immortal realms above them, countless powerful individuals, despite being thousands of miles apart, seemed to sense the melody played by Yifan. These hidden bigwigs were all excited, the ancient legend sealed for millennia finally about to unfold. The celestial music rises, the winds stir. After a slumber of 10,000 years, will the king finally return? Inside the Guangcheng Gymnasium, the notes in Yifan's hands did not stop, from pressing 18 keys at once, to 36, 72, then to 99, pressing 81 keys simultaneously. The destiny of 9 chapters, from the prelude origin, to the hidden dragon, blooming, and finally returning to dust. The 9 chapters delineated 9 grand and magnificent worlds, seemingly only 9, but seeming to represent countless aspects of life, and also representing myriad worlds, yet also seemingly just one world. The collision of souls deep within, making everyone present experience a transcendent soul. However, with the subsequent Taoist power of the destiny of 9 chapters being too strong, most ordinary people were simply unable to bear it. When the second chapter of the destiny of 9 chapters ended, many had already entered a state of hibernation. Although they could still hear the notes of the destiny of 9 chapters, their minds were essentially frozen. Only a very few persisted until the 6th chapter of the destiny of 9 chapters. In the last few chapters, even martial emperor level figures like Yukon could not withstand it. When the final prelude of the destiny of 9 chapters, Dust Return, finished playing, only Yifan remained conscious at the scene. Pressing 81 keys simultaneously had almost depleted all of Yifan's mental strength, but from this performance, Yifan also gained tremendous benefits. His understanding of the pinnacle of martial sage level advanced further, his strength instantly leaping by 2 levels, reaching the 3rd rank of martial sage, and his mental power reaching another height. More crucially, while comprehending the melody, Yifan actually saw some images in his mind that he had never seen before. His lifespan through the ages, extending over 10,000 years. There was a vast empire of immortal warriors. He was the king of that vast expanse, the master of countless beings, with 36 great beauties under his command. Boundless and brutal battles with numerous soldiers. The images were fragmented and somewhat chaotic. In that peculiar state, Yifan could not discern whether it was fantasy or reality. Yet doubts about his own identity arose once again within Yifan. Wasn't his mother from the Divine Gate? His father was a disciple of the Yi family, so why were there so many strange images in his mind? Who was he really? Yifan wanted to ponder more, but the destiny of 9 chapters had already ended, and he struggled to grasp those fragments of memories. Plus, Yifan was too exhausted at this point and urgently needed to recuperate. Even if he harbored further doubts about his identity, that was a matter for another time. As the notes fell, Shen Meng's dancing also came to a graceful halt. Then with an alluring demeanor, she fell into Yifan's arms, presenting a posture of harmony between dragon and phoenix. Doom. The note ceased for a full 10 seconds, and only then did the people on the scene react, erupting into the night's most fervent applause and cheers. The overwhelming enthusiasm was like it could flip the roof of the venue. Oh my god, what did I just experience? I seem to have seen immortals. What kind of world was that exactly? Wow. Yifan is incredible. I feel like I'm floating. The impact on the soul made me see through everything. No. Tonight I'm going back to my mother's house for dinner. I'm going to have a drink with my dad. I have a new understanding of painting. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I apologize for my rashness. Finally, the program of Young Master Yi and Shen Meng is definitely the most explosive of the night, no doubt about it. Those so-called for heavenly kings and for famous actresses are nothing in the face of this piece of music. The continuous applause lasted for 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Feeling the emotions of the crowd, Yifan suddenly discovered that from those people, there seemed to be some vaguely colored threads of gray, yellow, and red converging towards him. And as those breaths entered Yifan's body, he found the golden threads in his dantian had actually become stronger. Huh, what's going on? Could the mysterious energy emanating from these 100,000 spectators affect the golden threads in his body? This is telekinesis. It is a unique power that can only be sensed after reaching the realm of martial saint. Yifan was still puzzled when Chen Yao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yifan turned to look at the stage, only to find that Chen Yao and the shadow had appeared on the side of the stage at some point. Several other powerhouse captains from the town martial bureau also appeared at the same time. Yifan couldn't help but feel moved. He had just entered that special state, immersed in the music of the 9 chapters of fate, and his perception of the outside world was actually very sparse. It seemed that Director Chen should have quietly protected him with the people of the town martial bureau. The Director Chen left by his mother seemed to really care about him. Everyone will have some obsessions, desires, emotional fluctuations, etc., which will generate telekinetic fluctuations. Stronger individuals above the realm of martial saint can absorb this telekinetic power to enhance their cultivation. Absorbing telekinesis accelerates the normal cultivation speed by several times, but the downside is that when you absorb the telekinesis of others, you also absorb their negative things such as negative karma, impatience, cause and effect, etc. If the balance is not managed properly and backlash occurs, the telekinesis will tear you apart, and you will be doomed forever. Listening to Chen Yao's explanation, Yifan felt relieved. Was it like this? The golden thread inside Yifan's body only existed after Shen Meng kissed him, and it should be related to the path to immortality. And the telekinesis he absorbed now could make the golden thread thicker, which meant that telekinesis should be related to the cultivation methods above the immortal realm. However, Chen Yao didn't know the specific methods, so he could only wait to get the immortal path guidance after becoming intimate with Shen Meng. And maybe he could find answers when the Immortal convenes a disciple selection conference. My dear fans, thank you for coming today. The concert ends here today. Mr. Yifan, and I would like to thank you all. Shen Meng also returned from that special state, pulling Yifan to bow to the audience, expressing gratitude. Doom. The tens of thousands of audience members stood up at the same time and bowed to Shen Meng and Yifan. Shen Meng, I love you. Congratulations to you both. 100 years of happiness. Cheers to you both. The atmosphere at the scene reached a peak once again, and all the audience members were going crazy. The whole event was being live-streamed on a short video platform, with so many celebrities on stage. The highest number of simultaneous online viewers was only 30 million. But Yifan's last song, The 9 Chapters of Fate, created a record of 3 billion concurrent viewers, causing the live stream to lag for a few seconds. The live chat was also going crazy. They are amazing. The national goddess has truly become a legend this time. Genius. Especially that idiot Yi. How did he play such an astonishing piece of music? Behind the stage, Yang Damai, Liu Tianhua, and others who were present all looked at Yifan and Shen Meng on stage with envy. Little junior sister found herself a good man. With this amazing piece of music as a foundation, her future achievements will surely surpass ours. Yes, he is really something. Yan Damai looked somewhat infatuated as she gazed at Yifan's figure, thinking about the warmth that flowed through her body when she touched Yifan's skin. How could she make Yifan not dislike her? As the concert ended successfully, the audience began to exit in an orderly manner, and Yifan and Shen Meng returned to the backstage. Li Lao, please gather all the celebrity friends who attended today in a meeting room. I must express my gratitude for today's events. Yifan was straightforward. These celebrity big shots had come to help Shen Meng based on Limo's face. But Shen Meng had publicly announced she was marrying Yifan, which meant supporting Shen Meng also meant going against the Jingjin Wang family. Alright. A few minutes later, in the spacious meeting room backstage, dozens of celebrity big shots who had attended today had gathered. Initially, they were a bit confused about Limo taking in a junior sister, but when they learned that the silly young master of the Yi family was Shen Meng's husband, they were even more puzzled. In their eyes, the Yi family members were just martial artists, but Yifan's performance of the 9 chapters of Fate had completely won them over. Several composing experts were already itching to exchange experiences with Yifan, but Limo firmly held them back. Limo knew that the music Yifan played today had shaken all living beings, elevating the strength of so many martial arts experts present. It was definitely not just simple music composition. This kind of immortal music was all in the hands of those super warrior families and wouldn't circulate in the market. Did Yifan just move his entire warehouse here? The key was that such priceless items Yifan had casually dropped on the table like trash. Leaf, who would leave at this point? They must be crazy. Yi Xiao, do you really plan to give us these things? Suga asked Yifan with a hint of disbelief, staring at the dawn pills on the table, his eyes shining. Sugao, as the most talented martial cultivator in the Su family, had already broken through to the realm of control at a young age. If he could break through to the level of a grandmother, then the Su family in Su City would be able to firmly establish themselves. However, despite the Su family spending a vast amount of money and searching through various channels to find and purchase Yuan Ched Den pills, they were scarce on the black market. Even if some were available, they would be snatched up instantly by those super families. Furthermore, even if the super families couldn't sell them, if they found out that smaller families were auctioning them, they would simply snatch them away. As for the top alchemists, the Su family had no access to them. So after 3 years, Sugao was still stuck at the realm of control, unable to progress. The Su family had offered a price of 1 billion for a Yuan Cheden pill, but those who had the pills refused to sell to them. Yuan Cheden pills were extremely rare in the mortal world, and families with such pills naturally reserved them for their own use, unless a family was so wealthy that they could eat them like candy. And coincidentally, Yifan was exactly that wealthy. On one hand, Yifan was a high-level alchemist who had produced a large batch of dawn pills 5 years ago. On the other hand, Yifan had acquired plenty of dawn pills through his dealings with the ancient Wulin Feng family, making him well-stocked with pills. What others considered precious Yuan Ched Den pills or martial spirit Den pills were just ordinary fruits in Yifan's eyes. So when Yifan casually took out these pills, the celebrities present almost misunderstood. Of course, Yifan smiled faintly, having heard Su Gao's words clearly. What? Senior Su, are you saying you don't like the gifts I prepared? Senior Su doesn't want. How about I prepare some other gifts next time to give you? No. No. Yi Xiao, you're too polite. These gifts are invaluable. How could I not like them? Su Gao chuckled. I must have been talking nonsense just now. So, Yi Xiao, can I have 1 Yuan Cheden pill? Su Gao was no longer concerned about his previous words, his eyes gleaming at a porcelain bottle on the table. Mao Di also approached. Yi Xiao, may I take a martial spirit den pill from my father? Yifan nodded and handed the pills over without a word, while Limo reprimanded somewhat impatiently. You brats, not afraid of being ungrateful now. Misjudged the situation, didn't you? Who else wants one now? The celebrities present were all embarrassed. They had no idea that the things Yifan casually took out were so terrifying. These items might be unattainable for their families in their lifetimes. Today, they had received extremely generous gifts from Yifan just for showing support for their junior sister's concert. In terms of payment, the compensation they received this time averaged over 1 billion each. This was undoubtedly a highest appearance fee in the entertainment industry of Great Zia. Under the organization of Li Mo and Chen Mange, all the celebrities received appropriate dentelles, martial arts techniques, and other gifts, their faces full of excitement. Yi Xiao, rest assured, in the entertainment industry from now on, anytime little junior sister has any needs, I, Liu Tianhuo, will definitely give my full support. The Heavenly King was the first to make a statement. Other celebrities also promised to support Yifan in any way they could, offering any resources needed for Chen Mange. Chen Mange looked at these enthusiastic senior brothers and sisters, knowing that with their protection, her path in the entertainment industry would surely be smooth sailing. Looking at Yifan, a smile unconsciously formed at the corner of Chen Mange's mouth. Choosing him as her husband was probably the best decision she had made in her life. Seeing the way Sister Yan was looking at Yifan, Chen Mange could tell that she was interested as well. Unfortunately, these matters were beyond Chen Mange's control. Once in contact with Yifan, a unique warmth would arise that no one could resist. Moreover, Yifan's handsome, sunny appearance was full of masculine charm. Not only women, but even men might find it hard to resist. After greeting the celebrities, Yifan took out a box from his pocket and handed it respectfully to Li Mo. Li Lao, this is specially prepared for you. Inside are martial spirit dan pills, yuan chedan pills, and cultivation techniques. If you do not need them now, you can save them for later. Today's concert by Chen Mange would not be a problem even without Li Mo's involvement. However, Li Mo's participation had maximized his influence and had greatly helped Yifan and Chen Mange. Leveraging the situation today, those who had underestimated the Yi family finally had a legitimate channel to understand the Yi family. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Li Mo did not refuse, but he couldn't shake off the unease in his heart for not handling the matter entrusted by young Master Yi properly. He was also worried about how the throwing a stone to ask for directions plan arranged by young Master Yi was progressing. Above the ruins of Zhongmin Bank, after Yifan and Li Mo left, the head of the Dong family, Dong Yunjian, personally mobilized all the family's bodyguards to completely surround the ruins and initiate a thorough search. Even fearing any potential mishaps, Dong Yunjian also summoned some camouflaged young men from the Vermilion Bird domain, each armed with weapons, to form layers of defense around the site. The scale of this operation made even his deputies somewhat worried. Head, are we being too conspicuous? The King of Jin and the Big Shot in the Vermilion Bird domain have both stated that Yifan has almost completely eradicated the power of the King of Jin in Guan City recently. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? That Big Shot in the Vermilion Bird domain is the last heart of the King of Jin in the Vermilion Bird domain. If we expose everything, all the years of arrangement of the King of Jin in the Vermilion Bird domain will be ruined. Dong Yunjian waved dismissively, unconcerned. What are you afraid of? Yifan has already caused a commotion in Ningguan City for the past few days. Those fools from the Cao family, Han family, who are to blame for sticking their necks out. Besides, today, Chen Mange's concert with so many people causing a scene. How could Yifan have time to deal with us? We have cleared the area within a 3-kilometer radius. Our situation here will not leak a single word. There won't be any problems. This is the key to the mysterious box of the third young master of the Yi family. The contents inside are highly valued by the King of Jin and that Big Shot. If we find the key, it will be a huge accomplishment. And selfishly speaking, having the key in our possession gives us more chips, doesn't it? Dong Yunjian was one of the few hidden families in Guan City. Families like the Cao, Han, Chen, and Yang families were openly known as the followers of the King of Jin. However, Dong Yunjian mainly handled the logistics of the Vermilion Bird domain, serving as a supplier for the entire jurisdiction of Vermilion Bird, having connections with Mr. Wei. I found it. Head, I found a key in the soul that looks very similar to the one you described. A captain of the Dong family's bodyguards dug up a key from the soul, shaped like a tiger's tooth, and excitedly rushed over to hand it to Dong Yunjian. Dong Yunjian's eyelids twitched several times as he picked up the key and compared it to the simulation image on his phone, drawing in a sharp breath. Was this really the key? Damn. Did he really find it? Oh well. The next moment, Dong Yunjian drew his saber from his side and directly pierced the captain's heart. What? Dong Yunjian's sudden movement startled his subordinates beside him. Master, shouldn't we be rewarding the person who found the key? Before coming to search for the key, Don Yunjian had promised to reward 1 billion directly if the key was found on the spot, as well as various top-tier elixirs and martial arts techniques. But just now, the team captain had clearly found the key, yet the master took his life with one swift strike. Don't stand there. Move quickly. In this area, all 30 people who heard what was said earlier must die. Quick. While scolding, Don Yunjian's body moved like lightning, swiftly moving among the bodyguards of the Dong family. With the battle knife in his hand exuding a violent martial aura, he killed them all before they could react. The subordinates now understood that the master was trying to cover up a secret. The key had been found, but judging by the master's actions, he was not planning to hand it over to the big shots in the Vermilion Bird domain and the Jin Prince. Was he planning to keep it as his own bargaining chip? After all, the fragments of the Celestial Palace map in the hands of the 7 sons of the Yi family were related to a mysterious Celestial Palace site. Under such huge temptation, no one's character could withstand the test. Thinking of the master's ruthlessness, the subordinates couldn't help but shiver. If the master could kill these bodyguards today, then in the future, facing even greater secrets and benefits, would the master also kill them? Everyone, continue to search with all your might. Anyone slacking off or not searching seriously will end up like them. You can try and see if my blade is sharp enough. Don Yunjian wiped his blade on a bodyguard's clothes and scolded the surrounding bodyguards in other areas. Even though they were killed for knowing secrets they shouldn't have, Don Yunjian blamed them for not searching hard enough for the key. You continue searching for the key here and don't leak any information. Don Yunjian snapped at his longtime subordinate who followed him, while he himself carried the key, escorted by several expert bodyguards, and quickly left the scene. Such an important key had to return to the Dong family and be hidden in the Dong family's secret chamber. After Don Yunjian left the ruins, when he arrived 2 kilometers away, he ordered the leader of the artillery team responsible for the second layer of defense, cover the area with artillery fire. Leave no one alive inside. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Don Yunjian's face. This key was too important, and coming to search for this key today was a huge risk he took. Whether it was to deceive Mr. Wei or to hide the secret that he had already obtained the key, he couldn't leave a single survivor among the hundreds of people present on the scene today. Yes. Doom. Doom. The next moment, explosions rang out densely within a kilometer radius of the China Minshen Bank ruins. Under such intensive firepower coverage, even experts below War Saint realm couldn't avoid it. The most powerful among these ordinary bodyguards were only at the controller realm. Even Don Yunjian's deputy, who had reached the grandmother realm, had no chance of survival under such intense artillery fire. Don Yunjian ... You're ruthless ... After dodging 3 shells, Don Yunjian's deputy was eventually hit by one, making it impossible to avoid the remaining barrage. In despair and rage, he quickly took out his phone, sent an email, and said, Don Yunjian, you struck first, so don't blame me for striking back at 15. Even if I die, you won't have it easy. Having followed Don Yunjian for so many years, his deputy was very cautious about everything Don Yunjian did and never left any handle, including the identity of the big shot in the Vermilion Bird domain. Don Yunjian had never exposed it, always contacting the big shot privately. However, Don Yunjian's deputy, having to handle many things, had accumulated enough clues and reasoning over the years to at least speculate on a few possible candidates. Since Don Yunjian wanted to silence his deputy, there was nothing to stop his deputy from sending the email to the Yi family's mailbox. By dying, he wanted Yi Fan to avenge him. Hearing the continuing thunderous explosion behind him, Don Yunjian felt a little relief. There shouldn't be any problems. Covering an area with firepower and eliminating some people was just a small matter that Mr. Wei probably wouldn't fuss over. And no one should suspect him on the scene, right? But what Don Yunjian didn't know was that this was a trap set by Yi Fan. By stirring things up, Yi Fan wanted to see who was involved in the fire at the China Minshen Bank. Who was the big fish from the Vermilion Bird domain? The military exercise was about to begin, and Yi Fan believed that it was necessary to find that big fish before the military exercise started. Otherwise, if that big fish colluded with foreign forces, the future generation of military talents in Daxia would be in jeopardy, which would shake the foundation. Too ruthless. The Dong family is despicable to have wiped out hundreds of people for a fake key. 3 kilometers away from the scene, Sun Yang and Guo Li observed Dong Yunjian's departure direction through a telescope and sigh. HMPH. This Dong Yunjian probably thinks he's being very secretive. Guo Li replied beside, Team 1, Team 2, Team 8, everyone. Follow him, and be discreet. Guo Li scolded into the walkie-talkie. On the street, members of the Qianji Pavilion disguised as ordinary people, as well as the Yi family's death squad, were all mobilized, monitoring Dong Yunjian from all 360 angles. The fish is hooked now, and sister's concert is over. It's time to report to the big brother. Guo Li phoned Yi Fan. Big brother, the Dong family from Guangcheng has taken action. The scene has been turned upside down. It seems Dong Yunjian must have obtained the key and then covered the ruins with another round of firepower, wiping out hundreds of people. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan paused for a moment, then spoke calmly. Continue monitoring, but no need to take action. Let the bullets fly for a while. A small Dong family is not what we're after. The big shot from the Vermilion Bird domain is our target. Dong Yunjian's impulsive actions had exposed him, resulting in such a big commotion. If the big fish from the Vermilion Bird domain learned of the news, he would probably be furious, right? The powering Guangcheng set up by the Jin Prince had already been completely cleaned up by Yi Fan in a matter of days. Now Yi Fan wanted to protect the last pawn. And Dong Yunjian, as an undercover agent, was making such a scene intentionally, almost shouting, "Come and get me! Come man get me! I'm here! Come man catch me!" Although Dong Yunjian's death wouldn't have a big impact on the overall situation, the key was not to reveal any clues. If Dong Yunjian had any traces of involvement on him, with Yi Fan's methods, they would swiftly investigate into the big shop from the Vermilion Bird domain. What? Dong Yunjian got the key to the box. In the Zhuge domain camp, in a quiet courtyard, a sturdy man in a long robe squinted at the secretary by the door, and this key was dropped by Li Mo at the scene. Yes, Dong Yunjian sent bodyguards to monitor, and they overheard the conversation between Yi Fan and Li Mo, saying that their key was dropped at the ruins of Zhongmin Bank. And then Dong Yunjian sent someone to search overnight. The site is now under heavy fire cover. Except Dong Yunjian, no one survived. According to speculation, they should have got the key. Bang. Listening to the secretary's analysis, the man in the long robe suddenly slammed the brush in his hand on the table, angrily reprimanding, "Idiot. Utterly idiotic. Is he a pig?" This man is no one else but Wei Hang, the big fish arranged by King Jin to control the Zhuge domain. Wei Hang was an elder who fought together with Ho Tianji in the southern domain and was one of the founders of the Zhuge domain. Because of Wei Hang's extraordinary strategy, he did not directly appear much later, mainly playing the role of military strategist in the Zhuge domain. But his influence surpassed that of the four war kings, even comparable to Ho Tianji. Due to 2 years of fighting side by side, Ho Tianji believed Wei Hang was an absolutely trustworthy partner. When he left the Zhuge domain, the entire command of the Zhuge domain was handed over to Wei Hang. Wei Hang was deeply hidden, and no one in the Zhuge domain suspected him. Even because Wei Hang was 10 years younger than Ho Tianji, many within the Zhuge domain were pushing for Wei Hang to succeed as the next leader of the Zhuge domain. Wei Hang was only angry for a moment, then immediately calmed down and tittied the papers on the table. Is Dong Yunjian's head all mush? How could things be so coincidental in this world? Just as they received young Master Yi's box, Li Mo accidentally dropped the key at the ruins. Did Yi Fan accompany him there as well? Even thinking with your toes, you can tell something is amiss. Mr. Wei, what do we do now? The secretary looked somewhat uneasy at Wei Hang. Wei Hang sought refuge with King Jin, and now all the forces arranged by King Jin in Guangcheng have fallen. Wei Hang is King Jin's last hope. As long as something unexpected happens to Ho Tianji, Wei Hang is the only possible candidate to lead the entire Zhuge domain. If King Jin gives a little push, it will be a done deal for Wei Hang to take over. With control of 1 million military forces in the Zhuge domain, King Jin still has the capital to make demands. At this time, they cannot afford to expose Mr. Wei due to Dong Yunjian's actions. We do nothing. Wei Hang, after regaining his composure, smirked. I have been studying that idiot from the Yi family, and he is not a fool at all. This brat is playing a big game ... and the move he made today is just a stepping stone. Since that's the case, if we do nothing, he won't see the path ahead. As the chief military strategist of the Zhuge domain, Wei Hang is not someone to be compared with muscle-bound simpletons like Wu Shihao or Pan Chai. But, Mr. Wei, Dong Yunjian has always been in contact with us, right? If Dong Yunjian falls into Yifan's hands, it will surely involve us. What should we do? The secretary looked worried, but Wei Hang just smiled indifferently. Involve? Is it you or me? Dong Yunjian is indeed one of our people, but have you ever contacted him alone? No. That's right, I've never contacted him alone either. Wei Hang chuckled coldly. He has always known that there is a Mr. Wei in the Zhuge domain who intermittently gives him orders. Don't forget, the deputy leader Wei Zhuan is also addressed as Mr. Wei. With Wei Hang's explanation, the secretary suddenly realized, Mr. Wei, you mean to mislead Yifan with false information, to fake authenticity and lead him astray. A skillful dodge. Wei Hang waved his hand. You can interpret it however you want. Actually, I started laying out this plot 10 years ago. At that time, there were 2 candidates to serve as the deputy leader, but I insisted and pushed Wei Zhuang into the position of deputy leader. And now it finally comes in handy. Wei Hang looked out at the dark night through the window, black clouds blocking the moonlight, the air outside somewhat chilling, seemingly foreshadowing an impending storm. In the Zhuge domain, there is a Mr. Wei, whose status cannot be too low and must have connections with Dong Yunjiang, a leverage to link the two. Wei Zhuan, the deputy leader of the Zhuge domain, perfectly fits all the criteria. Some of the instructions from King Jing were relayed through Wei Zhuan's subordinates. Although Wei Zhuan sometimes did not understand the deep meaning behind those instructions, Dong Yunjiang believed that Mr. Wei was Wei Zhuan. To be safe, Wei Hang even embedded a mind seal in Wei Zhuan's mind 10 years ago, planting some memories and thoughts as insurance. But if we do nothing, how will Yifan walk the path we want him to? Wei Hang continued. Some evidence and clues naturally have to be presented to him, to let Yifan discover, but not too easily. If there's someone around Dong Yunjian who betrays him and voluntarily exposes some information, that would be convenient. Obscured truths, blurring reality, true falsehoods, false truths. Even if Yifan is a genius, when all the evidence is right in front of him, he will have no choice but to believe. Wei Hang snorted. After this military exercise ends, the new generation in the Zhuge domain will be largely cleared out, and replacements mostly made. If Ho Tianji has any accidents, I will naturally take over the entire Zhuge domain. By then, Yifan will have no say. The secretary nodded. I understand. I'll get on it. Also, didn't Dong Yunjiang secretly mobilize the military members under Wei Zhuan? Find a way to inform Wei Zhuan about this news. Wei Zhuan will definitely confront Dong Yunjiang. In this way, with Dong Yunjiang and Wei Zhuan present together, plus evidence of betrayal, even if Wei Zhuan talks till he's blue in the face, he won't be able to explain clearly. Yifan set up a trap to startle the snake in the grass, and Wei Hang set up another trap within a trap, and another within that. Even the mind seal as an unforeseen precaution, wanting someone around Dong Yunjiang to appear as a traitor, subtly exposing some details between Dong Yunjiang and Mr. Wei, pushing the evidence and clues towards Wei Zhuan, everything would fall into place. However, both Wei Hang and the secretary did not expect that this traitor did not need to be arranged by them at all. Due to Dong Yunjiang's cruelty, his deputy, assistant, before dying, had already sent an email to the public mailbox of the Yi family group. Previously, due to Yifan being in a foolish state, both Su Jian and his son Su Dan lost their lives, so the entire Yi family group is managed by Yi Changfeng with the help of Zia Hao and Guo Li, Wang Fugui and others. Currently, Guo Li and Wang Fugui had been following Yifan, dealing with other matters. The actual management of the Yi family group is solely entrusted to Zia Hao. Zia Hao was about to get off work, habitually opened the Yi family group's mailbox, and saw a strange email containing some disorganized photos with some text explanations about trade locations, contact persons. Zia Hao glanced at it, not able to make sense of it. Thinking it was spam, Zia Hao was about to delete it straight away, but as his finger slid to the end, he suddenly saw a crucial person's name inside, an assassination plan against Yifan. Damn. This is a warning email. Zia Hao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately called Yifan. Yi Xiao, the Yi group has received an email regarding Dong Yunjian from Guancheng, and it has been sent to you. Yifan, who was leaving the gym in Guancheng, received a call from Zia Hao, opened the email, quickly scanned through it, and furrowed his brows. The email was from Dong Yunjian's chief assistant, Wu Jiayu. The contents of the email were chaotic, but the meaning was clear. It explained that Dong Yunjian was an undercover agent arranged by King Jin in Guancheng, and there was also a big shot in Suzaku domain who had separate contact with Dong Yunjian. The schemes of this big shot were enormous, aiming to control the entire Suzaku domain. However, Wu Zhaoyun had never directly contacted this big shot, speculating that Mr. Wei might just be a code name, or it could really be the deputy leader of Suzaku domain, Wei Zhuang. Wu Zhaoyun also described several possible candidates. The suspicion fell mostly on the deputy leader of Suzaku domain, Wei Zhuang, because Wu Zhaoyun had dealt with Wei Zhuang's secretary on several occasions before. Next was Su Wandao, one of the four war kings, who was often seen with Dong Yunjian. There was also another elder, Zhe Li, who had been in seclusion for years, in Suzaku domain, appearing calm yet somewhat abnormal. Lastly, there was the strategist Wei Hang. Wu Zhaoyun particularly pointed out that the suspicion towards Wei Hang was solely based on his surname Wei, without substantial evidence or clues. After all, Wei Hang had been involved in the establishment of the entire Suzaku domain, holding a high position and reputation, and had no reason to defect to King Jin. Yifan was investigating the big fish in Suzaku domain, and Wu Zhaoyun conveniently sent the email to the Yi Group's mailbox. How coincidental! Yifan's facial muscles twitched a few times, not quite certain about the authenticity of this email. Was someone deliberately trying to disrupt his vision, using a mix of true and false information to lead his thoughts and investigation astray, while the real big fish remained hidden in the shadows and not among these names? Yifan was about to call Guo Li, when Guo Li's call came first. Just in time. I have a question for you. Is there someone named Wu Zhaoyun around Dong Yunjian? Indeed. According to the information provided by the Song family and Han Youyu, this Wu Zhaoyun is Dong Yunjian's most trusted assistant. Today, at the ruins of Zhongmin Bank, among the people searching for the key, there was Wu Zhaoyun. However, when they left, only Dong Yunjian was present. Later on, under Dong Yunjian's orders, the site was engulfed in firepower, so Wu Zhaoyun might have been silenced. Listening to Guo Li's report, Yifan couldn't help but shudder. Wu Zhaoyun was silenced. If that was the case, then this email from Wu Zhaoyun might indeed carry some credibility. As the assistants following the big shots, they always left themselves an escape route because of their involvement in shady activities. Since Dong Yunjian ordered Wu Zhaoyun's silencing, Wu Zhaoyun wouldn't let Dong Yunjian off the hook before his death. Everything suddenly made sense. Understood. Old Guo, what did you want to say on the phone? Well, we received information that a bodyguard around Dong Yunjian has betrayed the captain, offering us accurate information. Dong Yunjian colludes with Wei Zhuang, the deputy leader of Suzaku domain, secretly working for King Jin, aiming to utterly control Suzaku domain. Hehe. Another betrayal? Things are getting interesting. It seems like he played a hand to scare the snake, but before the snake even moved, he bit himself to death. Wu Zhaoyun and the bodyguard captain around Dong Yunjian self-destructed one after another, aiming to prove the collusion between Dong Yunjian and Wei Zhuang. Isn't this a bit rushed? What do you think? Yifan smiled faintly and spoke to Guo Li. It's too coincidental. This elder brother is clearly trying to reel in a big fish. Yet before he could cast the bait, the big fish voluntarily took the bait. This is abnormal. I'm almost convinced that this Wei Zhuang is not the big fish elder brother is looking for. Guo Li, appointed by Yifan as the head of the Fin Alliance, was naturally intelligent. With a little analysis, he had already figured out the situation. Yifan didn't express his opinion and said, "Continue monitoring the situation in Guancheng. I will go meet this Dong Yunjian." In the shadows, it seemed like an invisible hand was interfering with his investigation. Since the other party wants him to believe that Wei Zhuang is the big fish hidden in Suzaku domain, he might as well play along. By capturing Wei Zhuang, he could also capture some lesser figures and trim the problematic forces in Suzaku domain bit by bit. Even if the big fish did not surface, he would still gain a significant advantage. In the Dong family of Guancheng, under the protection of a group of bodyguards, Dong Yunjian hurriedly returned to his estate. After cautiously observing and confirming that he wasn't being followed, Dong Yunjian entered his study, inputted a code on the bookshelf, and then opened the secret passage behind the bookshelf, leading to the underground chamber. The key to that mysterious box was already in his possession. If he could figure out a way to snatch the box from the hands of that big shot, open it, and obtain the Celestial Palace map inside, his strength would surely advance to the next level. By then, No one could command him anymore. After being a dog for so many years, was this finally the chance to stop being a dog? Phew. Once in the underground chamber, Don Yunjian breathed a sigh of relief, taking out the tiger tooth-shaped key from his pocket and examining it in front of him. While there was nothing unusual at the ruined site earlier, under the light in the underground chamber, Don Yunjian noticed something amiss. Typically, these keys should be finely crafted and have a substantial feel, but the key in Don Yunjian's hand was full of burrs, and holding it felt light as a feather, lacking any texture, more like a plastic key. Don Yunjian had a bad feeling in his heart. Taking the key in his hand, he tried to bend it with force. Click! The next moment, to Don Yunjian's astonishment, the mysterious key to the box in his hand snapped directly into two pieces. The raw material in the middle was indeed plastic. How? Don Yunjian was dumbfounded. How did this happen? After directly killing hundreds of people to cover his tracks, using the camouflage soldiers provided by Deputy Leader Wei Zhuan, he ended up with this thing. Damn. He had been played. Finally realizing that from the moment Yifan and Li Mo entered the ruined site, everything was being orchestrated, waiting to see which family would take the bait and try to snatch the key. Hence, all of his actions were most likely under Yifan's surveillance. Oh no. He should have listened to his deputy, Wu Jiayun. In an instant, Don Yunjian's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, feeling a chilling gaze staring at him mercilessly. Damn, could Yifan have found his way here so quickly? Don Yunjian's heart raced, his eyes quickly scanning the chamber. When Don Yunjian's gaze landed on the desk and chair to his left, his pupils constricted, as if seeing something infinitely terrifying. His lips trembled, fingers shaking, unable to complete a coherent sentence. You. It seems like the head of the Dong family is not satisfied with the material of this key. If I had known, I should have had them made of steel. A young man slowly turned around, none other than the sinister smiling Yifan. How did you get in? Don Yunjian's body hair stood on end in fear as he turned his head to look behind at the room's door. Indeed, the door behind him was intact, with no traces of being broken into. Moreover, this was the Dong family's underground third-level secret chamber. To enter, one must unlock several layers of password lock gates made of diamond to come in. After passing through each gate just now, he would repeatedly confirm if anyone was following behind. Don Yunjian himself was a strong expert at the Wuzun level and was very certain that there was no one entering with him just now. Yet Yifan was now standing in front of him. That could only mean one thing. Yifan had actually appeared in his secret chamber long ago and was waiting for him here. But those passwords, the underground chamber, how did Yifan come in? That's not important. Yifan gave a faint smile, standing up and staring intensely at Don Yunjian. The Dong family had hid very well. Most of Jing Wang's people in Guangcheng have been almost entirely eliminated by me. I never expected Dong family head to slip through. I wonder if the Dong family head is clever or foolish. If the Dong family head had not shown up, I might have only investigated the big fish in the vermilion bird domain, and the Dong family head could have been neglected. Don Yunjian's face filled with bitterness, regretting deeply at this moment, but it was already too late. Tell me, who is the big shot in the vermilion bird domain that usually contacts the Dong family head? If the Dong family head cooperates and tells, perhaps the entire Dong family's assets can be preserved. But if not, Yifan's eyes flashed with fierceness. Jing Wang planned the extermination of the Yi family, and on Guangcheng's side, the attack on the third brother, Dong family, as the main force of Jing Wang, definitely had some involvement. If Dong Yunjian cooperated and honestly admitted the big shot in the vermilion bird domain, only Dong Yunjian would die. But if Dong Yunjian did not cooperate, the Dong family would be wiped out. Don Yunjian was close to tears. Young Master Yi, I really don't know. I only know the big shot in the vermilion bird domain is called Mr. Wei, but I have never met him in person. As you know, in the vermilion bird domain, there are several people with the surname Wei, including military advisor Wei Hang, deputy commander Wei Zhuang, and several other high-ranking leaders also named Wei. If I had to choose, it might be Wei Zhuang. Yes, he is Mr. Wei, a big shot in the vermilion bird domain, and all my actions are under his orders. But young Master Yi, you have to believe me. The death of the third young master from the Yi family has nothing to do with me. I truly did not participate at that time. It all made sense now The key was the bait that Yifan threw out. He eagerly bit onto it and ran straight into the trap, likely to become a pawn. Although Yifan's ultimate goal was the last big fish in the vermilion bird domain, the problem was, despite Dong Yunjian knowing there was a Mr. Wei in the vermilion bird domain for 10 years, he had never met him directly. So even if he wanted to cooperate, Dong Yunjian couldn't reveal the information. Dong Yunjian was completely panicked at this moment, not caring about much. Since Yifan wanted a big shot from the vermilion bird domain, any random guess from him would do. Humph. Yifan huffed coldly, without any hesitation. He made a sudden move, directly grabbing Dong Yunjian's head, activating the 7-star soul-suppressing hand, forcibly searching through Dong Yunjian's mind. The final result was very close to what Dong Yunjian said, almost identical to the situation described by his subordinate, Wu Zhouyu. Dong Yunjian had only come into contact with the secretary of Deputy Commander Wei Zhuan in the Vermilion Bird Domain and had some secret dealings with another warlord, Wan Xuandao. It was no wonder that Wu Zhaoyun had considered Wan Xuandao as one of the possible candidates. The clues ended here with Dong Yunjian. All the evidence pointed to Dong Yunjian's superior being Wei Zhuang. Head. Deputy Commander Wei Zhuan has arrived and is eager to see you. Yifan was still thinking. Suddenly the walkie-talkie on Dong Yunjian's body rang. Yifan released Dong Yunjian, and Dong Yunjian also heard the conversation on the walkie-talkie, seeming to have grasped a lifeline. Young Master Yi, you can't kill me. Wei Zhuan is the deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain. If he comes to the Dong family and can't find me, do you think you can safely leave the Dong family? No matter how powerful you are just one person. Can you face 1,000,000 armed forces from the Vermilion Bird Domain alone? After hearing that Wei Zhuan had arrived at the Dong family, Dong Yunjian felt a surge of relief. Wei Zhuan had come, which coincided with what he had just said. Wei Zhuan was his superior. Therefore, all of Yifan's conflicts would now shift towards Wei Zhuan, making himself safe, right? Yifan's brows twitched slightly. Are you teaching me how to do things? I will kill you without fear of any threat. However, you are right. I can't kill you here. With a plan forming in his mind, Yifan suddenly disappeared from his original position and headed towards the entrance of the Dong family courtyard, grabbing Dong Yunjian and rushing there. At the entrance of the Dong family courtyard, Deputy Commander Wei Zhuan of the Vermilion Bird Domain stared darkly at the Dong family courtyard with his personal guard. Dong Yunjian is getting more and more out of hand, actually mobilizing my troops without my consent and conducting a fire cover operation in the Guancheng area. Today, Dong Yunjian must be taken away to give an explanation. As soon as Dong Yunjian comes out, arrest him directly, understand? Wei Zhuan, having activated his own troops, could already sense the smell of a plot. The last time there was a fire at Zhongmin Bank, Wei Zhuan's men were involved. This time, with such a massive firepower covering the ruins, it was said that hundreds had died, and all were silenced. Dong Yunjian's frenzied behavior, if investigated by the Zhongqianji Sai, would cost Wei Zhuan his position. Especially recently, there was a storm brewing in Guancheng because of Yifan's arrival, causing a major commotion, and the order from above was to keep a low profile. Yes, the hundreds of personal guards answer in unison, drawing their war knives, ready to act at any moment. Dong Yunjian appeared at the gate, but to Wei Zhuan's surprise, Yifan was beside Dong Yunjian. This troublemaker was not easy to provoke. Wei Zhuan suddenly felt very uneasy and regretted coming here today. Wei Zhuan, I confessed everything. It was you who planned in Guancheng, directing the attack on the Yi family's third young master. Don't struggle, surrender and confess to young Master Yi. The box of the Yi family's third young master is in your hands. Immediately hand it over to young Master Yi, and beg young Master Yi to spare you a complete corpse. Upon meeting, Dong Yunjian began ranting directly, frantically splashing dirty water on Wei Zhuan, shocking both Wei Zhuan and his guards. What the heck? What is going on? When did I participate in the attack on the Yi family's third young master? Dong Yunjian, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? What box and what are you talking about incoherently? With a chuckle, Wei Zhuan was about to confront Dong Yunjian when a war knife emerged from Yifan's hand, piercing through Dong Yunjian's heart. Then the force surged out through his wrist. Doom. While Dong Yunjian maintained a shocked expression, his entire body had been blown to bits. Damn. Yifan, Are you insane? You actually killed Dong Yunjian in front of me. Wei Zhuan was stunned in place, feeling a sense of frustration and on the verge of going crazy. Dong Yunjian had just identified Wei Zhuan as being involved in the assassination of the Yi family's third young master. Now that Yi Fen had killed Dong Yunjian, wasn't it a case of no evidence, definitely pinning the blame on himself? That's right, everyone, see clearly, it was I, Yi Fen, who killed Dong Yunjian. Yi Fen clapped his hands and then stared intently at Wei Zhuan, saying, Deputy Commander Wei, did you hear clearly just now? Dong Yunjian implicated you in the attack on my third brother. It seems you are the last big fish in the vermilion bird domain, right? So today is your death date. As Yi Fen spoke, he brandished the worn knife in his hand, bringing a powerful aura of martial arts as he slashed towards Wei Zhuan. Indifferent to life and death, challenging openly. This Yi Fen? Why was he so impulsive? Damn it, Yi Shao, wait a minute. I didn't do anything at all. Although Wei Zhuan had barely broken through to the level of martial emperor, under the powerful pressure of Yi Fan's martial sage realm, he couldn't resist at all. Roaring in his mouth, he hastily retreated. The guards around Wei Zhuan all unleashed their full power, forcibly blocking Yi Fan's attack for Wei Zhuan. Yi Fan's attack itself had no intention of taking Wei Zhuan's life, so, after dozens of guards of Wei Zhuan were swept away, Wei Zhuan barely avoided a fatal blow, hiding behind a group of bodyguards, grumbling towards Yi Fen. Yi Fen, on what grounds do you have to kill me? For killing my third brother, is that reason enough? Yi Fen stared coldly at Wei Zhuan, already sentencing him to death in his heart. Although there was no direct evidence proving that Wei Zhuan was the one involved in the attack on his third brother, but Dong Yunjian was under Prince Jin's command. Wei Zhuan had such close interactions with Dong Yunjian, and Wei Zhuan's secretary had even issued orders to Dong Yunjian. Therefore, Wei Zhuan's hands were definitely not clean, and his ties with Prince Jin were definitely not weak. Prince Jin was the archenemy of Yi Fen, and anyone who helped Prince Jin's cruelty deserved to die. Wei Zhuan jumped up in place, slapping his hands in frustration and said, Yi Shao, when did I kill Yi's third brother? I have no idea about the death of Yi's third brother. Yi Shao, you can't just take my life based on Dong Yunjian's words, can you? This is unfair. Moreover, I am the deputy leader of Zhuk Domain, an official of the Grand Zio. What right do you have to kill me? Even if you are also the deputy leader of Zhuanwu Domain, we are at best at the same level. Wei Zhuan wanted to use his power to pressure Yi Fen, thinking that as the deputy leader of Zhuk Domain, Yi Fen would not dare to act against him. But he forgot that Wu Shihao was also one of the four great battle kings of Zhuk Domain, and Yi Fen would still act without hesitation. Hehe. From the perspective of the deputy leader of Zhuanwu, you are indeed at the same level as me. But what if you had your position as the Marshal of the Ministry of Education? This grants you the authority to control the military forces of Grand Zia. Do you have the qualifications for that? And also, your future position as the head of the garrison command, entrusted with protecting Grand Zia, gives you the authority to even kill royal members. Do you have the qualifications for that? Don. Yi Fen took out several tokens from his body and threw them in front of Wei Zhuan. Looking at those dark and textured tokens, Wei Zhuan's face fell, suddenly realizing his mistake. He only thought of Yi Fen as the leader of Zhuanwu Domain, but forgot about Yi Fan's many other identities. Any one of those identities could easily suppress him. Wei Zhuan was momentarily speechless. He shouldn't have brought up his position. Even so, you can't just kill me based on Dong Yunjian's words. At the very least you should investigate the matter before deciding. Yi Fen smiled faintly. Dong Yunjian is already dead. Why don't you go ask him? Asking a dead man. What's the use? He's definitely doing this on purpose. Absolutely intentional. Yi Fan's eyes glanced around and saw that Song Yan, Guo Li, and others were already approaching. With a mischievous smile, he said, however, what Deputy Leader Wei said is right. It's not good to kill you based on Dong Yunjian's words alone. That's right. Wei Zhuan felt relieved when Yi Fen softened his stance. I only came to ask Dong Yunjian why he mobilized my military forces without my permission. This guy caused such a big mess today, he will definitely bite back before dying. Yi Shao must investigate thoroughly. If the matter is really related to me, I will personally offer my head. Wei Zhuan was still very confident in this matter. 15 years ago, Wei Zhuan had already been under Prince Jin's command. When training Wei Zhuan, Prince Jin explicitly instructed that Wei should not be involved in any dirty business. The goal was to develop Wei Juan as a clean person with no blemishes on his body. So, a month ago, when the third son of the Yi family was attacked, Prince Jin did not allow Wei Juan to participate in the operation, even though he allowed Wei Hang to join. Regardless of the investigation, the death of the third son of the Yi family was definitely not related to Wei Juan. Even when Wei Juan thought Yifan had given up on killing him, Yifan spoke again. However, Deputy Leader Wei, another thing you said is correct. In Grand Xia, attacking an imperial official is a serious crime. I am also the Deputy Leader of Zhuangwu Domain, the Marshal of the Ministry of Education, and the future head of the Garrison Command. If Deputy Leader Wei attacks me, I am justified in self-defense, and accidentally killing Deputy Leader Wei would be reasonable, right? Let's do that. I am simply a genius. Yifan deliberately raised his voice, while looking at Song Yang behind Wei Juan. Wei Juan thought he must have misheard. Yi Xiao, you must be joking. I must be delusional. How could I attack you? I only came to find Dong Yunjian. And now that Dong Yunjian is dead, I should leave as well. Wei Juan felt that he must have walked out on the wrong side of the bed today. Everything was going wrong. And it was better to leave this place of dispute as soon as possible. Clang! Just as Wei Juan was about to sheath his battle blade, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him, accompanied by a surge of martial energy flowing out. Swish! Then Wei Juan found out that his warblade was uncontrollably flying towards Yifan's chest. Swish! Yifan narrowly avoided the sharp edge of the blade, but the blade still cut a gash on Yifan's shoulder, staining his clothes red with blood. Ah! Witnessing this scene, Wei Juan was dumbfounded. Wei Juan looked at his empty palm, then at the injured Yifan, and his whole person was numb. Did he see a ghost? How could his warblade suddenly fly out and attack Yifan, even injuring him? Could this be true? Yifan was at the level of martial sage, while Wei Juan was just a strong martial emperor. It wasn't easy to harm Yifan. After sensing the wave of martial energy, Wei Juan turned his head and saw Song Yang waving and greeting him, saying, Deputy Leader Wei, my hand slipped. Sorry about that. Hehe. With impeccable timing, even before Song Yan had finished speaking, he had already rushed to Yifan's side, shouting, Protect Yi Xiao, protect the marshal. Realizing the truth, Wei Zhuang understood that Song Yang and Yifan were in cahoots. Was it so brazen to frame others? See, Deputy Leader Wei, you just said you wouldn't attack me, but look at you now, you are unreliable. Yifan smirked and cracked his fingers. Deputy Leader Wei, here comes the little flying stick. I am going to start defending myself. Wei Zhuang looked terrified at Yifan's provocative posture. With this stick in Yifan's hand, would he have a good end? Everyone, at all costs, break through. When Wei Zhuang went out this time, he also brought a lot of elites with him. Sensing that things were not right, Wei Zhuang gave the order, and everyone prepared to start wielding their martial arts energy to charge forward. Absolute Domain. Yifan shouted lightly, activating the inherited technique within the shards of the god's legacy, using the Absolute Domain to envelop the space. In an instant, Wei Zhuang and the others found that their martial arts energy had all dropped several levels. Some people even found it difficult to swing the 100-pound heavy war blade in their hands. Lieutenant, what's going on? Why can't I unleash my strength? Oh no. Why are my legs starting to feel weak? While everyone was puzzled, Wei Zhuang, with a look of fear, continued to dodge behind the guards protecting the mark and yelled, Yifan, you cannot kill me. If you kill me, how can you explain to Commander Ho? This is wanton killing of innocents. Yifan smirked. Lieutenant Wei, do you really believe this is wanton killing of innocents? As for Commander Ho, it seems that he didn't mind when I killed Wu Shihao. He even invited me to participate in the military exercises organized by the Vermilion Bird Domain. One more or less won't make a difference, right? Dang bang bang. Yifan walked towards Wei Zhuang, and the guards tried to stop him, but before they could even reach Yifan, they were all thrown back by a powerful energy force. Doom. Yifan fiercely punched Wei Zhuang's left shoulder, smashing it to pieces. Next, I'll start smashing your right shoulder. Be prepared. Spurting out laughter, Wei Zhuang was about to explode. Was Yifan intentionally trying to mask with his emotions? Why would he reveal where he was going to strike in advance? The key point was, even if Wei Zhuang knew where Yifan was going to strike, his strength was still not enough to avoid it. Sout. After 3 punches knocked Wei Zhuan down, Yifan stepped on Wei Zhuan's face and said to the guards who hadn't reacted yet, "What are you standing there for? Such a heroic posture I have. Why not take a few more photos and post them on social media, or send them to your superiors?" Wei Zhuan, as the deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain and a core member of the power structure in the domain, had never experienced such humiliation before. He was infuriated, but with his abilities restricted, he couldn't even move. "Yifan, you will not have a good end." Meanwhile, the guards around Wei Zhuan still tried to approach Yifan. Swish, swish, swish. A dense volley of crossbow arrows, a shot from the perimeter of the Dong family mansion, severely injuring most of the guards. Some of the guards, upon seeing Wei Zhuan's situation, discreetly took a few photos and actually posted them on social media or sent them to their superiors. Some even took small videos. Yifan arrogantly continued to stomp on Wei Zhuan's head, one kick after another, fiercely towards the ground below. "Did you participate in the attack on my third brother? Where did you put the box? Speak up. If you don't, I'll make you wish you were dead." While roaring, Yifan seemed to intentionally seek out the cameras, putting on an angry and fierce appearance. In the camp of the Vermilion Bird Domain, in the residence of the military advisor Wei Hang looked at the photos and videos sent back on his phone, his face darkening. HMPH. This Yifan is too arrogant. He really doesn't view Wei Zhuan as a person. Although Wei Zhuan was pushed out as a scapegoat by Wei Han, Yifan's aggressive killing of Dong Yunjiang and brutal treatment of Wei Zhuan made Wei Hang feel that Yifan was doing all this deliberately, perhaps to send a message to them. Had Yifan already sent something? Wei Hang reconsidered the whole process and confirmed that there were no issues with any details. Crucially, Dong Yunjiang bit Wei Zhuan before his death, making it hard not to believe Yifan's intentions. "Come here. How are the preparations for the military exercises going? I heard that Ho Qianji wants to invite Yifan to participate." Wei Hang's facial muscles twitched a few times. "Yes," his subordinate quickly responded, "but I have made meticulous arrangements. Except for the personnel from the Vermilion Bird Domain, the quota for external participants is already full. Moreover, tomorrow is the last day for registration. As long as we prevent Yifan from registering, it will save us a lot of trouble. Well, we must not be careless. Yu Linglong will also participate in the military exercises. As the Valkyrie of Daxia, Yu Linglong carries significant symbolic meaning and is on the list of targets. Moreover, whether it's Yu Linglong or Yifan's wife, we must provide special treatment. Under no circumstances should Yifan be allowed to participate in the martial arts competition. Otherwise, he will probably mess up the entire exercise. Kill. Yifan, your arrogance won't last long. Once I completely control the Vermilion Bird Domain, survive this situation, and your days are numbered. Kill. At the entrance of the Dong family mansion, without hesitation, Yifan attacked Wei Zhuan until he was barely alive, and then turned to Guolian Wang Fugui outside, and commanded, 100 bulldozers, begin operations, level the Dong family mansion. The big fish happened to throw themselves into the net, so Yifan decided to end everything by killing. A massacre began. Boom boom boom. With the operation of 100 bulldozers, the Dong family mansion was instantly leveled. Yifan turned to look at Wei Zhuan, barely breathing on the ground, and said coldly, "Deputy Commander Wei, you probably don't even know why I attacked you. Do you? Humph. Your mistake was not staying on the right side. You are a guardian of Daxia as a member of the military forces, but if you haven't conspired with Jing Wang, I will spare your life." In Yifan's mind, he had already determined that Wei Zhuan was not the big fish from the Vermilion Bird Domain. However, before Wei Zhuan died, Yifan still used the soul-devouring hand to grab Wei Zhuan's head, forcibly invaded his mind in search of information to confirm his thoughts. Through the scattered fragments, Yifan basically confirmed that Wei Zhuan did have connections with Jing Wang. However, after searching through all of Wei Zhuan's memories, he found no information related to the death of his third brother or any involvement with the Zhongmin Bank, let alone information about the box. Was Wei Zhuan really not the big fish hiding in the Vermilion Bird Domain? As if Wei Zhuan was the big fish, he would have definitely been involved in the assassination of his third brother, and he would certainly have been holding on to the box left by his third brother. But there was no memory of these things in Wei Zhuan's mind. Ideological seal. Just as Yifan was about to eliminate Wei Zhuan completely, he suddenly discovered an ideological seal in Wei Zhuan's mind. It was a kind of mental barrier-like thing that contained some secrets that were not meant to be known. An ideological seal might be difficult for others to break, but Yifan, who had inherited so many fragments of the divine shards and the purify effect of the exterminate evil formation, had the best weapon to deal with such mental incarcerations. Hiss. In just a moment, the ideological seal within Wei Zhuan was broken, and Yifan browsed through the memories inside, becoming stunned. In Wei Zhuan's memory, there were 5 Posen child, Lao Mo, heads of the Kala and Han families. This was the scene of the assassination of his third brother, and even the planned arson at Zhongmin Bank, which was orchestrated by Wei Zhuan himself. Most crucially, Wei Zhuan's mind also contained information about the whereabouts of the box. The box left by his third brother had already been taken out of Guancheng by Wei Zhuan, entered the southern Barbarian Sea, and surrendered to the Blood Demon tribe. Everything matched up perfectly. Was everything all Wei Zhuan's doing behind the scenes? Was Wei Zhuan truly the big fish hiding in the vermilion bird domain? Yifan was momentarily bewildered, wondering if all his previous speculations were wrong. The 7-star soul extinguishing hand. This is a special technique Li Fen learned from the Dragon Pattern Ring. After using it for such a long time, he has never made a mistake. All the evidence extracted from Wei Zhuan's body confirms that Wei Zhuan is the big fish, a top figure orchestrated by Jing Wan to cause trouble in the vermilion bird domain. However, Li Fen always felt something was off. It's too smooth. Too smooth. When investigating Dong Yunjian's subordinates conveniently betrayed him, and then he found Wei Zhuan, who conveniently came to him. All evidence fits perfectly. Just need to shout it out loud with a big horn. I am the big fish. I am the big fish. If Wei Zhuan is really the big fish, is his intelligence really that low? How can he survive in the vermilion bird domain? Li Fen carefully contemplated all the details and suddenly thought of a key point. There were 2 betrayals around Dong Yunjian. One was Dong Yunjian's secretary, Wu Jiayun, and the other was Dong Yunjian's head bodyguard. Both betrayed at the same time, but the crucial point is that Wu Jiayun is already dead, killed by Dong Yunjian, and the other bodyguard disappeared after delivering the information. In comparison, Wu Jiayun's information might be more credible. The information provided by Dong Yunjian's bodyguard captain clearly pointed to Wei Zhuan as the big fish. Wu Jiayun's rational analysis suggested that Wei Zhuan is just the prime suspect, whereas one of the 4 war kings, Su Wandao, is also highly suspicious. Then, there's the retired Elder Zhe Li and the military advisor of the vermilion bird domain, Wei Hang. Understanding this, Li Fen suddenly saw clearly what to do next. Whether Wei Zhuan is the real big fish or not, they are all heinous criminals, so they must be eliminated. As for Su Wandao, based on the information from before, he's not a good person either. Therefore, just keep killing. Kill Dong Yunjian, kill Wei Zhuan, and if that's not enough, continue on to Su Wandao. Regardless of their rank, the 4 war kings, in Li Fan's eyes, are all doomed souls. To startle the snake, if the actions aren't impactful enough, then make them bigger. Rumble. Rumble. Guo Lian Wanfubui-led bulldozer teams have already and the Dong family's compound in a short time. Li Fen even loosened Wei Zhuan's mind and deliberately shouted, "What did you say?" One of the 4 war kings, Su Wandao, also participated in the attack on my third brother, and the others in the vermilion bird domain. Well, I know now, rest assured, none of them can escape. Wei Zhuan, upon hearing Li Fan's words, was on the verge of exploding with frustration. When did I ever say that Su Wandao was involved in the attack plan? I have no idea about any attack plan, and Su Wandao is the most influential among the 4 war kings, commanding the troops of the vermilion bird domain. Sob. Wei Zhuan struggled to defend himself, but at this point, he was beaten beyond recognition. Limbs broken, numerous cuts on his face, teeth knocked out, barely alive, and had no strength to speak. Li Fan was deliberate, intending to use Wei Zhuan as bait once more, to forcefully lure out another fish. If Wei Zhuan truly is the big fish, then the subsequent actions will be seen as eradicating the remnants. If Wei Zhuan isn't the big fish, Li Fan's next actions will be like bowling a frog slowly, gradually eliminating the living forces around the big fish. Will the big fish endure it? Come out voluntarily? Or wait until Li Fen clears out most of his subordinates before being forced to surface. But whatever the outcome, the Hotianji of the Vermilion Bird Domain, or even the royal family, will be pleased. Hotianji is a loyal servant of the royal family, and if the Vermilion Bird Domain is completely under the control of Hotianji, it represents the royal family having more authority over the million troops of the Vermilion Bird Domain. Have you all heard? Wei Zhuan has confessed, and Suan Dao, one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird Domain, was also involved in the attack on my third brother. Now I will go avenge my brother. Anyone who dares to stop me, I will fight with them. Pluck. Li Fan's war knife pierced Wei Zhuan's chest, his eyes scanning the remaining bodyguards around Wei Zhuan. Li Fan had intentionally left these bodyguards there on Chanji Pavilion's side. They were needed to relay important information to the high-ranking officials of the Vermilion Bird Domain. Snap. Snap. Those bodyguards obediently passed on the critical information Li Fen had just disclosed. What? Is this Li Fen crazy? Acting like a rabid dog, biting whoever he catches. In the Vermilion camp, Wei Hang received the information from his subordinates and was nearly driven crazy. Dong Yunjian was groomed as the logistical reinforcement for Jingwan, and his death meant the end of Dong family's years of preparation of logistical support. Wei Zhuan's situation was even more pitiful. He was already in the position of the vice leader of the Vermilion Bird Domain. At this point, sacrificing him to save Wei Hang's life was a necessary evil. Wei Hang initially thought that once Li Fen discovered Wei Zhuan's location, sensed Wei Zhuan's ideological imprint, found the truth, that would have been the end of it. He could have peacefully stayed in Guanchen for a few days, waited for the military exercises in the Vermilion Bird Domain to finish, and then everything could have ended. However, this mix-up by Li Fan, not content with just killing Dong Yunjian and Wei Zhuan, he was now going after Suan Dao, the strongest of the 4 war kings. Is this guy trying to stir up a hornet's nest? Advisor, what should we do? Do we need to send someone to rescue him? The message also mentioned that Li Fen not only wants to kill Suan Dao, but also seems to intend to kill Elder Jie Li. If we allow Li Fen to continue killing like this, we've been laying the groundwork in the Vermilion Bird Domain for a decade. It will all go up in smoke. Wei Hang's secretary couldn't sit still. Just received the news that Li Fen had just burned Wei Zhuan on the spot and then, with a bulldozer convoy, was planning to level Suan Dao's camp. Continuing on this path, even with deep military concealment, the plot would inevitably be exposed. Rescue? How do we rescue? Wei Hang furrowed his brows, sighed heavily. We're so well informed. The moment Li Fan was about to act against Suan Dao, we got the news and sent someone to stop him. Are you stupid? Won't exposing ourselves make us the manipulator behind the scenes? Wei Hang sighed helplessly. I'm very suspicious right now. Li Fen seems to be casting a wide net. Screw him whether he is dates or not. Hit a few goals first. At this critical moment, we have to stay calm. My Lord Advisor, of course, I understand we need to stay calm. But if we don't save Suan Dao, once he dies, his iron cavalry will inevitably fall under the control of Tianji, and we are akin to cutting off our arms. How can we continue like this? The Suzaku Iron Cavaliers, they are the undefeated army that has become famous throughout the Great Xia. When they conquered the southern wastelands, they traveled 800 miles in a surprise attack, breaking through the defense line of the enemy army of 100,000 with just 10,000 elite soldiers, destroying the enemy king's court, and gaining fame through a battle that shook the world, on par with the Dragon Cavaliers of the Celestial Dragon Army. This important force is the trump card that King Jin values most. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Haoshan Alliance, or even Yifan. HMPH. Yifan wants to kill Suan Dao, but there are still people who don't want Suan Dao to die. For example, Suan Dao has a stubborn student, Zhang Shuming, whose 8,000 troops are near Guancheng. Zhang Shuming is absolutely loyal to Suan Dao. If he finds out that Yifan wants to kill his teacher, what do you think he will do? Wei Hang smirked at the corner of his mouth, placing a chess piece on the board. In an instant, the white side that was on the verge of defeat turned the tables. Wei Hang's secretary's eyes lit up. I understand. Military strategist, I will go take care of it. No matter how powerful Yifan is, he cannot contend with the well-trained 8,000 Suzaku Iron Cavaliers, I himself. Regardless of whether Yifan kills Suan Dao or not, as long as Suan Dao's stubborn student Zhang Shuming stands in the way, Yifan cannot succeed. This way, The goal of saving Suwanda is achieved. If Yifan kills Suwanda first, John Shuming will definitely not let it go. He will seek revenge. Using Suwanda's life to save Yifan's, it doesn't seem like a loss. In the courtyard of the Dong family in Guancheng, Yifan waved his hand and turned Wei Zhuan into ashes. Then with a wave of his hand, he led 100 bulldozers and headed towards the Suzaku camp in a grand manner, intentionally making a scene, fearing that others wouldn't know. Such a huge commotion prompted someone to open their phone and start live streaming the scene online. In the direction of the capital, King Jin immediately received the news. Damn it, what is this Yifan up to now? Can't he stay still for a moment? King Jin was already asleep and was pulled out of bed by his assistant Zijian in the middle of the night. And upon opening his eyes, he saw the massive operation underway. Just got the news. Dong Yunjian in Guancheng has been wiped out by Yifan's group, and Wei Zhuan, the deputy leader of Suzaku territory, has been killed by Yifan. When the assistant Zijian reported this, his facial muscles kept twitching. As a member of Pan Shi's assistant team, Zijian probably also knew that these high-ranking and influential big shots were King Jin's trusted aides, whom King Jin had cultivated for decades to achieve their current status. And now, Yifan, like a madman, directly slaughtered so many of them. In the whole of Guancheng, does King Jin have any power left? Can Suzaku territory still rely on it? Southwest base was also destroyed, and those lurking subordinate families were all wiped out. Damn, when did this happen? Why didn't I know? King Jin took the tablet and looked at the news, his jaw dropping in shock. By using a fake key, they lured Dong Yunjian in, and then triggered Wei Zhuan's actions. How come I didn't know anything about the box containing the map fragment of the Yi family's third young master? King Jin's face gradually darkened. As such an important matter, Mr. Wei didn't report to him personally. It should be noted that one of the main reasons King Jin orchestrated the extermination of the Yi family was to find the map fragments of the immortal palace on the bodies of the Yi family's 7 sons. This was something that the big shots behind King Jin were willing to go to any lengths to obtain. But now that all 7 sons of the Yi family have been dead for over a month, there is no clue on their bodies. And it is said that in the capital, the map fragment of the immortal palace on the second young master of the Yi family had already fallen into Yifan's hands. Damn it! Even Mr. Wei can't be trusted. These things happened just 10 minutes ago. Assistant Zijiang swiftly projected the images onto the screen. Deputy Leader Wei Zhuang intervened. It should have been arranged by Mr. Wei himself to create confusion. As for the box, I suggest that Your Highness doesn't inquire about it for now. The most pressing issue now is how to deal with Yifan's next actions. Yifan's current actions are to go and kill one of the 4 war kings of Suzaku territory, Suwanda. He is the Suzaku Iron Cavaliers in his hands. If something happens to Suwanda, we will be in a very passive position. Your Highness should consider whether to save him or not. King Jin slammed his fist on the table, smashing it to pieces. Save him? How could I not want to save him? But how do we save him now? If we save him, it means we have to openly confront Yifan, and even the Haoshan Alliance. But the timing is obviously not right now. Wei Heng said that we must wait until the military exercise is over, and after clearing out all the young middle-level generals, to have more than a 60% chance of success. Sigh. Assistant Zijiang had already analyzed all the situations after receiving the news. Now we can only hope that Suwanda's stubborn student can stop Yifan. And also, how will Suwanda himself respond? In the Suzaku camp, Suwanda, one of the 4 war kings, heard his subordinates report that Yifan was coming to kill him, but he was not at all surprised. Instead, he looked calm. Finally, it's time. Much faster than I imagined. Suwanda's subordinates, upon seeing his reaction, were confused. War King, aren't you going to do anything to prepare? We can immediately gather the Suzaku Iron Cavaliers and the 3-6 Flying Cavalry Generals to come and fight. Yifan may be formidable, but this is the Suzaku camp. We have the strength to fight. Suwanda, in front of them, showed no signs of resistance. Instead, there was a sense of relief on his face. What is going on? No need. Suwanda adjusted his Zhongshan suit, then smiled and gave orders to his subordinates. Spread my orders. All members of the Suzaku Iron Cavaliers are to stand by in place from now on. Without my orders, there is to be no action. Furthermore, no matter what happens to me tonight, it is my own choice, and no one is to take any action that goes against the interests of the Great Zia. If I do not return, whoever holds the War King's order you shall obey. Thirdly, go personally, intercept John Shuming outside the city, and deliver this letter to him in person. Make sure he acts according to the content of the letter. With these 3 matters arranged, Suwanda walked towards the gate with a sense of relief. As for Yifan on the other side, I can handle him alone. This. Suwanda's subordinates looked at the letter in their hands and listened to Suwanda's words. How could they not understand Suwanda's intention at this moment? Is the War King planning to calmly face death? And it seems like death is a relief for the War King. As if Yifan isn't coming to kill him, but to save him. Obeying only the Suzaku Iron Cavalier's token. To whom will the War King pass the token? The entire Suzaku territory seems to be on the brink of change. Yifan led 100 bulldozers and drove into the Zhu camp, mightily. Such a huge movement naturally caught the attention of Zhu's commander, Ho Qianji. Ho Lao. Is this Yifan being too arrogant? Does he really think our Zhu camp is a vegetable garden? Not only did he kill the leader of Wei Zhuan, but now he wants to cause chaos in our Zhu camp. What exactly does he want to do? In Ho Qianji's residence, his subordinate officer frowned with anger. Should we send someone to intercept? Although Yifan was the young master of the Yi family, and the Yi patriarch had a strong influence, Yifan's audacious actions in causing trouble within the Zhuk domain were quite humiliating for Zhuk. Ho Qianji furrowed his brows. Just a few days ago, Wu Shihao secretly mobilized troops to support the Chen family and attempted to harm Yifan. It was through Chen Yao's message that Ho Qianji hurried over in time to prevent a major disaster. Moreover, it was only after Yifan defeated Wu Shihao that Ho Qianji felt the long-standing stalemate in the Zhuk domain had been broken. King Jin had arranged many people within the Zhuk domain, and Ho Qianji was starting to realize this. The loyalty of the four great warlords was divided among different factions, making Ho Qianji feel sidelined. Even his closest comrade, Wei Hang, seemed to have changed in a way that he couldn't quite pinpoint. With Yifan now killing Wei Zhuan, the rift widened even further, and now Yifan intended to deal with the Iron Cavalry commander of Zhuk, Su Wandao. Yifan must have his reasons for taking action, whether for Zhuk domain or for the royal family. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Intercept, of course we must intercept. After all, this is on Zhuk's turf. But when to intercept, that requires careful consideration. But one thing is for sure, young master must not be in any danger. After a few moments of contemplation, Ho Qianji's lips curved into a slight smile. Let's go. We'll first go outside the camp to find a key figure, who, Zhan Shuming, Yifan, accompanied by Guo Li, Wan Fugui, Yukon, San Yan, and a group of strong experts, had already entered the Zhu camp with 100 bulldozers. But what intrigued everyone was that despite the size of the Zhu camp, with so many people entering, no one tried to stop them. Even outside Su Wandao's camp, not a single guard was seen. Yifan boldly entered deep into the heart of the Zhuk Iron Cavalry camp without encountering any resistance. When the 100 bulldozers surrounded Su Wandao's residence, the surroundings remained quiet, with no signs of any personnel movement. These with which they operated left Wang Fugui puzzled. Big brother, something isn't right. We came to cause trouble, but why isn't anyone opposing us? Su Wandao is after all the commander of the Zhuk Iron Cavalry. Did all 30,000 cavalry perish? Or is our disturbance not significant enough for him to notice? These questions that Wang Fugui could think of were naturally on Yifan's and Guo Li's minds as well. Indeed, it's quite strange, Yifan frowned, sensing the situation around him. It didn't seem like there was an ambush here. Why was Su Wandao's gates wide open? What was his intent? Did he recognize Yifan as unbeatable, or had he already fled? If Su Wandao had fled, then Yifan's plan to cause chaos would have been futile. I have ordered all the Zhuk Iron Cavalry to withdraw from here. A young master can rest assured to kill me. They will not seek revenge. Just as the group was puzzled, an elderly man in Zhongshan garments emerged from a courtyard in the camp, after adjusting his clothes. It was none other than Su Wandao. Stepping forward, Su Wandao handed over a book and a token to Yifan. Young master, this book contains the core members embedded by King Jin within the Iron Cavalry, and the token can command the 30,000 Iron Cavalry. I have issued the order that after I died, the 30,000 Zhuk Iron Cavalry will only obey the commands of the holder of the Zhuk token. Su Wandao's actions left Yifan, Guo Li, and the others stunned. What did this mean? Yifan intended to kill Su Wandao, but Su Wandao showed no resistance. He even presented the Zhuk token commanding 30,000 Iron Cavalry to Yifan. This handed over the most elite force of the Zhuge domain into Yi Fan's hands. With these 30,000 iron cavalry in his possession, Yi Fan could dominate the southern provinces without anyone daring to provoke him. Flipping through the book handed to him, Yi Fan found information that coincided with what the Qianji Pavilion had investigated. The token contained unique seal markings, as well as special military insignias. It was indeed authentic. You can kill me now, young master. I will not resist. Furthermore, the bulldozers have already started their operations. The entire camp here will be leveled without leaving a trace. The bigger the disturbance, the better, Su Wandao said as he handed over the token Nan book to Yi Fan. Finding a sense of relief in his actions, Su Wandao closed his eyes, waiting for Yi Fan to make his move. Ready to meet his end, Su Wandao had everything arranged. The only option left was to die. That completely threw Yi Fan off guard. Originally planning to end the situation by killing Su Wandao, he now had to reconsider. Su Commander, it may be easy for me to kill you, but since you are so determined to die, shouldn't you give me a reason? Otherwise, if I kill you, I feel like I might be at a loss. Su Wandao gave Yi Fan a complicated look. Well, since I've decided to die, there's no harm in telling you. I indeed became a person recruited by King Jin by force many years ago. Over the years of serving King Jin, I have done many things for him. At first, I didn't do things that were morally wrong, but as King Jin's demands grew, I was coerced into doing things I never wanted to do. Even things that I opposed. King Jin made those around me use my influence to do ... The threats and coercion I faced. I have had enough ... Many years ago, I wanted to end my life and stop serving King Jin. But after careful consideration, I realized that if I die, the people arranged by King Jin would quickly take my place, controlling the 30,000 Zhuge iron cavalry. So I endured for several more years, waiting for an opportunity. And today, young master has finally come. This is the best opportunity. Su Wandao stared at Yi Fan intently. Handing 30,000 Zhuge iron cavalry to you, young master, is their best way out. They won't be dragged into any disputes. Because with the dragon cavalry in the Yi family's hands, along with the Zhuge iron cavalry, that is an absolutely formidable force in the world. The 30,000 cavalry will not suffer from internal strife. Please, young master. Upon hearing Su Wandao's exclamation, Yi Fan suddenly understood. Su Wandao was indeed a straightforward man, and his willingness to die in this manner was a form of liberation for him. Do you have any other wishes, Su Commander? Yi Fan asked Su Wandao with a slight movement of his lips and a sigh. Any wishes? None. My family originally lived in a remote village, but 20 years ago, due to a toxic leak and a massive fire, they all perished. My wife wrote in a letter saying that she had given birth to twin daughters, who shared a unique connection and would imitate each other's actions. I never got a chance to even see them before they were all gone. There is nothing left for me to worry about. Twin girls can communicate with each other, make the same movements, and it was many years ago, died in a toxic leak, and then the village was burned to the ground by a fire. Yi Fan's mind was suddenly filled with the names of the Gujia's holy women Daya, Zia. These two girls, aren't their souls connected? Many years ago, everyone in the village died because they became orphans and were all taken in by their master, Zitajan. Could things really be this coincidental? Daya and Zia. These two girls have a deep bond with Yi Fan. If Su Wandao is really the father of Daya and Zia, then when Yi Fan faces Daya and Zia in the future, he will have a hard time facing them after killing Su Wandao. Commander Su, have you ever thought that maybe your two daughters are still alive? Yi Fan reminded Su Wandao. But Su Wandao shook his head. Impossible. After so many years, I have used so much power to thoroughly investigate the village's situation at the time. How could my two daughters possibly still be alive? Su Wandao was becoming impatient. Young Yi, make your move. Kill me ... For me, it's a release. If you are reluctant to do it yourself, just lift your sword, and I will throw myself onto it ... It just so happens that Young Yi wants to stir up Zhuge domain, and this old man will help Young Yi one last time. If in the future Young Yi remembers this old man, light a stick of incense on my grave, and I will be eternally grateful. Su Wandao had made up his mind to die, and now that Yi Fan had stormed into the Zhuge camp with such momentum, he didn't know how many forces were watching him. If Yi Fan didn't create a commotion, he might really have a hard time explaining. But looking at Su Wandao now, although Yi Fan was not entirely sure, He had just sensed a similar aura on Su Wandao to that of Dahlia and Zia. He was probably right. Su Wandao was definitely not easy to kill, at least until Yifan was sure of his relationship with Dahlia and Zia. He hesitated to kill him, but the stage was already set, and this play had to go on. How should it be played out? Yifan looked at Su Wandao and suddenly remembered the paper person on himself. The puppet paper man. When Yifan was in the Annie family's mansion in Huadu, he had once deceived Zhuang Chao and Zhou Ming with a paper person. This time, he might as well use it again. Let me do it. Yifan's mouth curled in a mischievous smile. Without any hesitation, he struck out like lightning, his fist slamming into Su Wandao, the powerful energy crushing Su Wandao's body and sinking him heavily into the ground. Doom. Doom. The powerful energy impact directly created a huge pit in the ground, and Su Wandao's figure disappeared into the pit. Lao Guo, bring the bulldozer over. Level the campsite. Yifan shouted at Guo Li, and a red paper fluttered in front of Guo Li. As a strategist who had grown up with Yifan, Guo Li, seeing Yifan's actions, hesitated for a moment and immediately understood Yifan's intentions. All bulldozer units, listen to my command. Advance at full speed and level everything on the site. Vroom. 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 Hundreds of bulldozers accelerated forward, kicking up thick smoke, and madly rolled towards Su Wandao's iron cavalry camp. Crack. Crack. Several miles away, in the jungle on a small hill, several black-clad people with cameras in their hands were quickly taking pictures of the scene. Damn it, this Yifan is ruthless, really planning to kill Su Wandao. What's annoying is, why is Su Wandao showing no sign of resistance? Resist what? You didn't notice. Yifan's current strength is already at the level of a martial saint. How can Su Wandao resist Yifan with that little strength of his? But on the other hand, a detail. What did Su Wandao pass to Yifan just now? Did you see clearly? No. The angle was too tricky. Su Wandao seemed to be deliberately blocking. Quickly report the information here. We need to continue monitoring. Su Wandao's student, Zhang Shuming, came with people half an hour ago. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Su Wandao's student Zhang Shuming was also an orphan, taken in by Su Wandao on the battlefield. Su Wandao had lost all his family members at the time, so when he raised Zhang Shuming, it was entirely as if he were raising his own son. So when Zhang Shuming learned that Yifan was going to the Zhu camp to kill Su Wandao, he didn't say a word and immediately mobilized his 8,000 troops to rush towards the Zhu camp. Everyone, line up and advance in batches. Master-level experts come forward. Charge with me. Although Zhang Shuming's 8,000 troops were the crème de la crème, with the average strength above the Palm realm, Zhang Shuming felt they were moving too slowly. Along the way, Zhang Shuming once again gathered more than 100 battle-hardened master-level experts and 1,000 experienced veterans, and all speedily advanced towards Su Wandao's residence. This Yifan dares to harm the old teacher. Today will be the place where he is buried. Zhang Shuming and his men were trained in killing formations, different from ordinary warriors. When they acted together, their killing power could easily double. As they rushed along, when Zhang Shuming and his men arrived at the scene, Su Wandao's deputy stopped Zhang Shuming with a handwritten letter from Su Wandao. What are you doing here? Why aren't you with the teacher at this time? How is my teacher now? Has that bastard Yifan already arrived? When Zhang Shuming saw Su Wandao's deputy, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart, and he urgently asked. Yan Zhang, the commander went to face Yifan alone. The deputy's face was somewhat solemn. Seeing the way the commander looked, it seemed like he was going to his death voluntarily. I wanted to mobilize the 36 Feijian to come to the rescue, but the commander did not agree, and even issued an order that from now on, no one from the Shukiron cavalry is to make any moves. The commander knows you won't obey orders, so let me stop you. This is a letter from Commander Su for you. Please follow the instructions in the letter. Otherwise, the commander will be very disappointed and indignant in his afterlife. Zhang Shuming took the letter from the deputy and opened it, instantly filled with rage. What? The teacher wants me to unconditionally obey Yifan's orders from now on, and he also wants me to. The contents of the letter were simple, just 3 points. One was an explanation that tonight Su Wandao was seeking death on his own. Death was a kind of relief. Second, Su Wandao insisted that Zhang Shuming must not seek revenge for him, and that there should be division within the Shukiron cavalry. And third, Su Wandao gave Zhang Shuming a list, the very people that King Jin had planted within the Shukiron cavalry. Su Wandao's command was for Zhang Shuming to kill all these people tonight, to clear the obstacles for Yifan to control the Zhuqian cavalry. The teacher has lost his mind. Ah! Zhang Shuming angrily crumpled the letter in his hand, wanting to throw it away, but suddenly remembered the list on it and carefully held on to the crumpled paper. What on earth is wrong with the teacher? When did the teacher join the Jin King? Have they been coerced into committing so many bad deeds? Pushed to this point, must everything be resolved by death? No, it must be you, this treacherous disciple betraying the teacher, deliberately trying to frame the teacher, right? Zhang Shuming stared fiercely at his deputy. Men, tie him up. Zhang Shuming's henchmen quickly rushed over, unhesitatingly tying up the deputy. Everyone, don't stop, charge forward. Even if the teacher has ordered it, so what? Even if my teacher is wrong, it's not Yefan's place to kill. Charge. Zhang Shuming only believed in reason to the death. Even if the teacher made a mistake, he would only believe it if Su Wandao himself said it. Zhang Shao, don't act impulsively. The leader must have his reasons for arranging this. If Zhang Shao acts recklessly, even if the leader dies, his spirit won't rest in peace. The deputy struggled to advise Zhang Shuming, but Zhang Shuming was notoriously stubborn. If he could be easily dissuaded, he wouldn't be Zhang Shuming. Shut up his mouth. Even if the god of war has come today, he can't stop me. Even if Yefan is a strong warrior, so what? My 8,000 soldiers, even if exhausted, will tire him to death. Differences must be settled, even if it means tearing him apart, killing his companions. Zhang Shuming refused to yield. Why? Just because Yefan is the vice-marshal of the Taishai house, the future chief commander at the garrison. The moment more than 1,000 experts were about to charge forward, the deputy was about to go crazy, but his mouth had been sealed shut, making it impossible to speak, only able to emit choking sounds. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed in, standing in front of the 1,000 troops. An old man calmly spoke. Zhang Shuming, do you think I can stop you? The old man smiled. None other than the leader of the Vermilion Bird Domain, Ho Qianji. Previously, when Ho Qianji said he wanted to go out and stop someone, that someone was Zhang Shuming. If Yefan were to act against Su Wandao, Zhang Shuming would surely intervene. Ho Qianji halted Zhang Shuming, reducing some trouble for Yefan. Elder Ho, you. Zhang Shuming was immediately embarrassed. At the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry camp, hundreds of bulldozers kicked up rolling dust, quickly flattening the buildings in the camp. Among them, were operated by Guo Li, Song Yang, Yukon, and others, lagging behind slightly. As the bulldozer passed by the huge hole punched out by Yefan, the agile Song Yang quickly dashed out of the driver's cabin and into the pit, under the cover of dust, retrieved a dead dog-like figure, stuffed it into the cabin, and then carried on driving the bulldozer forward. After the bulldozer left, Yefan roared loudly, waving his wrist, dragged Su Wandao out of the pit, and began slamming him mercilessly onto the ground. Doom! Doom! Yefan pounded Su Wandao repeatedly on the ground, in a matter of moments, creating over a dozen large craters. With powerful chaff fluctuations and great commotion, he made sure the world was aware. Alas, Su Wandao is probably doomed. If Zhang Shuming doesn't arrive, by the time he does, it might be too late. What if Zhang Shuming doesn't come? What should we do then? How would I know? All I know is, with Su Wandao dead, there may be chaos within the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry. In the open square, Yefan continued to smash indiscriminately. Seeming to have finished, he said, Su Wandao, you killed my third brother. Now it's time for me to avenge him. As he spoke, a flame emerged from Yefan's hand, enveloping the limp figure of Su Wandao on the ground. Hiss! The powerful flame instantly burned Su Wandao's arms to nothingness. At that moment, a figure rushed towards the camp, shouting, Stop! You beast, release my teacher. Ah, I'll fight you. It's Zhang Shuming, the stubborn disciple of Su Wandao. But why did he only come now? How come he's alone? Where are his 8,000 troops? Zhang Shuming coming alone serves no purpose. Isn't he just here to offer himself? The hidden spies were still doubtful, but the next moment, they saw another familiar figure appearing behind Zhang Shuming. Ho Qianji. Damn, that old guy's out again. This old man, close to kicking the bucket, has been quite active lately. Just finished dealing with Wu Shihao's gang. Today he's meddling in the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry's business too. I'm starting to understand. Today, Yefan entering the Vermilion Bird camp was orchestrated by Ho Qianji. and Zhang Shuming's forces must have been intercepted by Hou Qianji. Hou Qianji did it on purpose. He arrived late, but precisely, and Su Wandao was killed. Zhang Shuming came and so did he. What a scheme. Quick, report the news, things are getting messy. On site, though Zhang Shuming shouted in anger. Yefen's actions continued without pause. Whoosh! The flame flickered gently, and Su Wandao's body turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Zhang Shuming threw himself on the ground, grabbed a handful of dust, but caught nothing but soil. Beast! You killed my teacher, I'll fight you. Zhang Shuming howled hysterically, swinging the war blade in his hand, aiming to strike Yefen's head with force. Yefen smiled faintly. You're Su Wandao's student? I've been waiting for you, and you're just now showing up. Seems like you weren't in a hurry to save your teacher. As he spoke, Yefen casually deflected the war blade in Zhang Shuming's hand with a wave. Infuriated, Zhang Shuming stomped his foot and shot Hou Qianji a hateful glance, feeling intensely frustrated. Do you think I wanted to delay things like this? It's all because of Elder Hou. This old man insisted on analyzing the cause and effect, dragging it out for 10 minutes, not even allowing me to bring my troops before insisting he'll make decisions for me. Now the teacher is already dead. What decisions are there to make? What decisions? Zhang Shuming seriously doubted the actions of Hou Qianji and Yefen's group. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Shuming stared at the dust on the ground. Yefen actually used the red flame and burned the teacher into ashes right in front of him. Odious. What's infuriating is that the teacher didn't seem to care about seeking revenge and instead wanted to eliminate the people under Jingyu Wang's command in the Vermilion Burr Iron Camp to clear the obstacles for Yi Fan. Many of them are Zhang Shuming's sworn brothers. Have they also joined Jingyu Wang? Various emotions of grief weighed heavily on Zhang Shuming's heart, and at this moment, he was on the brink of collapse. As a soldier of Daxia, couldn't he just do his job well? Why mess with those small factions? What benefit does it bring to Daxia as a whole? With one attack failing to have an effect, Zhang Shuming once again activated his martial arts Chan slash towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan casually raised his hand and directly sent Zhang Shuming flying, tumbling on the ground in a miserable state. Stop wasting your effort. You're not my match. Don't force me to kill you. Dang. Zhang Shuming, stubborn as he was, stubbornly launched several more attacks, gradually spitting out blood from his mouth and becoming battered all over. But the gap in strength couldn't be compensated for by anger. Zhang Shuming felt as if he was about to go crazy. Why couldn't he just let Yi Fan go? Directly challenging Yi Fan clearly wasn't an option, so he had to seek help from Hou Qianji. With a smile on his face, Hou Qianji looked at Zhang Shuming and said, I saw everything, but Yang Yi must have his reasons for doing so. Your teacher made this choice for a reason too. Let things take their course. I will give you an explanation in due time. Zhang Shuming, feeling resentful, wanted to bite Hou Qianji. This old man who always spoke so indifferent. He already knew why his teacher chose to sacrifice himself, because of Jingyu Wang's coercion. Despite understanding the rationale, Zhang Shuming couldn't accept it emotionally. He knew he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, but if he couldn't defeat Yi Fan openly, maybe there was still a chance for assassination. From today onwards, he would do nothing else but focus on killing Yi Fan to keep him restless. Yi Fan, just you wait for me. I will definitely kill you, to avenge my teacher. You better not sleep tonight. Zhang Shuming coldly snorted, got up from the ground, and strode towards the outside of the camp. Zhang Shao, don't act recklessly. Everything is for Daxia. Now that Su has died, you must not do anything out of the ordinary. Hou Qianji looked in the direction where Zhang Shuming left, cautioning him. With Zhang Shuming gone, only Hou Qianji and Yi Fan remained at the scene. Old Hou, thank you. Yi Fan nodded slightly towards Hou Qianji. The operation went smoothly tonight without any resistance, and Yi Fan understood why. On the one hand, Su Wandao had chosen death willingly, removing all defenses. On the other hand, it was clear that Hou Qianji had deliberately allowed this to happen. Seeing both Hou Qianji and Zhang Shuming together indicated that Hou Qianji had managed to stop Zhang Shuming's 8,000 troops. Hou Qianji waved his hand. Yi Fan, no need to thank me. It's just, I had to take this step to help you break the deadlock. If I hadn't intervened, the entire Vermilion Bird domain would have lost control. Now that Su Wandao and Wu Shihao are dead, the stalemate has finally been broken. But with the 30,000 Vermilion Burr Iron Cavalry, their command tokens are still missing. It may be a bit troublesome to fully control them. Yifan smiled faintly and presented the vermilion bird iron cavalry token in his hand to Ho Qianji. Old Ho, is this the token? Ho Qianji took the token and upon seeing the dark patterns on it, his expression changed. This... Yifan, how did Su Wandao's vermilion bird iron cavalry token end up in your hands? Could it be? Ho Qianji's face changed again, as he considered a possibility. Did Su Wandao hand over the 30,000 iron cavalry to Yifan? Yifan nodded. Exactly. Su Wandao confessed everything to me. He was forced to seek refuge with Jingwu Wang and was waiting for an opportunity to find a way out for the 30,000 iron cavalry. He gave me this token and will issue orders for all the iron cavalry to obey me. Pausing for a moment, Yifan continued, but now, I'm already the vice commander of the Zhuanwu domain, with the support of the Qianlong army. So, I think it's better to return the vermilion bird iron cavalry token to you, Old Ho. Sighing, Ho Qianji shook his head. I would love to take the token. That the vermilion bird iron cavalry operates independently. They only obey Su Wandao. Since Su Wandao has made arrangements, forcibly taking the token back might lead to further complications. You should hold on to the token, find a suitable opportunity for a formal handover. Ho Qianji felt frustrated, having expected that after Yifan killed Su Wandao Knight, the vermilion bird iron cavalry would return under his control. But Su Wandao's scheming was immense, as he directly handed over the 30,000 cavalry to Yifan. This meant that the Yi family's power would rise to another level. However, regardless, having Yifan in control of the vermilion bird iron cavalry was still better than letting Jingwu Wan have them. Yifan accepted the token and glanced in the direction Zhang Shuming had left. A formal handover might involve some means to deal with Zhang Shuming, but Yifan also had his assassination tricks. He had already replaced Su Wandao with a puppet, hiding him in a bulldozer. How would Zhang Shuming react when he discovered that his master hadn't actually died? Zhang Shuming left in a state of sorrow, checking the letter left by his teacher on the way back. Going to one's death had nothing to do with Yifan. It was the teacher's own choice. Death as a form of release. Keeping himself from seeking revenge for the teacher was all for Daxiu's sake. The stability of the vermilion bird iron cavalry had to be maintained. With the vermilion bird iron cavalry token already in Yifan's hands, he had to eliminate the people Jingwu Wan had placed within the ranks and then announce the teacher's appointment. Odious. Why did it have to be this way? In Zhang Shuming's heart, the teacher was like a fatherly figure, normally full of integrity, putting the interests of the nation first. Why did he get mixed up with Jingwu Wan? For Daxia. Although Zhang Shuming was stubborn, he knew that what the teacher said was correct. If the people under Jingwu Wang's command weren't dealt with, the vermilion bird iron cavalry would surely face internal unrest. Yifan, I will absolutely not let you off the hook. I'm doing this not for you, but for Daxia. For Daxia's sake, I'll tolerate you for 2 hours. Once I finish dealing with matters here, I'll come back to kill you. Zhang Shuming, after reuniting with his 8,000 troops, had the cloth covering Su Wandao's deputy removed and handed the list to him. Manager Chat, please inform the people on the list to gather at my headquarters immediately and join forces to kill Yifan, to avenge the teacher. Manager Key's expression froze when she saw the list handed to her by Zhang Shuming, but she couldn't hide her smile. Leader Su was right in picking him. What? Su Wandao is dead. Wei Hang, the military advisor of Zhu Camp, received the news at his residence in Zhu Camp. Upon hearing the news, Wei Hang's teacup trembled in his hand, splashing water everywhere. What is Zhang Shuming doing? What did his 8,000 troops do? Didn't I tell you to inform him in advance? Wei Hang's face darkened. In his calculations, Su Wandao was indeed supposed to die, but it wasn't supposed to be this easy. He had planned for Su Wandao to die after a clash between Zhang Shuming and Yifan, leaving both weakened. Su Wandao and Zhang Shuming were supposed to die simultaneously. Su Wandao's death could pacify Yifan's anger, while Zhang Shuming's death would allow Wei Han to fully control Zhu Iron cavalry, preventing it from falling into Zhang Shuming's hands. The information was delivered correctly, and Zhang Shuming also brought people over. But Zhu Commander, Mr. Ho has intervened. On the way, he stopped Zhang Shuming's 8,000 troops, only allowing Zhang Shuming to go meet Yifan, and then witness Su Wandao's death. Clap. Upon hearing his secretary's report, Wei Hang slapped his forehead. My brain. I calculated everything, focusing on Yifan and Zhang Shuming, but overlooked this old man. Oh, Wei Hang was filled with regret. Mr. Ho Tianji's prestige in Juk territory was unmatched. While others couldn't stop Zhang Shuming, Mr. Ho Tianji's intervention would definitely have an effect. However, with Zhang Shuming's 8,000 troops being intercepted, what use was Zhang Shuming going alone? Wait, hasn't Mr. Ho started fasting and chanting recently? Why is he suddenly so active? When Wu Shihao attacked Yi Fan, Mr. Ho Tianji was also present and afterwards took over a part of Wu Shihao's troops. Now, Wei Hang quickly realized that due to internal division in Juk territory, Mr. Ho Tianji was no longer sidelined and had started taking action. Military advisor, do you think Mr. Ho has already noticed something and begun to take action? The secretary asked with a worried expression. Wei Hang furrowed his brows, thought for a few seconds, and shook his head. It is no longer important whether he has noticed something. Since Mr. Ho Tianji went to the scene tonight, the Zhuge Iron Cavalry might face uncertainties again. Issue orders for our undercover agents in the Zhuge Iron Cavalry to remain silent from now on. No risks should be taken. With General Wu Shihao already defeated and many of his troops under Mr. Ho Tianji's control, the balance of power was shifting in Wei Hang's favor. By the way, what is Zhang Shuming doing now? With his teacher killed before his eyes, Zhang Shuming wouldn't just sit idly by with his stubborn nature. According to the latest information, Zhang Shuming, along with Su Wandao's deputy, has gathered some generals and is planning to avenge Yi Fan. The secretary hesitated before continuing, but according to the list of names we have informed, something seems off. Wei Hang raised an eyebrow. What seems off? We have informed 30 captains and 10 commanders, but all of them are personnel arranged by you, sir. I suspect there might be a problem. Wei Hang exploded upon hearing this. He jumped up from his chair. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This is not just suspicion. There is definitely a problem. Quick, notify them to return to their respective bases immediately. Do not participate in any revenge meeting. Quickly, they might be in danger. Wei Hang was starting to panic. If all these crucial personnel he arranged were eliminated, it would destabilize his position. Su Wandao had set a trap even in death, and Zhang Shuming was unknowingly walking into it. Meanwhile, in Zhang Shuming's camp, the members on the list provided by Chief Prane had gathered. Everyone stared at Zhang Shuming at the head. A middle-aged man at the front couldn't contain his impatience. Young Master Zhang, give the order. That Yi Fan, killing our leader in public is unforgivable. Where do we place the face of our 300,000 iron cavalry? Exactly. We must avenge our leader. With just one command from young Master Zhang, our 300,000 iron cavalry will flatten Guan City tonight and tear Yi Fan into pieces. Young Master Zhang, you are the only student of our leader. We all follow your lead. The people present were all placed by King Jin, urgently wishing for Yi Fan's death, and thus were highly excited. They all wanted immediate action. However, a few sharp-minded individuals scanned the scene and noticed something was amiss. Young Master Zhang, something doesn't seem right. If we are here to avenge our leader, why haven't the representatives of the 3 legions directly under our leader arrived? One man with a small beard brought attention to this, and upon further observation, all the generals present noticed the absence of Su Wandao's main forces. Young Master Zhang, what do you mean by this? What are your intentions? Alerted by the situation, these generals began to rise, wanting to walk out of the camp. But as they tried to move, they discovered their legs had turned to jelly, their bodies devoid of strength, and their martial power unable to circulate. They looked in fear towards Zhang Shuming. Zhang Shuming's face remained cold as he uttered, "My intention is simple. Fulfill my teacher's command by sacrificing your lives. Get them. No one must be spared." At Zhang Shuming's command, a group of martial experts rushed into the hall from outside. These were members of Zhang Shuming's personal guard. With swift action, they stabbed the hearts of the generals present, sending all the leaders listed on the roster to meet their fates. You, Su Wandao, how ruthless. Before they took their last breaths, the generals looked at Zhang Shuming with unyielding gazes. They didn't expect Su Wandao to set up a trap even in his dying moments, and that Zhang Shuming would be the executor. Under the guise of revenge, everything seamlessly fell into place. Take them out and set them on fire. Chief Prane, you handle the stability matters in the military sector. Zhang Shuming directed his subordinates and gazed at the dark night outside the hall. My teacher's death will not be in vain. His enemies will pay, but you need not worry about it. With the tasks assigned by his teacher within Zhuqian Cavalry now completed, Zhang Shuming had eradicated all the unstable elements listed on the roster, ensuring internal stability. Next, he would pursue and kill Yifan, making sure that scoundrel couldn't rest in peace. You, come with me, let's go to Guan City, and kill Yifan. Yifan, accompanied by the unconscious Su Wandao, was already on his way back to Guan City. The situation in Zhuq territory was mostly settled now, and Yifan was in high spirits. Tonight, he would retrieve the Immortal Path Talisman from Shenmeng, as it wouldn't be good if it stayed within her. He eagerly anticipated it. Could there be any more surprises tonight? Zhuq Grand Camp, the residence of the military advisor Wei Hang. The secretary had made several consecutive phone calls, but all of them resulted in a busy tone. What's going on? Nobody is answering the phone. Wei Hang's heart had turned cold to the extreme. His intuition told him it was all over. Yes, this is strange. Even if they don't answer the phone, their assistants should be picking up, right? Let me try again. The secretary was getting ready to make more calls, but the person in charge of intelligence work had barged in through the door. Military advisor, we just received top-secret information. Zhang Shuming's camp has transported dozens of corpses out, all burned. Our informant confirmed that some of them were. It's over, truly over. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Wei Hang didn't need to hear the rest. He didn't need to think to understand what was happening. Today's so-called revenge plan was actually a complete annihilation plan. Before his death, Su Wandao must have given orders to Zhang Shuming to create chaos using his own death. How despicable. He even thought of saving Su Wandao. When Jinhua wanted to recruit Su Wandao, Wei Hang had advised against it, but Jinhua didn't listen. And now this. The entire Zhuqian Cavalry had gone out of control. Military advisor. This. Even the secretary looked completely dejected. Earlier, after Don Yunjian was implicated as Mr. Wei, Wei Hang had managed to deflect suspicion onto Wei Zhuang, avoiding his own exposure. Many were relieved about this, but now, Yifan had killed Don Yunjian and even Su Wandao. Su Wandao's death was one thing, but before dying, he had set up a trap, leading Zhang Shuming to eliminate all the people arranged by Jinhua Wang. With the Zhuqian army out of control, how could this be justified? What Wei Hang feared most was another question. Was Su Wandao really killed by Yifan? Or did Su Wandao take his own life? Who held the control token for the Zhuqian army now? If that token fell into Yifan's hands, things would become even more complicated. The operational planning for military exercises, which Yifan had participated in previously, might have involved only him. But if Yifan controlled the Zhuqian Cavalry, with military strength backing him, Wei Hang and their overseas collaborators would face significant risks. This was a headache, a real headache. Report to Jinhua Wang, starting from Don Yunjian. Provide a detailed report. Things are going to get complicated. Wei Hang had planned for so many years, thinking he had everything under control, but suddenly felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Despite avoiding the exposure of Mr. Wei, Wei Hang's core forces were gradually eroding, having already lost to major warlords. Now, he could only control a portion of the forces under one warlord. Wei Hang even had a suspicion. Had Yifan already investigated him? Was he deliberately not exposing Wei Hang, gradually cutting off his power like boiling a frog in water? Would his military exercise plan still be executed successfully? Ding Ling. In the capital, Jing Wang couldn't sleep at all. Finally, he received a call from Wei Han. Your Highness, there's a big incident in the Zhuq territory. Don Yunjian, Wei Zhuang, Wu Shihao, and Su Wandao all perished. Just now, our core forces deployed in the Zhuqian Cavalry were completely eradicated. Listening to Wei Hang's report, Jin Wang plopped down heavily onto a chair. Wei Hang, what have you done? I've worked hard for so many years to lay the groundwork. And you're driving me crazy. Jin Wang pounded his fist on the table resoundingly, wanting desperately to explode in anger. But now, with the secret base in the south destroyed and all his men lost, and Tianqi base smoothly inherited by Yifan, Wei Hang was Jin Wang's only reliance. So, Jin Wang struggled to control his anger. Back then, Jin Wang had hollowed out several mountains and secretly established a base not only to prevent Wei Hang's family from gaining too much power, but also to limit Wei Hang's authority from another perspective. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Although Wei Hang had been proud and arrogant before, He had lost his temper at that moment. In the past few years, as Wei Hang's plans progressed smoothly, he had actually felt an urge to act independently from the prince. But with Jin Wang and himself arranging so many backup plans, all of which had been messed up by Yi Fan, Wei Hang felt deflated, and he had a feeling that the military exercise plan would likely fail. If the military exercise plan failed, he might have to find a way to escape. The information about the mysterious box related to the third young master of the Yi family, which was passed on to Yi Fan through the ideological seal of the Wei Zhuan, had already been sent toward the Southern Blood Demon Department. This information was, in fact, true. Wei Hang had indeed arranged for someone to take the box to the Blood Demon Department on the way. The head of the Southern Ball Legion of the Blood Demon Department was Wei Hang's sworn brother, and from the beginning of the action plan, Wei Hang had left a way out for himself. Apologies are useless now. Jin Wang calmed down his anger slightly. Just think about what to do with the upcoming military exercise plan. Don't create any more chaos. If things really can't be managed, then the military exercise plan will be halted. We'll wait until Yi Fan leaves Guancheng City. Jin Wang was already frightened by Yi Fan. Starting from almost wiping out the Yi family, to Yi Fan's rapid rise, Jin Wang had no power to resist anymore. Everywhere Yi Fan went, all of Jin Wang's arrangements were messed up, and his men would end up dead all the same. Ooh, this Yi Fan had truly deceived everyone. Guancheng City, Yi Fan handed over Su Wandao to Guo Li. Take a few strands of his hair, then find Yamada Keiko, find Daya, and take a few strands of their hair as well, for a DNA comparison. Guo Li was taken aback by Yi Fan's words, then instantly understood. Big brother, you mean General Su, and Daya and Zia, the saintesses? Yi Fan nodded. There's a 70% chance, so arrange it immediately. Strive to get results overnight, and give General Su a surprise tomorrow morning. Otherwise, dealing with John Schumann, that stubborn guy, is really giving me a headache. In truth, Yi Fan was unaware that John Schumann and his men were already pursuing them. When Yi Fan returned to the Shen family mansion, Shen Meng had already come back. In the living room of her independent villa, she hadn't gone to bed. Fan, is everything done? Shen Meng looked at Yi Fan with a gentle expression, her eyes almost brimming with tears. With so much trouble at today's concert, if it weren't for Yi Fan's presence, Shen Meng didn't know what she should do. Especially the entertainment industry's leader, Master Li Mo, had taken her in as the youngest disciple, gathering many A-list stars to support her. In the entertainment industry, Shen Meng was undoubtedly the future absolute diva. And all of this was thanks to Yi Fan. Thank you, my husband. Shen Meng reached out to hug Yi Fan's neck, red lips nearing Yi Fan's. Yi Fan gently kissed her and then looked mischievously at Shen Meng. Hehe, how would you like to thank me? Shen Meng blushed. You decide how I should thank you. I'll listen to you. Then how about offering yourself? Yi Fan laughed heartily, hugged Shen Meng, and quickly headed towards the bedroom upstairs. Oh, you're so bad. Still on the stairs, Yi Fan and Shen Nanjie were already passionately kissing each other. The emotions between the two have been building up for too long. Starting from Yi's family funeral, to that night in Huadu, to the chaos in Shen's mansion in Guancheng, to last night, to today, they have experienced too many trials and tribulations. At this moment, everything fell into place. Everything was just right. Yi Fan's hands were beginning to become restless, although Shen Nanjie also looked shy on her face, but thinking that this was her own villa, she let Yi Fan do as he pleased. Creak. The bedroom door opened. Clothes started to loosen. As the two were about to tumble onto the bed, a strong energy suddenly surged in the room. Yi Fan, accept your fate. A thunderous shout rang out, and a gleaming battle knife whistled towards Yi Fan to strike. In the light shining from the window, behind the battle knife was none other than John Schumann, the stubborn student of Su Wandao. Damn it, Yi Fan felt suffocated. He had only heard that this guy was stubborn before, but he did not expect him to be this stubborn. He thought that when John Schumann said he wanted to hunt him down back at the Vermilion camp, it was just a bluff, but he didn't expect this guy to silently infiltrate into Shen's mansion. Ah, someone? A strange figure suddenly appeared in the room. Shen Nanjie couldn't help but scream, hurriedly tidying up her messy clothes. John Schumann was only at the warrior sovereign level of strength, while Yi Fan was at the saint level, so dealing with him was effortless. However, this guy's sudden appearance startled Yi Fan as well. Clang. Faced with John Schumann's blade, Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. He calmly extended two fingers, clamping down on John Schumann's blade. circulating his energy. Crack, crack, a series of crisp sounds, and Jiang Shuming's battle knife broke instantly, turning into a pile of iron shavings falling to the ground. Jiang Shuming, you are not my match. Go away. Don't disturb our business. The beauty was right in front of him. Ethan was looking forward to the wonderful time with Shen Manjie, and he had no extra thoughts to deal with Jiang Shuming. But Jiang Shuming's stubborn temper started to act up. He refused to back down. HMPH. Even if you say I'm not your match, I still must kill you. You killed my teacher. I must seek revenge. With his battle knife shattered, Jiang Shuming swung his fists and charged towards Yifen again. Yifen frowned, grabbed Jiang Shuming's shoulder, and threw him out of the window. With one throw, he landed several dozen meters away, on the street outside. While taking action, Yifen circulated his energy, directly sealing Jiang Shuming's meridians, which would only be unsealed by tomorrow morning at the earliest. This annoying stubborn guy causing trouble at this time. If it were someone else, Yifen would have killed him long ago. The reason he spared Jiang Shuming was because Yifen heard from Chiaji that although Jiang Shuming had a stubborn temper, he was still a decent person. Facing an invading enemy, Jiang Shuming wouldn't flinch, so Yifen spared his life. This stubborn guy had no idea that Su Wandao was not actually dead, but it was late now, and Yifen was too lazy to bother with him, so he just tossed him out. Manjie, come, let's continue. Yifen closed the window, set up a barrier outside, then turned to invite Shen Manjie. Shen Manjie, who was just deeply affectionate a moment ago, was now disrupted by Jiang Shuming's appearance and hadn't recovered yet. Zifan, the person just now, he won't. Shen Manjie thought of the scene just now, feeling goosebumps all over her body. If a stranger was in the room, and her clothes were all removed, how embarrassing it would be. She would be exposed. Shen Manjie was very sensitive about her cleanliness. She could accept whatever Yifan did, but other men, not even a glance was allowed. Don't worry. I have already sealed his meridians and he won't wake up until tomorrow morning. I have set up a barrier outside the room. No one will disturb us anymore. Yifen gazed at Shen Manjie intently. Shen Manjie, in a pink silk nightgown, showcased her wonderful curves. Although Yifen had already measured them, each time he saw her, he made different discoveries. Shen Manjie unconditionally trusted Yifen. As she responded, she closed her eyes. When the room started to dim, the atmosphere instantly filled with an enchanting scent, romance permeating in the air. Clothes scattered, red waves overturned. The beautiful scene in the room made even the woman in the painting on the wall, that Mona Lisa, shyly turn her head, embarrassed to witness such a warm and harmonious scene. Heaven and earth unite. All the rituals completed, a golden thread completely transferred from Shen Manjie's body to Yifan. In Yifan's hand, there appeared a golden pattern, which was exactly like an invitation card. Is this the immortal road guy? Yifan only took a cursory glance, as he had no time to observe these things at the moment. There were more important matters to attend to. A long time, at least an hour, or maybe 2 hours had passed. The room returned to peace. Unbeknownst to Yifan, whether due to exhaustion or carrying the immortal road guy, he unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep. However, outside the Shen mansion, there were still 4 or 5 figures wandering around. They were the core subordinates brought by Jiang Shuming. This is strange. What kind of formation has been set up in this mansion? Why can't we get in? The leader, a chubby man, scratched his head in frustration. They had tried many times. The villa gate was clearly in front of them. The wall was right in front of them, but no matter how hard they try, they couldn't get over it. Enough, fatty. Stop complaining. The key is not whether we can get in now. The key is that John has been in there for so long, and there's been no movement. What should we do? Yet, we clearly saw John sneak in, but why has there been no sound for so long? And no one has come out, right? It's been 2 hours, except for the black shadow that flew out at the beginning. There's been no other abnormality. What kind of bird was that black shadow anyway? Several experts were also at the warrior sovereign level, but they too were stubborn, fixated on staring at the mansion in front of them, not noticing behind them. There was a ditch with a figure inside, wriggling for 2 hours straight, his mouth foaming white. He had enough of the stinking water inside. That person was none other than Jiang Shuming, who had been thrown out by Yifan. Because his meridians were sealed, Jiang Shuming couldn't circulate his martial energy or speak, listening to his few good-for-nothing subordinates discussing all night without even turning back to see who flew out earlier. Wasn't it me? Sooner or later, I will be torn apart by you few. When the eastern sky started to turn white, John Shuming felt a slight loosening of the blockage in his veins, allowing his arms to exert some strength. When John Shuming was thrown out, by an unfortunate stroke of luck, his head landed headfirst in a smelly drain, soaking in the water all night and occasionally having to drink the filthy water. If John Shuming didn't have a strong constitution, he might have been suffocated long ago. With his arms tingling, John Shuming propped his body up and moved his face from the drain to the shore, taking big breaths. Above the drain, John Shuming's subordinates had been circling the Shun family mansion courtyard for 48 laps. They were so clueless, not even bothering to look at the drain, and too stupid to go back to the camp for reinforcements. John Shuming, exasperated, looked around and found a brick. He aimed it at the head of a middle-aged man with only 3 hairs on his head and smashed it down. Ouch. Who the hell hit me? The bald man's head throbbed in pain, and he immediately jumped up. Damn it. Are you saying that the protective array of the Shun family mansion has become sentient, actively attacking us now? At that moment, John Shuming truly wished he could kick this foolish subordinate all the way to the Pacific Ocean. John Shuming had seen his fair share of dumb people, but this level of idiocy was rare. How could such a fool be one of his subordinates? Damn it, they were surely dragging down my intelligence. Beside the bald man, the others looked around, and one narrow-eyed man finally spotted the brick on the ground. Boss, it's not right. Someone intentionally attacked you. There is clearly no one here. Who could it be? The narrow-eyed man squinted, looking around until he finally noticed John Shuming lying by the drain. Hey, boss, there's a person lying in the drain. How did we not notice him all this time? Was it him who hit the boss just now? Why do I feel like it looks like John Shaw? After inspecting for a while, they finally confirmed under the light of dawn. It's really John Shaw. John Shaw, why are you lying in the drain? There are so many mosquitoes down there. Look at you. Your lips are all white and your eyes are swollen. John Shaw, when did you fall asleep here? Why didn't you tell us when you came out? While being carried by his subordinates, John Shuming couldn't help muttering under his breath. The dumbfounded looks on their faces made John Shuming want to cry. Damn it, do I enjoy sleeping in a smelly drain? Am I crazy? Why isn't John Shaw speaking? After questioning John Shuming for some time, they were puzzled by his silence. I found it. John Shaw's veins are blocked, just as I suspected. Finally, the clueless subordinates identified the root of the problem. They used martial energy to unblock John Shuming's blocked veins. And the next moment, chaos ensued. Once John Shuming recovered, he immediately activated his martial energy and chased down his clueless subordinates, beating them up on the ground. John Shaw, why are you kicking my butt? John Shaw, this is not our fault. We really didn't know you were there. Please don't crush my eggs. I haven't married yet. John Shaw, I won't run. Can you not hit my face? After more than 10 minutes of beating, John Shuming was also tired. He sat on the ground, looking resentfully at the Shun family mansion, sighing deeply in his heart. John Shaw, how did the assassination mission go? Did Yi Fan die? Several battered subordinates approached John Shuming, and with swollen faces, they asked him politely. John Shuming really wanted to say he didn't know them. Do you need to ask? Didn't you notice I was thrown out? That bastard Yi Fan is probably getting ready to have a child by now. HMPH. After spending the night sleeping in the smelly drain, while Yi Fan spent the night with that remarkable female star, John Shuming felt extremely uncomfortable at the thought. Then, John Shaw, the assassination failed. What should we do next? Since Yi Fan likes women, why don't we disguise ourselves as women and sneak in? The bald man, who looked like a monkey, suggested dressing as women to infiltrate. John Shuming closed his eyes in despair. Get lost. All of you. Disappear from my sight right now. I'll figure it out myself. John Shuming was on the verge of tears. After driving away his subordinates, it took him several minutes to calm down before gazing determinedly at the Shun family mansion. Yi Fan, I won't give up. As long as you don't kill me, I won't stop trying to assassinate you. I'll kill you while you eat, while you sleep, even when you're in the bathroom. Just wait for it. As he scolded under his breath, John Shuming stealthily moved closer to the Shun family mansion. The sky was getting brighter, and Yi Fan was probably still sleeping at this time, but John Shuming wasn't going to let him get away with it. in the independent villa of Shen Meng at the Shun family mansion. As Zhang Shuming began to move, Yifan had already awakened. After last night's sleep, Yifan felt refreshed and clear-minded. Following the performance of the Heavenly Destiny 9 chapters, Yifan's strength had broken through to the martial saint 3rd rank. And after a night of pleasure with Shen Meng, her constitution and the effect of the immortal path leading to another breakthrough to the martial saint 4th rank, and his spiritual power entering the micro-realm, Yifan flicked his wrist, and the golden invitation appeared in his hand with 2 lines written on it. I lead the way through the immortal path. Once in 1,000 years, the dust of fate disperses. Immortal Gate Convention. Time to be determined. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations within the immortal path led, Yifan was now at the martial saint 4th rank. He could clearly feel that even though it was just a small immortal path, the energy within far surpassed that of a martial saint rank expert. Is there truly an immortal gate beyond the martial saint? How terrifying are the powers of those immortals? Inside Yifan's danshan, the golden thread that had been present before was now thicker. Yifan was unsure of the significance, but perhaps after taking care of all the enemies of the Yi family and attending the Immortal Gate Convention, he would find the answers. Yifan looked at Shen Meng, still lazily sleeping in bed, and a touch of tenderness crossed his lips. Finally, Shen Meng had fully become his woman last night. Due to the warm energy flow emanating from Yifan, Shen Meng's strength had directly broken through to the martial master realm, becoming a true first-rate expert. Looking at the whole Daozia, aside from the old fellows, there were probably few who could harm Shen Meng. With daylight breaking, Yifan still needed to wrap up a few things concerning Su Wandao's matter. He planned to use the restroom and then head out to avoid trouble from the stubborn Zhang Shuming. As Yifan entered the bathroom and sat on the toilet, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his crotch area. Die. Yifan. A battle knife stabbed out from below the toilet seat, heading straight for his crotch. Wow. Even though Yifan is already at the level of a 4th-grade martial saint, he was shocked once again. Zhang Shuming again? This stubborn guy actually dismantled the toilet at home, stuck his head out from beneath the toilet and tried to attack himself. Damn. Yifan didn't even have time to put on his pants, quickly dodged to the side, and then kicked Zhang Shuming's head with a foot. Originally, Yifan intended to grab Zhang Shuming with his hand, but felt a bit disgusted at the thought of grabbing someone from the toilet, so he simply kicked Zhang Shuming from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Damn it. No. He must immediately reveal the truth to Zhang Shuming, this stubborn guy. Otherwise, who knows where he will emerge from next to attack. Last time it was the bedroom, this time it was the toilet. Next time, Yifan truly fears that he will silently lie in his own bed. Ooh. Thinking of that terrifying scene, Yifan shuddered. Zhang Shuming. Enough is enough. Yifan dodged to the 1st floor, looking at the disheveled Zhang Shuming crawling up from the ground, feeling speechless. Didn't Ho Lao say to let the bullets fly for a bit? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Shuming's assassination attempt failed, with a hint of loss in his eyes. His lips, now pale, still defiantly spoke, HMPH. It's not your teacher who died, so of course, you're not in a hurry. Let me tell you, I will come back again. While speaking, Zhang Shuming planned to escape through the window. He was very clear about his own strength as a martial sage, and attacking directly from the front was simply not possible against Yifan. If he wanted to deal with Yifan, he could only resort to assassination. Come back. Yifan, feeling a headache, grabbed Zhang Shuming's shoulders. Enough. I'll tell you the truth. Your teacher isn't dead, so stop trying these weird tricks on me. Yifan's words instantly left Zhang Shuming stunned. My teacher isn't dead. Yifan, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? I saw with my own eyes that you killed my teacher, and now you're telling me he's alive. Do you think my brain is full of water? Let me tell you, Yifan, in this lifetime, I'm determined to go against you. Unless you kill me, I won't let you off. Yifan was speechless for a moment. He grabbed Zhang Shuming's shoulder. You're so stubborn. Are you a bull or a donkey? Do you think what you saw is the truth? Last night, I was just putting on a show with your master for others. What I killed was just a puppet corpse. I have your master hidden in a hotel. Yeah, right? Keep spinning your tales. If I believe your nonsense, I'd be your grandson. Zhang Shuming was absolutely incredulous. I don't care about the feud between your Yi family and Prince Jin, but since it involves my teacher, I have to step in. Yifan really felt like throttling Zhang Shuming. Is there really such a stubborn person in this world? Fine. If I take you to see your teacher alive right now, what will you do? Not waiting any longer, not a moment, Yifan decided to go find Su Wandao immediately. He also wanted to ask Su Wandao what he was thinking when he took on such a stubborn student. How has he endured it all these years? Hey, if my teacher is alive, I'll kneel down and call you dad right away. For the rest of my life, I'll be your loyal dog, absolutely faithful. Zhang Shuming replied without hesitation. Yifan got goosebumps all over from what he heard. Zhang Shuming being his lapdog, that didn't sound right. With that stubborn personality of his, if he really became Yifan's lapdog, he'd probably lick him to death with his tenacity. But Yifan was really fed up with Zhang Shuming. He also wanted to see the look on Zhang Shuming's face when he saw Su Wandao alive. Would this stubborn guy really kneel and call him dad? Become his lapdog? Fine. That's what you said. Don't regret it later. Let's go. Yifan snorted coldly, grabbed Zhang Shuming, and tossed him into the back seat of the car. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped towards the hotel arranged by Guo Li. Old Guo, how's the DNA comparison result? Yifan asked while driving, connecting to Guo Li's earpiece. Boss, I was just about to call you. Good news, the comparison results are out. We did tests at 3 different institutions, and all the results are the same. The DNA similarity between the 2 young ladies and Commander Su is 99.999%. Commander Su is indeed their biological father. Hearing Guo Li's words, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the decision he made at the time was very correct. Fortunately, he didn't kill Su Wandao. Otherwise, if he accepted Dayan and Xiaoyaya later, he would always have a knot in his heart. It's perfect to let the stubborn Zhang Shuming see his teacher alive and stop causing trouble. At the same time, he could arrange for Dayan and Xiaoyaya to meet their biological father, which would also give them a surprise. Yifan dialed Yamada Keiko's phone again. Master, you finally remembered me. So early. Do you have any needs? I can come over right away. Whatever you want. Upon receiving Yifan's call, Yamada Keiko was very excited. Her enchanting voice rang out over the phone, and her seductive tone, indeed, made Yifan a bit heated in the early morning. This little vixen definitely needs to be punished someday. Stop joking. I have serious business. You need to take Dayan and Xiaoyaya to the Oriental Hotel immediately. Yamada Keiko was stunned for a moment, then realized, I get it. Master wants to check their homework. Don't worry, Master. I've been teaching them very seriously these past few days, and I guarantee they are very naughty now. You will definitely like it. I'll get them up to clean up right away. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Yifan was full of question marks. He had asked Yamada Keiko to bring Dayan and Xiaoyaya over just to help confirm their biological father. Why clean up so early in the morning? He was stunned for 2 seconds before he instantly understood. 2 days ago, Yifan indeed told Yamada Keiko that she had 2 days to corrupt the 2 holy girls, Dayan and Xiaoyaya, that corrupt was to prevent them from being deceived by others. It was completely different from what Yamada Keiko understood as corrupt. Yifan wanted to call back to explain, but when he tried, there was no answer. Thinking of Yamada Keiko's demonic demeanor, Yifan didn't even need to think. He knew she must be sharpening her skills again, imparting her so-called experience to Dayan and Xiaoyaya, that actually, Yamada Keiko herself is still as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, only knowledgeable in theory. Get up. Get up. Quickly get up, Dayan. Xiaoyaya, it's time to hand in your homework. Master said you must go to the Oriental Hotel immediately. Hurry and tidy up. Remember those moves I taught you, and make sure to wear the clothes we bought yesterday. Trust me. Master will definitely be captivated by you. What? Really? That's great. After studying for 2 or 3 days, I finally get to show off my skills, right? So excited. Zia bounced off the bed, proudly flaunting her figure. That fiery posture, those curves, it has to be said. Zia's skills are indeed very strong and broad. What's more, crucially, at this moment Zia exudes a bit of a lure, a devilish charm. 2 days ago, when Yifan handed over Dahlia and Zia to Yamada Keiko, both of them were like blank canvases. Despite their peerless beauty and extraordinary figures, something seemed lacking, like spring water, to purer. But now, under the careful guidance of Yamada Keiko, the 2 sisters from Gu sect, just like adding sugar and passion fruit to plain water, when tasted, there will surely be a lingering sweetness, a different flavor. Keiko's sister, This early in the morning. Ye sir. Although Dahlia has been influenced quite a bit by Yamada Keiko, she still needs to be a bit reserved and dignified. After the assassination mission that day, Dahlia and Zia were indeed prepared to accept Yifan, but when it really came to facing something with Yifan, Dahlia once again hesitated. After all, they only had theoretical knowledge. Facing the real thing still made them a bit scared. Little sister Dahlia, don't overthink it. Hurry up and change. Get ready to go. Yamada Keiko reached out to grab a handful of Dahlia's body. Look at you. With such a nice figure, if you don't show it off properly, wouldn't that be a waste? Besides, you've both seen it. Master now has so many stunning beauties around him. If you don't seize the opportunity, when you regret later on, you'll have to line up in the back. Yamada Keiko mentioned and the things between herself and Yifan. Her face dimmed. Her mother was a maid of Yifan's mother. Following her mother's orders, she had to serve by Yifan's side. But in Huadu, despite showing herself in front of Yifan several times, Yifan still held back and did nothing to her. Was her charm not enough? She wasn't that much worse than those other girls, right? It seems that it's time to go learn from sister Wen and them. Do I really have to dress like this? This nurse's uniform, the skirt is too short, and the neckline, too low. Dahlia was still hesitating, while Zia exchanged smiles with Yamada Keiko. Keiko sister, let's help sister get dressed together. Hehe. On the way to the Oriental Grand Hotel, Yifan was focused on driving, and at this time, John Shuming, who was sitting in the back row, had regained his freedom of movement. Watching Yifan driving attentively in front of him, John Shuming's heart stirred. This is a perfect opportunity for assassination. Yifan is focused on driving. He probably doesn't have much energy to observe the situation behind him. Good. John Shuming sat up, then quietly pulled out the dagger from his body. Without any hesitation, he stabbed towards the front seat. Die. Yifan. This time, John Shuming learned his lesson. Instead of directly attacking Yifan, he intended to go through the seat to reduce Yifan's alertness. But the expected stabbing sound did not come. Instead, his hand seemed to be entangled by something, unable to move at all. John Shuming lowered his head to look at his wrist, only to find that at some point, his wrist was tightly entwined by red threads, densely wrapped like a spider web, tightly binding his hands like a cocoon. John Shuming's dagger had just touched the seat of the car, but couldn't move forward at all. What? John Shuming struggled several times, but found that the seemingly soft red threads, like steel, immobilized John Shuming's hands in midair, unable to move at all. These red threads were naturally the red silk overlord body of Yifan. Are you crazy? Stop it. I've told you, your teacher is not dead. Not dead. Haven't you waited for me for 5 minutes? Yifan was speechless and felt like smashing the steering wheel. John Shuming's stubbornness, Yifan had gotten to know. What is this guy thinking all the time? Always thinking of killing himself. If he doesn't let him see his teacher alive with his own eyes, this guy might not stop. As the vehicle sped on, when they arrived at the Oriental Grand Hotel, Guo Li, Wang Fubui, and others were already waiting at the entrance. How is Commissioner Su doing now? Yifan got out of the car and asked Guo Li. Guo Li glanced at John Shuming, who was bound by the red silk overlord body, and said, Commissioner Su is fine. Ever since returning to the hotel yesterday, he has been in a coma. Your blockade hasn't been lifted yet. Yifan nodded. You lead the way. Old Wan, you wait for Dahlia and Zia to arrive, and take them directly to the room. John Shuming, bound by the red threads of Yifan, was being dragged along. Inside the hotel, people coming and going looked curiously at John Shuming, making John Shuming blush with embarrassment. Yifan, can you please let go of my hands? This is making me feel like a criminal. Yifan turned around coldly, looking at John Shuming. Let go, so you can continue to stab me with a knife. This stubborn guy, if he lets him go, he might really stab him from behind. Although Yifan's strength now didn't fear John Shuming's attacks, it was still annoying to be constantly attacked from behind. In Suite 808 of the Oriental Grand Hotel, after Yifan brought John Shuming into the room, he saw Suwanda lying on the bed. John Shuming was instantly stunned. Teacher isn't really dead. How is this possible? John Shuming's pupils dilated for a moment. He even used his wrist to wipe his eyes. Am I hallucinating? Yes, it must be a hallucination. Dang. In the next moment, John Shuming, without any hesitation, raised his hand and ruthlessly hit his cheek. causing blood to appear at the corner of his mouth. But when Jiang Shuming opened his eyes again, Suwanda's figure still appeared in front of him. What is going on here? Is this really the teacher's body? Dang. Jiang Shuming refused to believe it and hit his cheek again, and then opened his eyes. Suwanda was still there. Yifan waved his hand, retracting the red silk overlord body from Jiang Shuming. Jiang Shuming's hands were immediately free, and then unbelievably moved forward to start laying hands on Suwanda. Opening Suwanda's eyelids, pinching Suwanda's nostrils, then reaching out to check Suwanda's breathing. Damn, is he really alive? Not a rubber person. What the hell is going on? Damn. Is Yifan finding someone to impersonate the teacher to fool me? No, I must expose him. And the best way is to tug on Suwanda's beard. Suwanda had 8 tufts of beard on his chin, an inch or two long. That was Suwanda's unique feature and something he cherished, and anyone who touched his beard would surely be violently beaten. Give it a try. Jiang Shuming's mouth twitched, then he reached out and grabbed Suwanda's beard on his chin, and directly yanked it down with force. Hiss. Instantly, Jiang Shuming broke 6 strands of Suwanda's beard. Ah, you bastard, Jiang Shuming, are you pulling my beard for real? Suwanda on the bed suddenly let out a miserable scream, then jumped up, kicking Jiang Shuming to the ground. Ouch. Are you looking to die? Is he really alive? Is the beard real? Is that the teacher's real voice? Jiang Shuming climbed up from the ground and looked at Suwanda with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Yifan. Acting. You guys are really good at acting, trying to fool me. After a moment of thought, thinking he had found the truth, I clearly saw the teacher burned to death, and you still found someone to impersonate the teacher to deceive me. Do you really think I'm a fool? You even grew 8 strands of beard like my teacher. Watch me pull them all out. While Suwanda wasn't paying attention, Jiang Shuming once again reached out and grabbed the last 2 strands of beard on Suwanda, plucking them with a loud snap. Ah, you. Come, piece of trash, are you blind? Or is your brain squeezed? How can someone like me be impersonated? Watch me beat you to death. Suwanda, who had been growing his beard for most of his life, had all of it plucked out, leaving him fuming. The stubborn student, in a fit of anger, even pinched his own nostrils and picked his own mouth. Dang bang bang. Suwanda wasted no effort, deploying his energy and grabbing Jiang Shuming by the collar, harshly slamming him onto the ground. I raised you for nothing. When you were 8, you set fire to my grapevine. And at 13, you wet my pipe tobacco that I had kept for years. These debts, I haven't settled with you. Today seems like a good day to vent. As Suwanda continued to strike Jiang Shuming, he also brought up Jiang Shuming's old misdeeds. These were Jiang Shuming's absolute scandal and private matters, things that, other than Suwanda, no one else would know. As Jiang Shuming continued to get beaten, his fear and shock grew. Teacher ... Are you really the teacher? You didn't die. But yesterday, I clearly saw you burned to death by Yifan. HMPH. Do you wish for me to die? Suwanda looked at his stubborn student with some impatience, becoming speechless. No. No. I'm just curious. I saw you being burned to death with my own eyes. Why are you alive now? Can Yifan resurrect people? Jiang Shuming was genuinely curious about how Yifan had done it. Earlier, when Suwanda was punched into a pit by Yifan, although his blood flow was sealed by Yifan, his consciousness was clear. So he had a clear view of Guoli and Wang Fugi's subsequent actions. He also clearly saw Yifan's trick of the paper match. When Yifan brought out another puppet that looked exactly like himself, Suwanda was shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that someone could be killed by Yifan in the same likeness. The outside world believed that Yifan had killed Suwanda, but in reality, Yifan only killed a puppet. Thinking about this, Suwanda's movements gradually stopped. Even he found the scene unbelievable, so it was understandable that Jiang Shuming, who took it as truth, was shocked. Sighed. John, sometimes what you see may not be real, you know. Suwanda reached out to help up Jiang Shuming, who looked beaten and swollen. Did I hit you too hard just now? Look at how swollen your lips are and even turning pale. Jiang Shuming was speechless for a moment. His lips were swollen due to soaking in a filthy drain last night, but Suwanda's actions were indeed heavy-handed. Poor Jiang Shuming, with bruises all over, looking like a panda. I'm fine, teacher. I'm just glad you're not dead. Jiang Shuming looked at Suwanda with a somewhat evasive gaze. At this point, Most of the 8 strands of beard on Su Wandao's chin had been plucked off, leaving only the last half strand that moved with Su Wandao's lips. Seeing the stubborn Zhang Shuming looking distressed, "Teacher, I'm sorry," Zhang Shuming called out and, in the next moment, finally plucked off the last half strand of Su Wandao's beard, feeling relieved. But Su Wandao was instantly uncomfortable. "Ah, are you crazy?" Poor Su Wandao, just waking up, had his beard mercilessly tormented 3 times on his chin. First plucked once, then again, and now revisited once more. The tingling sensation, almost unbearable, oddly satisfying. It was like when in middle school, without a razor, using thread to twist the beard end and pulling it hard, that satisfying sting that could bring tears to one's eyes. Su Wandao swung his arm, ready to strike Zhang Shuming again. But seeing Zhang Shuming's pitiful state, he suddenly understood. Zhang Shuming's injuries were definitely from being dealt with by Yifan multiple times. Thinking about it, Su Wandao stopped his movements. "I gave you a task, did you complete it?" Su Wandao's expression turned serious. Last night, he was already dead in front of strangers. If Zhang Shuming didn't follow his plan to eliminate Jinfu's subordinates, there might be unrest within the Suzaku Iron Cavalry. "Teacher, rest assured, everything has been cleaned up as you arranged. Deputy Chief Chet is maintaining stability. As for me, I was planning to seek revenge on Yi Xiao yesterday, but then I was beaten up this way by Yi Xiao." Zhang Shuming responded to Su Wandao, then looked at Su Wandao and Yifan, feeling ashamed. It turned out that everything Yifan had said was true. His teacher was really alive. Originally, Ho Tianji had warned Zhang Shuming to let things go for a while, but stubborn as he was, he had nearly fought with Yifan just now and sworn vengeance. Now what should he do? "Young Master Zhang, the living person is right in front of you now. You won't crawl out of the toilet again to kill me, will you?" Yifan was also speechless, not understanding how Zhang Shuming managed to crawl out of the toilet to attack him. Fortunately, he was a martial saint realm expert, or else with slightly weaker strength, he might have really been at Zhang Shuming's mercy. "Yi Xiao, I was wrong." Zhang Shuming respectfully turned around, bowed deeply to Yifan, and said, "For my recklessness before, I apologize to you. I promise I will never pursue you again." "Yi Xiao, no, Dad, I was wrong." Plop. In the next moment, to Su Wandao's astonishment, Zhang Shuming directly knelt in front of Yifan. With a deeply solemn expression, he said, "Dad Yifan, I, Zhang Shuming, keep my word. From today onwards, I am your most loyal lackey. Dad Yifan is mighty. There is something I don't understand now. Please enlighten me. Dad Yifan, I saw with my own eyes that the teacher was burned to death by you. So why is he alive now? How did you do it? Please tell me, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." "What?" Zhang Shuming's explosive actions made Su Wandao almost explode on the spot. "What's going on?" Their stubborn and defiant student, fearless to the heavens and the earth, challenging everything and everyone, was now kneeling and calling Yifan Dad. And he even wanted to be Yifan's lackey. One moment, he wanted to kill Yifan and avenge Su Wandao. The next moment he knelt down to call him Dad. How could this change happen so quickly? Actually, not only Su Wandao was shocked, Yifan was also shocked by this stubborn guy. Originally thought that this Zhang Shuming who said to kneel down and call him daddy, to be a lickspittle, was just a joke, but unexpectedly this guy actually took it seriously, and even did it so boldly and unreservedly, completely disregarding his own face, really kneeling down in front of Yifan. Ruthless. Just calling me daddy is enough. As for being a lickspittle, forget it. I'm not interested in men. Yifan twitched the corner of his mouth, responding to Zhang Shuming. As for the secrets of last night, I'll show you later. Yifan knew that with Zhang Shuming's stubborn temperament, if he didn't tell him the truth, this guy might end up digging into his room to find out the truth. What do you mean forget it? Yifan daddy. What Zhang Shuming say, a spit throw. A nail. How could I just let it go? Speak, where should I start licking? I can do whatever now, as long as daddy orders, I can do anything. Zhang Shuming had this kind of stubborn temper, no reasoning in anything. Completely stubborn. What he had identified, he would definitely go to great lengths to accomplish. At first, when he heard the word daddy, Yifan still found it interesting, but listening to Zhang Shuming calling one after another, goosebumps started to appear all over Yifan's body. Stop. Since you're listening to my orders, stand up immediately, act normally. Just call me young Master Yi. As for other things, We'll talk about it later. Got it. Zhang Shuming stood up, respectful, and then looked expectantly at Yifan. Yifan daddy. Quickly show your wicked techniques from last night. Yifan shook his head helplessly, took out a red paper figure from his body. Watch this. Yifan quickly activated the spell incantation while scolding at the same time. The next moment, a paper puppet appeared in front of Zhang Shuming. And that paper puppet looked exactly like Zhang Shuming. Whoa! Seeing another himself suddenly appearing in front of him like magic, Zhang Shuming was completely stunned. How is this possible? How did you do it? Zhang Shuming was incredulous, approaching the puppet and touching its skin, which was still elastic but cold, lacking warmth. And when Zhang Shuming reached out to touch the puppet suddenly turned its head and sternly stared at Zhang Shuming. In a northeast accent, retorted sharply, "What are you doing?" Zhang Shuming was startled, turning his head to see Yifan making slight movements with his fingers, and immediately understood that Yifan could make this puppet do anything. This is a long-lost technique of the puppet lineage in Hunan, using paper figures to transform into living people, achieving a lifelike effect, yet having the same real attack effect. I didn't expect, Yi young master still has such abilities, truly amazing. Su Wandao, watching the situation, connected it to some rumors he had heard before, explaining for Yifan. I see. That's indeed amazing. Zhang Shuming deflated. I give up. I completely give up. Yi young master, besides my teacher, you are the second person I respect. Zhang Shuming even raised his thumb to Yifan, inwardly berating himself continuously. Truly, he was foolish. Clearly, Yifan saved his teacher, yet he still wanted to kill Yifan. The key point was, with Yifan having so many cards and methods, even if he used all his strength and tricks, he couldn't kill Yifan. Wasn't everything just a waste of effort? Thinking of Yifan's terrifying methods, Zhang Shuming couldn't help but shudder. This Yifan was truly frightening. Luckily, from now on, he was Yi young master's lickspittle, not his enemy or opponent. Otherwise, being Yi young master's enemy or opponent would be like being doomed. Being a lickspittle was great. He must work hard to lick well. Once Yifan was happy with him, he would definitely receive great benefits. This stubborn Zhang Shuming, in his heart, had already concluded his seduction, already thinking about how to please Yifan. Didn't the teacher ask him to help Yifan eliminate the Jingnu Iron Cavalry's power in the camp of King Jin? Although Zhang Shuming did so reluctantly yesterday, he must work even harder when he returned today. Handing over the Jingnu Iron Cavalry to Yi young master should be the best outcome. The teacher was right. Following Yi young master was the best way for the Jingnu Iron Cavalry. Finally dealing with this stubborn Zhang Shuming, Yifan also breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, being constantly bothered by such a stubborn person every day, Yifan would also be anxious. Su Wandao, seeing Zhang Shuming kneel down to Yifan, initially didn't understand, but after understanding the reason, he couldn't help feeling a bit schadenfreude. Hasn't this stubborn guy been uncontrollable all along? Now someone finally straightened him out. But when Su Wandao looked at Yifan, he had another doubt in his heart. Yesterday, he prepared to die, but Yifan didn't kill him. What did that mean? From the surface, Su Wandao belonged to the ironclad camp of King Jin. Yi young master, why didn't you kill me last night, but save me? What does that mean? Are you not afraid that I will continue to be detrimental to you? Su Wandao stared at Yifan intently. Yifan had barely been awake for over a month, but the speed of the rise of the Yi family was terrifying. From almost being wiped out in one night to the current power of the Yi family, Yifan's allies and companions around him had started to dominate the entire Daozia. Even the King Jin couldn't handle them. Yifan's methods were terrifying. Yifan smiled faintly. Leader Su, I didn't kill you. It's because of the two girls' sake. Those two girls are good friends of mine, and have a deep relationship with Leader Su. If Leader Su die, they would definitely be very upset, and I don't want to see that. As he spoke, Yifan nodded to Guo Li on the side, and Guo Li handed the DNA test results to Su Wandao. Su Wandao held the DNA test results in his hand, quickly scanned them, and when he saw his name, then saw his DNA test results matching 99.99% with the two girls named Dia and Xiaoyaya. He couldn't hold it back. His breathing started to become labored. His chest heaved violently. Yi young master. What does this mean? Yesterday, before he prepared to die, Su Wandao had told Yifan that he had two twin daughters, and now on these test results, the DNA test results of two girls matched him as their father. What did this mean? Actually, the answer was about to come out, and Su Wandao had already guessed it. How coincidental was this? Could it be that his daughters were really not dead? Were they still alive? And was it so coincidental that they were discovered by Yifan? And the relationship with Yifan was not shallow. Wait. The relationship with Yifan was not shallow. Su Wandao suddenly thought of a possibility. Those girls around Yifan who had a close relationship with him. It was truly a deep relationship, probably involving physical contact. Those two girls, they were like good catches. Could it be that they had been targeted too? If they really are my two daughters, I'll go. Yifan, this beast. My old father's heart. Just the thought of that possibility. Su Wanda's drove from earlier weakened by half in an instant. Yes, it's the meaning leader Su was thinking of. According to the timing, they should be arriving soon. When that time comes, Leader Su must not get too excited. Those two girls have a special constitution. Dai and Zia have a disaster-poisoned body, carrying intense toxins. If Su Wanda rashly approaches, there could be a life-threatening danger. ... At the foot of the Oriental Grand Hotel, Yamada Keiko brought Daya and Zia to arrive. Zia is somewhat carefree, even though she's wearing a short skirt and a sexy small sling, showing no panic. Instead, she has a face of anticipation. But at this moment, Daya, wearing a pink skirt with a white hat on her head, feels uncomfortable all over. Sister Keiko, should I change back into my clothes? This is too embarrassing. Yamada Keiko glanced at Wang Fugui, who was waiting at the door. Did you see old Wang's eyes over there? They're wide open. What does that mean? Listen to me. Let's go. Wang Fugui was at the entrance, seeing Daya and Zia get out of the car, and he was completely stunned. I'll go. Big brother is truly playing around. These two nearly caused themselves trouble and dressed like this. Their lives might be shortened by 10 years. Lao Wang, has the master already arrived in a room upstairs? Yamada Keiko asked Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui nodded. Big brother is in the 808 presidential suite. But you guys, Wang Fugui was with Guoli last night and knew about the DNA testing, so he probably knew that Yifan was bringing Daya and Zia today to recognize their father-daughter relationship. But clearly, Yamada Keiko and Daya and Zia misunderstood Big Brother's intentions. Dressing like this to see Big Brother, were they planning to present a project? I got it. Let's go up now, you go park the car. Wang Fugui wanted to explain, but Yamada Keiko interrupted him, threw the keys to Wang Fugui, and quickly led Dai and Zia into the hotel, heading towards the elevator. Did you hear that? Master has even opened the presidential suite. Hehe, your good times are about to come. You must have discovered some of the master's secrets. Make sure to seize this opportunity. My goodness. Wang Fugui was stunned for a few seconds, then reacted immediately. Judging from the DNA test results, Su Wanda was definitely the biological father of Daya and Zia. Yifan was originally planning for them to recognize each other as father and daughters, but with Daya and Zia dressed like this to meet, it was obvious that it was more like them being taken down by Big Brother. As a father, would Su Wanda not want to kill Big Brother? Wang Fugui hurried into the hotel lobby, wanting to stop Yamada Keiko and the others. But when Wang Fugui entered the lobby, Yamada Keiko had already taken Daya and Zia into the elevator, going upstairs. Wang Fugui touched his forehead. Damn it, Big Brother, good luck to you. This is not my problem. Thank you. Young Master. I want to ask, how close are Young Master's relationship with those two girls? Su Wanda had a rough idea already, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Yifan was indeed outstanding, but there were too many women around him. Su Wanda was prepared to die, but to discover his biological daughter still alive. He would rather have his daughter marry an ordinary person than to suffer with Yifan. Out. It's probably that close. Yifan gestured a heart symbol in front of Su Wanda. For now, we've already kissed and touched. Seeing Su Wanda's expression change, Yifan quickly added, Leader Su, please don't misunderstand. This really isn't my doing. Everything was their initiative. I just passively accepted. Yifan truly understood Su Wanda's feelings. The daughters of an old father were kidnapped, and it was not comfortable for anyone. But what Yifan said was true. Daya and Zia were sent by their master to assassinate Yifan. So at that time, the plan was for Yifan to play a flirtatious dead man, intending to have Yifan die from their touches. By a twist of fate, Yifan captured their hearts. Yifan brother, I'm here. Hehe. You must be anxious, right? Before Yifan could respond, a sweet voice rang out at the door, followed by a fair long leg slowly extending into the room. Sleek, straight, full, and exuding a pure aura. The key was the thin white silk stockings, and a half-super short JK skirt. Hiss. Such a seductive pose caused Yifan to involuntarily take a deep breath. Guo Li by the side couldn't look anymore. Big brother, I have something to do. I'll step out for a moment. Guo Li was completely speechless about Big Brother's luck with women. He wondered what kind of magic Big Brother had that every girl, as long as they had contact with Yifan, would be inexplicably attracted and captivated. Guo Li really wanted to consult Yifan for advice, but obviously, it wasn't the time for that now. Dahlia and Zia were Suwanda's daughters, and if Big Brother continued to tease them in front of their father, Suwanda might explode on the spot. As Guo Li slipped away from the door, Dahlia walked in vivaciously from the door. Fanjie, we're here. Dahlia, in a pink nurse outfit, blushing, hesitated to look at Yifan. They had mentally prepared before they came, imagining countless scenarios of what would happen next. After all, 2 days ago, when Yifan handed them over to Yamada Keiko, he mentioned teaching them a lesson within 2 days. Outside the door, Guo Li, somewhat speechless, touched his lips. Yamada Keiko didn't enter. After seeing Guo Li, she gloated a bit. Guo young master, how is it? Didn't I handle the matter beautifully? Heh, the master will surely like it, right? You. Guo Li shook his head helplessly. Just wait for Big Brother to spank your butt again. You're really good at getting into trouble. You were supposed to just bring them here nicely. Why all the fuss? Sigh. In the room, from the moment Suwanda saw a girl in a JK skirt, his heart beat heavily, and when he saw another girl in a nurse outfit, his heart thumped heavily, especially with their familiar eyebrows, noses, and lips, looking almost identical to his wife's. These are his twin daughters. What's despicable is that Yifan actually let them dress like this to the hotel. What was Yifan planning? No can do. How can you dress so revealingly, you cheap ... quickly cover up ... Suwanda looked around, grabbed the bedsheet, and wrapped Dahlia up like a dumpling. That Zia's fair long legs were still exposed. Suwanda looked around, found nothing else to use as a cover, so he simply took off his clothes and covered Zia's body. As if that wasn't enough, Suwanda rushed to Yifan, covered Yifan's eyes. You beast! Don't look. Only now did Dahlia and Zia realize there was an old man in the room. Why was this old man acting so strangely, wrapping them both up in a bedsheet? Vanjie. Who is this old man? Zia was very satisfied with her appearance today, feeling that she had shown off the most perfect parts of her body. Suddenly, the perfect figure were blocked by the old man in front of her. Would this hinder Brother Yifan from admiring her? Are you sick in the head? Zia shouted coquettishly, quickly tore off Suwandao's clothes from her body and threw them aside. On the other side, although Dahlia's reaction wasn't as intense, she was suddenly wrapped in a bedsheet, feeling very uncomfortable. Dahlia also tore off the bedsheets and threw them away. You too. Oh my, such a good cabbage, finally going to be dug up by the pig. Yifan, I will kill you. Suwandao saw the appearance of his two daughters and understood everything. He didn't know what kind of aphrodisiac Yifan had given them, but it seemed like his two daughters had completely fallen for him. They were willing to wear these uniforms for Yifan to see. What else couldn't they do? While speaking, Suwandao harshly pinched Yifan's neck with his hands, pinning Yifan against the wall. Originally, with Suwandao's strength at the Emperor level and Yifan's strength at the Saint level, Suwandao could easily control the situation. However, Yifan was about to take his two daughters, so he endured it and let the old man vent his anger. After all, this was his future father-in-law. However, seeing Yifan put up with it, Dahlia and Zia instantly became unhappy. Old man, let go of Brother Van. Otherwise, I'll poison you to death. Do you believe me? Dahlia and Zia quickly came forward, drew daggers from their bodies, and pointed them at Suwandao. We have a date with Brother Van. Why are you interfering? Who are you anyway? Suwandao, feeling frustrated, said, I'm your father. This statement was meant to convey the truth, but to Dahlia and Zia, it felt like Suwandao was insulting them. Bah, what do you mean by saying you're our father? Zia's temper flared up, scolding while waving her dagger towards Suwandao. Today, I'll show you what happens when you mess with my man. Suwandao felt extremely uncomfortable, seeing his two daughters not recognizing him despite being their biological father. What was happening? Suwandao naturally couldn't really harm his own daughters. When Zia lunged at him, he instinctively moved to grab her arm and block her attack. With a mischievous smile on her face, Zia thought to herself, you old thing. Let's see how you mess with my Vanjie. Humph. Let's see how my toxic body will deal with you. Let me show you our power. Su leader, be careful. Don't touch her wrist. Seeing Su Wendao about to grab Ziya's wrist, Ethan hurriedly reminded him, blocking Su Wendao's arm and defusing Ziya's attack. Su Wendao, feeling resentful, exclaimed, "Get lost." "What do you mean? Because she's my daughter. I can't even touch her." Su Wendao was feeling like a jealous wife being teased. He thought Yifan was preventing him from touching Ziya's wrist because he didn't want him to, so he got even angrier and pushed Yifan away. "I want to touch her. What are you going to do about it?" Su Wendao defiantly approached Ziya, excitedly grabbing her wrist, saying, "Daughter, I am really your father. 20 years ago, after a big fire, I thought you all perished. After so long of searching and finding no trace of you, I finally meet you today. I'm so excited." Su Wendao was choked up with tears, but Dahlia and Ziya stood calmly without any emotional response, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Why are you like this? Why do you like being someone's father so much? We were orphans from a young age. Our parents were killed by the toxins in our bodies. Where would there be a father for us?" Ziya frowned, looking at Su Wendao. "You better let go of your hand, otherwise the toxins in my body will kill you." Although Ziya was scolding, there was still a strange feeling of familiarity when she got close to him. It seemed like she found the person in front of her very kind. "I'm not lying to you. Look, this is a paternity test. Our DNA matches completely. You two are my biological daughters. I have hope to live on ... Su Wendao handed the DNA test results to Dahlia and Ziya, eagerly waiting for their acceptance. "Go on. Let Dad hug you." With the paternity test in hand, these two silly girls should believe now, right? But what frustrated Su Wendao was that Dahlia and Ziya just glanced at the results and simply threw them at his feet. "Fake. You keep lying." "Humph." Sister Hizi said, "Nowadays almost everything can be fake. Do you think you can trick us into accepting you as our father with a piece of paper? Dream on." Yamada Keiko had been teaching Dahlia and Ziya these past few days, and she had indeed imparted some wisdom to them. Ethan nodded in relief. At least Dahlia and Ziya had learned to discern things and were no longer like blank sheets. Su Wendao felt frustrated, pulling his hair. "This, Yifan, tell them." "Oh." Su Wendao was still scolding when he suddenly noticed he was slurring his words and even began foaming at the mouth. He touched his mouth, feeling his legs softening. In the next moment, Su Wendao's legs gave out, and he collapsed in an incredulous gaze, body convulsing violently, his palms turning black. "How? Su Wendao opened his mouth, foaming inexplicably, his face full of confusion as he looked at Yifan. Su Wendao knew that since Yifan had saved him yesterday, he probably wouldn't kill him now. There must have been a misunderstanding in today's events. Yifan sighed and said, "Leader Su, I just told you not to touch her wrist. Now see what happened. They are sisters with a rare toxic body. Any contact with them can lead to poisoning." Su Wendao's stubborn temper was just as fierce as his student Zhang Shuming's. HMPH. "Old man. Now you see how amazing I am. See if you dare to bully my brother, Van Jie, again." Ziya coldly snorted, stepping forward with her sister Dahlia, each taking one arm of Yifan intimately. "Van Jie, we have learned a lot of experiences positions. We don't want this old guy to ruin our mood. Let's change rooms, shall we? Let's not waste any more time." With a thud, Dahlia and Ziya each gave Yifan a kiss on the cheek. Su Wendao felt 10,000 grass horses running wild in his heart. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose ... deliberately trying to piss me off. Su Wendao was more convulsed by the stimulation, but Su Wendao suddenly thought of a strange question. "Wait a minute, Yifan, how come you're not afraid of the toxins on their bodies? I just grabbed Xiaoya's wrist, and I was poisoned and foaming at the mouth. And Daya and Xiaoya touched and kissed Yifan, and Yifan had no reaction at all." With a smirk, Yifan said, "Leader Su, what do you think?" "Jealous, huh? This is my special physique, indicating that I am their chosen one." Yifan proudly raised his eyebrows at Su Wendao. Furious, Su Wendao wanted to hammer Yifan to death. "Let's go." Daya and Xiaoya, holding on to Yifan, were about to leave the room. Su Wendao was in a hurry, bubbling with anger, scolding, "Hey, are you just going to leave like this? You're just going to ignore me?" Yifan followed Daya and Xiaoya and reached the doorway before stopping. "Daya, Xiaoya, let's save his life." "Humph, why bother saving him? This old man doesn't look like a good person. Dai, who seldom spoke up, couldn't help but complain. Yifan's mouth twitched. Seeing the toxins spreading to Su Wandao's neck, he knew that if he didn't act soon, Su Wandao would be in serious danger. Cough. Let's save him. This old man is really your father. The paternity test was personally done by Guo Li, through 3 authentication institutions, confirming that you are father and daughters. Yifan looked earnestly at Dai and Xiaoyaya. Believe me, since you have accepted me as your man, you can trust me completely. Yifan nodded at them. Your father is very powerful, one of the top 4 battle kings of Shuk, commanding 30,000 iron riders. Dai and Xiaoyaya listened to Yifan's sincere introduction, from doubt in the beginning, to shock later, and finally, with eyes turning red, emotions uncontrollable. They picked up the paternity test from the ground, double-checked it, then, tears rolling down, walked towards Su Wandao. Dad, the 2 of them called out, sounding very unfamiliar, very uneasy. It felt like, when a father who had been working outside for many years suddenly returned, the children at home saw the father with a mix of nervousness and unexpected familiarity. Su Wandao listened to the calls of his 2 daughters, excitedly dancing around, answering one after another with bubbles bursting from his mouth. But he got so excited that he began to cough uncontrollably. Dai and Xiaoyaya wanted to help Su Wandao up, but knowing they still carried the poison from the difficulties, they hesitated to touch him and could only watch in helplessness. Su Wandao coughed a few times and eventually coughed out blood directly from his mouth. Darn it! Su Wandao exclaimed in shock. He had tried to use his martial arts energy to expel the poison, but found it too stubborn, unable to drive them away. Even his own martial arts energy was starting to get corroded by the toxins. Yi. Su Wandao looked at Yifan with a bitter expression. Su Wandao knew that Yifan's skills were extraordinary. Yifan could have stopped him earlier, but deliberately let himself get poisoned, suggesting that Yifan must have an antidote. I was wrong. What you young people do, I won't intervene anymore. Hurry and help. Su Wandao sighed helplessly, knowing that with his daughters already turning to Yifan, there was little he could do as their father. And even though Yifan had many admirers around him, he was indeed outstanding enough. Let them be. Fan, please save him. Although Dai was usually more composed, seeing her biological father already poisoned, she began to worry. Getting up quickly, she walked to Yifan's side, raised her head and hugged Yifan's neck, tenderly kissed him on the lips, and whispered in Yifan's ear, Fan, thank you for helping us sisters find our family. After today, Dai will definitely wholeheartedly be your wife. Dai laid bare her feelings, which was a huge deal for her. However, recent events, from the initial assassination attempt on Yifan to their near-death experience with Yifan, to discovering the true faces of Elder Zhang Hua and their master, and now finding their biological father through Yifan. A series of events made Dai and Xiaoyaya capitulate completely. All right, as you said. Later I will verify it, okay? Yifan smirked and playfully teased Dai, tensing her body but not dodging, just letting Yifan have his way. With a gentle response, Seeing the timing right, Yifan didn't hesitate, taking out a silver needle from his body and swiftly piercing Su Wandao's veins, while activating the flame of pure essence to burn away the toxins inside Su Wandao's body. Hiss! In just a few minutes, the toxins in Su Wandao's body were completely cleared, his body restored to normal, and he could stand up on his own. Whew, I'm okay, but what about the toxins on them? Just as he recovered, Su Wandao started worrying about the toxins in his 2 daughters' bodies. Yifan turned to Dai and Xiaoyaya. How's your cultivation going according to the poison manual I gave you? That poison manual was obtained by Yifan from the dragon-patterned ring, capable of controlling myriad poisons, and eventually even turning them into tangible substances to be used as a powerful method. My sister and I have been following the methods in the manual, but some of the deeper parts were always hard to understand. The effects are not that great. Occasionally we can control our own toxins, but it's not always effective. Yifan nodded. The intricacies of the poison manual were incomparable. Even for a monstrous figure like Yifan, it took some time to cultivate the poison manual technique. Dai and Xiaoyaya were undoubtedly now Yifan's women, and Yifan also planned to let them handle some matters at the Gu cult, so he casually helped them smooth out the manual to control their toxins more easily. With control over their toxins, they would at least be able to lead normal lives without having to consume arsenic or the pills made by Zetacian, and naturally, they wouldn't be controlled by Zetacian. Leader Su, why don't you step away for a moment? Yifan looked at Su Wandao. Su Wandao instantly reacted like an enraged rooster. What? In broad daylight? What are you planning? I'm not leaving. Is there no law and order? In broad daylight, what does it mean to bring two girls into the presidential suite? Su Wandao instinctively felt that Yifan was planning to bully his daughter today, so he decided to stay and not give Yifan a chance. Yifan was speechless for a moment. Leader Su, you're thinking too much. If I wanted to do something, do you think you could stop me? I just brought them here to help them refine their poison techniques. There might be some intimate actions, with you being of a certain age. Do you feel comfortable staying here? Oh, is that so? Su Wandao awkwardly rubbed his head. Then I'll wait for you outside. As Su Wandao left the room, he pointed to his eyes with his fingers. The meaning was very clear. It was a warning not to misbehave. Dang. The door closed, and Xiaoyaya immediately jumped into Yifan's arms, hanging onto his neck like a sloth. Big brother Fan, you're bad. Humph, you left us with Mrs. E for 2 days. Didn't think of us at all. And didn't come see us. I was so bored. Heh. By the way, Fan, in these past few days, Sister Hazi has taught us a lot. I must show you this posture. Xiaoyaya excitedly spoke as she reached out to start unbuttoning her school uniform skirt, with her perfect long legs and slender figure, striking a provocative pose, appearing in front of Yifan in an instant. Hiss. Just 2 days apart, Xiaoyaya now exuded an inexplicable charm similar to Mrs. E. It really depends on the kind of person one learns from. Faced with such a charming beauty, Yifan felt a bit uncomfortable, and the key point was beside her. Dia, although shy, also began to undress. These twin sisters seemed determined to show off their skills in front of him. However, Yifan glanced at the room door. Even though separated by the door, Yifan could still sense that Su Wandao was leaning against the door, listening intently to what was happening inside. If he really tried anything, Su Wandao might charge in with a battle knife. Teacher, why are you out too? Are you giving space for Mr. Yi to have fun? Outside the door, Zhang Shuming, who had been pulled out by Guo Li, was feeling frustrated. Seeing Su Wandao coming out too, he immediately approached him and asked, Teacher, what are you listening to? Let me listen too. While speaking, Zhang Shuming also leaned his head against the door. Get out! Su Wandao was in a very bad mood at this moment. He kicked Zhang Shuming away with one foot. Shut up if you can't speak, you stupid thing. I'll settle the score with you later. Su Wandao rubbed his chin frustratingly. This guy dared to shave off all his beard and even pluck his nose. In the corridor, Wang Fugui and Guo Li were both on Yifan's side and knew his temper very well. However, Yamada Keiko was clueless and looked a bit puzzled at the scene in front of her, asking Guo Li, Guo, what's the relationship between this old man and Dai? Xiaoyaya, why do I feel he's full of hostility towards the master? Guo Li sighed helplessly. He is the father of Dia and Xiaoyaya. The boss asked you to bring them here for a family reunion, but you sighed. Ah, Yamada Keiko exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. They were here for a family reunion, and she let Dia and Xiaoyaya dress like that. Wouldn't that cause trouble for the master? No wonder Guo Li said earlier that the master might spank her again. However, getting spanked by the master, she kind of missed it. It's been a long time. Looks like she needs to create more opportunities in the future to give the master a reason to spank her. Inside the room, Dia and Xiaoyaya had already stripped off their outer clothing, revealing their tight lace innerwear that outlined their curves perfectly. Clinging to Yifan's neck, whispering softly, caressing each other, tender and gentle. With such exquisite beauties, Yifan felt his body getting hot, but Yifan knew he had to go sign up for the military combat competition at the Vermilion Bird Domain today. He needed to quickly deal with things here and move on to register. Hiss. After taking a deep breath, Yifan secretly practiced the cleansing heart technique to calm himself down. Then he grabbed both girls and tossed them onto the bed. Dia and Xiaoyaya, thinking about what was to come, both blushed and covered their eyes, feeling nervous yet excited. But the next moment, Yifan had them sit cross-legged on the bed. Pay attention. This is the root of the poison scripture technique. I will guide you to run through it once. You should be able to reach the 3rd level. Enough to control the toxins in your bodies now. While speaking, a powerful aura emanated from Yifan's wrist, flowing through his arms and into the meridians of Dia and Xiaoya's backs, guiding the toxins within their bodies. Both Dia and Xiaoyaya turned red with surprise and disappointment. They thought there would be some intimate moments with Yifan, but here he was teaching them the poison scripture technique. Was Yifan truly clueless, or pretending to be? Following Yifan's arrangements, they were about to leave Guan City and return to the Miao territory. After this trip, who knows when they would meet again. Mrs. Yi had said that with so many fairies around Yifan, if they didn't seize the opportunity, Yifan might forget about them. Sigh. Was their charm not enough? It seems they need to learn from the experiences in the videos Mrs. E gave them. Though a bit disappointed, they both knew that learning the poison scripture technique would bring immense benefits. According to the records, if the Anandu toxin in their bodies couldn't be controlled, they would have to ingest arsenic to maintain toxin balance in the body. But eventually, as the Anandu toxin continued to erupt and develop, the accumulated toxins in the body would increase, possibly resulting in a loss of control and eventual death. However, if they learned the poison scripture, they could control the toxins, thereby avoiding such a situation. Dia and Xiaoyaya soon calmed down and carefully absorbed the way the poison scripture technique flow and the method of cultivation. An hour later, Yifan withdrew his aura, took a deep breath, and said to Dia and Xiaoyaya, "Try to activate the poison scripture technique. Attempt to control the toxins in your bodies." Xiaoya's eyes lit up, as a grayish aura emerged from her arm, winding like a small snake around the bedpost. Hiss. In an instant, the bedpost corroded into nothingness. Ah, our body toxins are materializing. Xiaoyaya was shocked. What did this mean? It meant that in battle, they could freely use the toxins to attack their enemies, a very formidable method. Not only that, I feel like my martial energy has broken through to the peak of martial sovereign. About to break through to the level of martial emperor. It's the effect of the warm energy from Big Brother fan. Dia also exclaimed in surprise as she felt the martial energy in her body, unable to contain her awe. This is too terrifying, right? Just a kiss with Yifan and some preliminary intimate contact, and they had made such a huge breakthrough. If there were deeper levels of intimacy, their strength could instantaneously reach the level of martial emperor. How exciting! This opportunity is rare. Should we seize it today? As Dai and Xiaoyaya exchanged a glance, planning what to do to Yifan, Yifan's phone suddenly rang. Yifan, Shuk Army's military exercise. There's only 1 hour left to sign up. Come over and register now. I don't know what's going on. Since yesterday, the 100 open slots for the military exercise have suddenly decreased rapidly. All slots have been locked. If you don't come soon, there won't be any slots left for you to participate. The call was made by Hao Shenji, and there was some concern in his words. Under normal circumstances, Yifan had already taken down Wushi Hao and Suwanda to major warlords, as well as Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang. So in the Zhuge domain, there should be no one else capable of causing trouble. But now, with the sudden fluctuation in the registration slots, it was obvious that someone was manipulating from behind. This means that there are still big fish in the Zhuge domain. Hao Shenji understood the deeper meaning of this statement, and Yifan naturally understood as well. Are there really big fish still lurking around? Starting to become restless, not wanting to participate in the military exercise. So they want to control the registration slots to prevent themselves from having the opportunity to participate in the military exercise. Humph, I'll be right there. As arranged by King Jin, attempting to collude with outside forces to disable all the young elites in the Zhuge domain. With such a vicious plan, how could Yifan let them succeed? Moreover, Yifan's primary wife Yulin Long is also coming to participate, whether it's to expose the big fish in the Zhuge domain, find the box left by his third brother, or to protect Yulin Long, or even to stop Jin Wang's actions. Yifan must go to this military exercise. Hanging up the phone, seeing that Dai and Xiaoyaya were about to take off their last pieces of armor, he quickly embraced the two and got them off the bed. Put on your clothes quickly. You have important things to do. Yifan needed to participate in the military exercise, which might take a few days, during which Dai and Xiaoyaya, as the two great holy women, return to the Gu teachings, can lay low and gradually control the situation of the Gu teachings. According to the information from the Qianji Pavilion, there has been a surge of evil cult activities in the Miaozhong area. Suppressing these cults is the responsibility of the Qianji Pavilion itself and the mission left by the Mother, the Gatekeeper of the Gods. As the future leader of the Gatekeeper, Yifan must deal with it. Dai and Xiaoyao were lifted up and looked disappointed. Fenjie, with us like this? You. Both of them were almost naked in front of Yefen, and Yefen didn't feel anything at all. Could it be that his sisters had no charm at all? And if he missed the opportunity today, who knows when the next one will come? Yefen naturally knew what both of them were thinking. He leaned over and kissed them on their cheeks. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Your master and the Gu teachings have done so many bad things. Can you bear to watch them go on to kill more good people? I let his E corrupt you so that you can go back, secretly gather the power of the 108 Gu teaching strongholds, and expose their true colors. When I finish things on my end, I'll come find you. Okay. After persuading them, the two finally agreed, put on their clothes, and opened the door with Yefen. I'll go with them. Just as the door opened, Suwanda, who was eavesdropping and leaning against the door, almost stumbled and immediately spoke to Yefen. You are really ruthless. You know that the Gu teachings is a dangerous place, yet you let them both go there. Do you have no conscience? Thought of Yefen sending his two daughters into danger, Suwanda felt very uneasy. But with the Zhuk domain guarding Wancheng, intimidating the Miaozhong Gu teachings was also his duty. From an outsider's perspective, Suwanda is already dead, taking advantage of some people's intentions. If Suwanda were to come back to life, he might cause trouble. Therefore, accompanying Dai and Xiaoyaya into the 100,000 Miaozhong mountains is actually a good choice. As one of the 4 warlords of the Zhuk domain, Suwanda is a fox that has lived for 1,000 years and is the biological father of Dai and Xiaoyaya. With this old fox by his side, Yefen felt more at ease. But since Suwanda was going to the Gu teachings, his appearance naturally needed to change. And the person to change into was readily available. It was the old second elder of the Gu teachings who had supervised Dai and Xiaoyai in their assassination missions, Zhang Hua. Although Zhang Hua had already been killed by Yefen, his familiar poison spider was transferred to another. So in the Gu teachings longevity temple, in the pool of the home venomous insects, the old second elder Zhang Hua was still alive. General Su, you can go along with them, but your appearance needs to change. This person is the second elder, Zhang Hua of the Gu teachings, and later I will have someone send you detailed information about him. Yefen spoke as he quickly pressed Suwanda's face a few times. In the next moment, Suwanda's face and voice had already become that of another person. Suwanda was shocked by the transformation technique. Although Suwanda understood some, he had never realized it would be so magical. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Suwanda would never have believed that a few actions by Yefen would turn him into someone else. General Su, there is something I must remind you of. This elder Zhang Hua, he's quite a playboy in his daily life. It's said that he has 8 wives there. Haha. General Su, you better prepare in advance. Thinking about Suwanda being entangled by Zhang Hua's wives, Yefen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh. Are you trying to tease me again? Suwanda had previously scolded Yefen for being a womanizer, having so many beauties around him, and now he was joking about his own situation. He quickly explained to Suwanda and Dai and Xiaoyaya. Without any delay, Yefen left the hotel with Wang Fugui and Guo Li, heading towards the registration office of the Zhu camp. Just now, Ho Qianji said that there was only 1 slot left, and Ho Qianji had specifically asked to reserve this slot for Yefen. Zhu camp. Military exercise registration office. The chief officer and the deputy officer immediately started arguing. Tanzi, what do you mean? There's clearly 1 slot left. Why don't you let them register? What are you keeping this slot for? The deputy officer Qiao Shan scolded with a dark face and picked up the pen to register the next person. The chief officer Tanzi coldly grabbed Qiao Shan's arm and said, "How dare you? Qiao Shan, don't forget, I am the chief officer of the registration office. When is it your turn to make decisions? I haven't brought up yesterday's incidents to hold you accountable. Look at the people you selected on the list. People from mental hospitals are also on the list. Even people with 2 disabled legs are here to register. There were more than 100 slots, and yesterday you approved 95 people. I should be asking you what you're up to. Letting these people who don't know anything occupy the slots. This represents the dignity of Daya country. Do you want Daya to lose face globally?" Tanzi angrily smashed a list onto Qiao Shan's face. Yesterday, he had gone on a business trip, only to return and find that all the slots open to the public had been filled by Qiao Shan. And crucially, Those entered into the slots didn't even know what martial arts were. Disabled individuals wasn't this intentional disruption. Humph, Tom Z. Don't keep questioning me here. I am following the rules in everything I do. The Zhuge high-level meeting has decided that these slots are open to the public, and there were no specific requirements mentioned. Am I wrong to recruit people like this? Qiao Shan smirked. Don't delay the next person registering. Once the final slot is filled, we can wrap it up. Come on. Who else wants to register? Please raise your hand and provide your information. Qiao Shan shouted at the people below, and an elderly man in his 80s, with white hair and beard, tremblingly raised his hand. I want to register. The old man hobbled forward with a cane, handing his shaky information to Qiao Shan. It seemed like the old man could pass away any moment, yet he was participating in military exercises. Wasn't that ridiculous? Tomzi was almost losing her mind. Stop. Guards ... stop them. Tomzi yelled out, and a group of skilled fighters with knives rushed to stand behind Tomzi. Qiao Shan, is talking not effective anymore? Are you daring to move a muscle for this last slot? Let me tell you, the last slot, Haogang just called and asked me to do whatever it takes to keep it. Do you dare to try? See if my knife is sharp enough. Huh? Qiao Shan frowned upon hearing Tong Zhao's words. Haogang personally ordered? No wonder Tonzi was acting so arrogant. Qiao Shan almost blurted out the identity of the powerful figure behind him, but stopped himself, realizing that the existence behind him could not be exposed, especially at a critical moment. However, the powerful figure behind him had ordered to use up all the slots before the registration deadline, especially not to leave any for Yifan. Yifan had already caused a huge disturbance in the southwest region. Within the Zhu camp, 2 of the 4 war kings had been eliminated by Yifan. If Yifan continued to cause trouble here, it would leave no choice for the figure behind him. Therefore, before Yifan came to register, regardless of the circumstances, that slot had to be nullified. So what if Haogang called? Does that mean we can disregard the rules set by the highest Zhuge meeting? How does my recruitment of participants violate any rules? Qiao Shan coldly snorted, with several martial art experts wielding swords emerging behind him. Both Qiao Shan and Tonzi were elite fighters in the Zhu camp, holding high status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been entrusted with the task of recruiting for these slots. Tensions rose between the 2 groups, with the atmosphere becoming intense. For the last slot, a conflict could erupt at any moment. Captain Qiao, are you registering or not? If not, promise each of us $100. When will you pay us? The elderly man said nervously to Qiao Shan. It's none of my business if you fight. Give us the money so we can go home. Damn it. $100 a day, including meals. The old man's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The atmosphere that was once tense suddenly turned eerie. Tomzi had already suspected that Qiao Shan was up to something, but she did not expect him to stoop so low to pay these actors $100 a day to occupy the slot. Qiao Shan, do you have any shame? Get out of here right now, or I will kill you today. Tomzi stepped forward, drawing her own sword. Clang. Kill me? Go ahead, try it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qiao Shan didn't back down, drawing his sword as well, keeping a wary eye on Tomzi. Only half an hour left. No matter who gets the final slot, as long as they hold out for another half an hour, Yifan doesn't show up. If a fight had to happen, Qiao Shan's strength wasn't much lower than Tong Zhao's, and it wouldn't be a big problem to fight. As for the consequences, the powerful figure behind him would handle it. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, a chubby girl with double pigtails, holding a lollipop in her mouth, rushed over gasping for breath. Is the registration still open? Finally made it. I want to register. I want to participate in the military exercises and beat those nasty foreigners. She appeared to be rolling over, not because she was running, but because she was so overweight, at least 200 pounds, appearing like a ball from a distance. Kui Hua, what are you doing here? Tong Zhao's pupils dilated upon seeing the chubby girl, exclaiming in surprise. Miss Ho. Qiao Shan was also amazed at the sight of the girl, his aggression slightly diminishing. This chubby girl was named Ho Kui Hua, the granddaughter of Ho Tianji, the ruler of Zhuge. It turned out that Ho Lao had kept a slot for his granddaughter to participate. Qiao Shan gave a sigh of relief, thinking, so that's how it is. I've been tense for so long for no reason. Tomzi also felt something was off with Qiao Shan's reaction and the sudden appearance of Ho Kui Hua. In the Zhu camp, Ho Qianji was hastily making his way to the registration area, and his secretary suddenly reported, "Hello." The feedback from the registration area states that Qiao Shan recklessly filled the external slots, leaving only one slot, and just now, someone managed to persuade Miss Ho to go there. It seems they intend to sign up for the military exercises. What? Upon hearing the report, Ho Qianji was nearly jumping in place. What is Kuihua doing there? Is she causing trouble? This is bad. I didn't tell Tongzi that slot was meant for Yifan. Quickly call Tongzi. Let me handle this when I arrive. Zhu Camp Registration Center. Qiao Shan enthusiastically recorded various information for Ho Kuihua, such as name, gender, strength, background explanation. Qiao Shan couldn't help but smile. As long as the registration confirmation for Ho Kuihua is completed, even if Yifan has extraordinary abilities, it would be useless. Registration deadline. All registration spots taken. Yifan would not be able to participate in the military exercise, and the strategist's plan could be executed perfectly without any disruptions. Miss Ho, are you sure the information is correct? If there are no mistakes, we will do a facial recognition, and then you can sign. All right. Ho Kuihua tittied her ponytail, ready to do the facial recognition in front of the camera, when a figure suddenly flashed and grabbed Ho Kuihua, pulling her away. Wait. This spot is mine. Rushing over was none other than Yifan. Yifan had just received a call from Elder Ho and already understood the situation here. The big fish hidden in the Zhu domain still had some means. In order to prevent Yifan from participating in the military exercise, they actually had a crooked plan, using some unreliable people to occupy spots. The last spot was even intended for Ho Qianji's granddaughter to come and occupy. Ho Qianji was afraid of not coming in time, so he notified Yifan to hurry up. Seeing Yifan suddenly appear, Qiao Shan's face changed drastically. Finally, he arrived. What do you mean? We are all following the normal registration process. Do you want to forcefully grab a spot? Miss Ho, come over for facial recognition and sign. Qiao Shan was anxious. They were so close to the final step, but now with Yifan's appearance, would his action plan be ruined? Beside them, Tongzi was stunned to see Yifan suddenly appear. Yifan and Ho Kuihua appeared at the same time. What did Elder Ho mean? Who did he want to give the spot to? Thinking about some recent events, Tongzi leaned towards the idea that Elder Ho wanted to give the spot to Yifan. After all, in the entire Daxia Empire, Yifan was definitely the top among the younger generation. Only with Yifan could they shock Europe and other regions where martial art experts come from. Tongzi was still hesitant when Ho Tianji's call came. The spot is for Yifan. You must secure it, understand? Anyone who dares to stop, regardless of who they are, kill them. Ho Qianji was also filled with anger. In the past 2 days, Zhu domain had already experienced a big cleansing. Wu Shihao and Su Wandao, the two war kings, as well as the deputy leader Wei Zhuan, had all died. Most of the people in the Zhu domain were now under their control again, yet someone was still playing tricks. The only person Ho Qianji could think of was his old partner, Wei Hang. Although there was no direct evidence to prove that Wei Hang was up to something, given the series of events that had occurred among the Zhu domain, only Wei Hang had the ability. Wei Hang, who was so blatantly trying to prevent Yifan from participating in the military exercise, was definitely up to something. The more this happened, the more determined Ho Qianji became to have Yifan participate. Only with Yifan participating in the military exercise could the Zhu domain be truly powerful. At the registration center, Ho Kuihua, who was originally full of anticipation preparing for facial recognition, was suddenly grabbed and pulled apart. Although no major injuries were inflicted, the damage was minimal, but the insult was profound, especially since she was a nearly 300 pounds chubby girl. Being lifted like this, as if she were a meatball. How dare they treat her like that? Who are you? What? Do you want to fight me? Believe it or not, I'll crush you with one sit. Ho Kuihua angrily rushed towards Yifan, preparing to push him. Stop it, I'm here to handle official business. Yifan dismissed her, and before Ho Kuihua could touch Yifan, he grabbed her collar, lifted her high up. Hey! You've gone too far. Ho Kuihua kicked her legs wildly in the air and yelled, I don't believe this, let me go. Ho Kuihua's whole body surged with energy. The next moment, Yifan felt the weight on his arms seemingly increase several times. 1,000 pounds dropped. Interesting. After Ho Kuihua landed, she struggled out of Yifan's grasp. Then, like a cannonball, she rolled rapidly on the ground and charged at Yifan like a big iron ball. Yifan glanced indifferently, not taking her seriously at all. Ho Kuihua's strength was only at the warlord realm, while his strength was at the martial saint realm. Controlling her should be easy. So as Ho Kuihua rolled towards him, Yifan simply waved his arm, planning to block her with ease. Dang. However, Yifan was taken aback when the force of Ho Kuihua's impact completely exceeded his expectations. How could a fat ball like that possess the damaging force of an emperor-level attack? And in that moment, the bottom on Ho Kuihua seemed to become incredibly sturdy, reminiscent of King Fugi's Zhuan armor, brimming with defense. Yifan was almost knocked back, and he had to use some footwork to barely dodge. Miss Ho, don't make a scene. I'm Yifan, and this spot was personally arranged by your grandfather, so please don't interfere. HMPH. Nonsense. Today, no matter who comes, it won't work. Watch my move. Totally ignoring Yifan, Ho Kuihua rolled her body once more, then charged at Yifan again. After several dodges, Yifan couldn't take it anymore. Miss Ho, you pushed me to this. Now I won't hold back. As Ho Kuihua rolled towards him again, Yifan activated his absolute domain, limiting Ho Kuihua's movements. Then, his palm raised, ready to strike at Ho Kuihua's bottom to teach her a lesson. When Yifan was about to act, Wang Fugui suddenly flashed beside Yifan, with a silly smile on his face, said, "Boss, can I have the honor to do this spanking task?" Hehe, it's just a cool, definitely not your type, right boss? Ha! Seeing Wang Fugi's shining eyes and looking at the chubby girl on the ground, Yifan instantly understood. The boss like this type. It's all yours. Have fun with it. Yifan's mouth twitched a few times, not really interested in such a heavy girl. Since old Wang liked that kind, Yifan was happy to oblige. Thank you, boss. Wang Fugui excitedly rubbed his hands together, then waved his hand towards Ho Kuihua's fat body. Smack. Ah. This feeling, it's just heavenly. As Wang Fugui spanked her, he had an expression full of enjoyment. On the ground, Ho Kuihua, finding her skills restricted and feeling down, suddenly felt a burning pain in her bottom. She was enraged and shouted, "Yifan, you bastard, I'll kill you." As she raged, she regained control over her body and swung her fan-like palm towards Wang Fugui. She instinctively thought that Yifan was the one who had hit her earlier, but upon seeing the towering muscular man before her, almost 2 meters tall, with dark charcoal-like skin, Ho Kuihua squinted and said, "Was it you who hit me just now?" Wang Fugui rubbed his hands somewhat embarrassedly. Hehe, you're so stylish, I couldn't help it just now. Wang Fugui spoke, his face slightly blushing. Ho Kuihua's face also showed a blush. Do you like this style of mine? Yes. Wang Fugui nodded repeatedly, like a shy little boy. Like this. Ho Kuihua smiled naively, then turned to glance at Yifan. Is that guy your boss? Is he strong? As Ho Kuihua spoke, she pointed at Yifan. Wang Fugui nodded. My big brother is very strong. He's already a strong one at the realm of martial saints. You're not his opponent at all. Why not just give up on this last spot? Let my big brother go beat up those foreigners. With my big brother around, they definitely won't gain any benefits. HMPH. I was determined to compete for this spot, but since you're begging for mercy, for your sake, I won't sign up. But how are you going to compensate me? My delicate heart has been seriously wounded. As Ho Kuihua spoke, she leaned her head on Wang Fugi's shoulder, looking gentle and just like a little daughter. Wang Fugui smiled foolishly, hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly reached out to embrace Ho Kuihua's sturdy waist. Sensing Wang Fugi's nervousness, Ho Kuihua leaned into him. Hold me tighter, silly. Oh, there's a nest of birds on that mountain over there, and one of them actually has 9 heads. Shall we go check it out together? As Ho Kuihua spoke, her face remained calm, showing no excitement. Really? Okay. Let's go. We'll check it out. Wang Fugi's face was bright with a smile as he held on to Ho Kuihua, walking towards a sign mountain near the registration area, while also making an okay gesture to Yifan in the back. At this moment, Wang Fugui felt particularly accomplished, finally meeting the woman of his dreams and helping his boss solve a problem. Yifan's mouth twitched into a faint smile, a match made in heaven. Guoli beside him touched his nose. Boss, has old Wang been corrupting you by being around you for so long? Get lost. What's it to you? Yifan raised an eyebrow, thinking of last night with Shenmange, and today with the two Saint sisters. AI, my cursed charm, it's unstoppable. Let them go. That's how Ho Kuihua left. The last one who dared to compete with Yifan for the spot was taken away by Yifan's brother to go see a nine-headed bird in the forest. Zhou Shan, who was holding a camera nearby for facial recognition, was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Miss Ho, why did you leave? Come back, your information has already been registered, you just need to complete the final facial recognition process. How could you give up now? With Ho Kuihua giving up on registration, the final spot would definitely go to Yifan. Tom Z had said, this was a personal favor from Grandpa Ho. It was clear that it wasn't for Ho Kuihua, so it would go to Yifan for sure. No way. Let that guy have the spot, I'm going bird watching. Hehe. Holding Wang Fugi's arm, Ho Kuihua bounced along, seemingly causing the ground to tremble beneath her feet. Joyful, Ho Kuihua turned her head and planted a firm kiss on Wang Fugi's cheek. A public display of affection, unbearable to watch, truly unbearable. Near the registration area, around a corner of a building, Ho Qianji happened to witness the scene before him, frowning and covering his eyes. Shameless. No, I mean that idiot. How can my lovely granddaughter see that donkey? Oh, my heart. Ho Qianji felt a knot in his heart, especially painful. While in appearance, his granddaughter Ho Kuihua might not have the upper hand. Ho Qianji naturally knew that, but in a grandpa's heart, his granddaughter is always the best and should be matched with someone like Yifan. But upon further thought, all the beauties around Yifan, weren't they all extraordinary? Maybe it's better to forget about his granddaughter. Sigh. Old Ho, they are going to the forest to see the nine-headed bird. When did the Zhu camp have a nine-headed bird? Why don't I know about it? Ho Qianji sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let them go. My granddaughter is grown up and should have her own life. That little guy Wang Fugui is not bad. His grandfather is also an aide to Yi's family, with a good background, and following Yifan, he has a decent future, so be it. Although Ho Qianji didn't want his precious granddaughter to be snatched away by Wang Fugui, he couldn't prevent a match if his granddaughter had her eyes set on someone. Ho Kuihua's appearance at the registration point was just a little interlude. Now that Ho Kuihua has left, Yifan looked at Zhou Shan with a smile. Let's begin the registration. Tom Z breathed a sigh of relief. Yifan finally arrived on time. Old Ho called just now, said that spot is reserved for Yi young master. Only by participating in the military exercise can a young master bring honor to the country. Hurry and enter the information. Zhou Shan, holding a camera, stood there hesitating. He looked at the time. Only 10 minutes left. If he were to delay until the last minute and miss the registration time, would his mission be considered completed as well? Humph. Tom Z, spare me your nonsense. There are still many people waiting in line here. If Yifan wants to register, he should wait his turn like the others. I'll do everything by the rules. Zhou Shan just didn't care. He was downright stubborn. Damn it. Tom Z was irritated. Zhou Shan, are you out of your mind? When Kuihua came earlier, you didn't make her wait in line. But now that young Master Yi is here, you're deliberately causing trouble. Are you doing this on purpose? Get out of the way. I'll handle young Master Yi's registration myself. I'm getting fed up. Tom Z pushed Zhou Shan aside, determined to handle the information entry herself. Clang. Zhou Shan's expression changed immediately. He drew his battle sword with a loud clang. Tom Z, you want to try me? I won't do it. What can you do? It was a face-off, and Zhou Shan was ready to go hard. Do it if you dare. Do you think I'll just stand by and watch? A deep, stern voice echoed in the registration area. Ho Qianji appeared with a grim expression, swinging his arm and landing a powerful punch on Zhou Shan's shoulder, shattering it. Zhou Shan's sword broke and his chest collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, as he staggered backward. Oh, old Ho, you. At the moment when Qiao Shan saw the arrival of Ho Qianji, he felt completely desperate. This time, daring to resist the orders of Ho Qianji almost cost Qiao Shan his life. Qiao Shan had to muster all his courage to act, and his confrontation with Tong Xiao's also a gamble. A bet that Ho Qianji wouldn't personally show up, or wouldn't arrive before the registration deadline. But now, it was apparent that Qiao Shan had lost the bet. With a sudden kick, Ho Qianji crushed Qiao Shan's chest in anger and coldly said, "Do you dare to see if I can kill you?" As the highest authority figure in the Zhuk domain, Ho Tianji could act first and report later within the entire domain. Killing a captain would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Unable to speak due to spitting out blood, Qiao Shan's subordinates behind him held their weapons nervously, watching Ho Tianji. "What's wrong? Do you want to rebel? Want to challenge me?" With just a glare from Ho Tianji, all the people retreated several steps, dropping their weapons on the ground. Facing Ho Tianji, Qiao Shan didn't dare to utter a word. How could these underlings dare to act insolently? "We dare not. We seek forgiveness from Elder Ho." These people were all subordinates of Qiao Shan, standing by his side. Even though they had confronted Tongzi earlier, they were simply following Qiao Shan's orders, not committing any major wrongdoing. Though they might face retribution from Ho Tianji, they would obey to the death. However, laying a hand on Ho Tianji would mean courting death on the spot. They were not foolish. Tongzi quickly input Yi Xiaoluo's information. With a kick, Ho Tianji pressed Qiao Shan to the ground and ordered towards Tongzi. Tongzi had already opened the computer interface, inputting basic data. "Yi Xiaoluo, the basic information is all set. Please perform facial recognition and then sign." The remaining steps were completed in a matter of seconds. With everything done, there were 4 minutes left until the registration deadline. Tongzi wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, he hadn't messed up this matter. Ho Tianji berated Qiao Shan, who was now on the ground. "Speak up. Who instructed you to hinder Yi Xiaoluo's registration?" Ho Tianji wasn't naive. From someone instigating his granddaughter to register, to Qiao Shan intentionally delaying and obstructing Yi Fan's registration. Although Qiao Shan claimed to be acting according to the rules, could Ho Tianji trust him? This reason might fool Tongzi, but before Ho Tianji, Qiao Shan knew that lying would bring extreme fear. Qiao Shan wanted to confess to Ho Tianji, but another force in his mind strongly prevented him from revealing the truth. "Forget it. Let me handle it." After the facial recognition was completed, Yi Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He swiftly moved forward, grabbing Qiao Shan's head, activating the soul-extinguishing 7-star technique to probe his mind. Starting with killing Dong Yunjiang and Wei Zhuan, and now dealing with Su Wandao, Yi Fan knew his gradual fraud bowling strategy was beginning to take effect, bringing him closer to the truth. The big fish in the Zhuge domain was reaching its breaking point. Whether it was Zhe Li or Wei Han, as long as Qiao Shan had received any instructions, the truth would be practically confirmed. After probing Qiao Shan's mind for a moment with the soul-extinguishing 7-star technique, Yi Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He found some useful information in Qiao Shan's mind, confirming that someone indeed ordered the interference, but the image of the person who gave the order was very vague. It was evident that Qiao Shan's thoughts had been disturbed. Was it similar to the mental imprint in Wei Zhuan's mind? Setting up a barrier to prevent himself from getting close to the truth, Yi Fan ramped up the power of the soul-extinguishing 7-star technique, causing Qiao Shan's body to tremble violently under such intense mental fluctuations. Crack! Yi Fan felt a mental seal in Qiao Shan's mind being unlocked, about to continue his investigation when suddenly, dang, dang, 2 gunshots rang out, interrupting Yi Fan's actions. Upon turning around, he saw one of Qiao Shan's lackeys pointing a gun at Qiao Shan's heart and emptying the magazine. Qiao Shan's life force instantly dissipated, and the thoughts that Yi Fan had just unlocked began to disintegrate. Seeing the truth within reach only to be disrupted at a critical moment made Yi Fan furious. Damn it! Yi Fan moved his wrist, intending to direct a powerful energy wave at the lackey. But the lackey's actions were even faster. Before Yi Fan's attack could reach him, he put another gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. A ruthless individual. After silencing Qiao Shan, he ended himself as well. Bastard! Ho Tianji was close to madness. He rushed to the killer's side and punched him until he turned into dust. There were so many strong individuals present, yet they had been careless, allowing a man to assassinate Qiao Shan and then commit suicide. Yi Xiaoluo, I'm sorry. Ho Tianji looked apologetically at Yi Fan. With Yi family's 3rd young master killed in the Zhuge domain, such a significant event had happened without his knowledge as the ruler of the domain. And now those people had come after Yi Fan. As the host, Ho Tianji felt quite embarrassed. Yi Fan waved his hand. Elder Ho, don't mention it. In fact, at this point, the prime suspect has almost been identified. There are only 2 possibilities. One is your old companion and strategist, Wei Han, and the other is the retired elder, Zhe Li. This military exercise is their battlefield, and as soon as they start making moves, they will reveal themselves. I want to see what they're planning. Wei Hang, Shaili. Hearing Yifan's words, Ho Qianji couldn't help but sigh. These two were his closest comrades. If either one turned traitor, it would be hard for Ho Qianji to accept. Actually, in Ho Qianji's heart, he suspected Wei Hang more. Lately, Wei Hang's actions had aroused his suspicions. Yi Xiaoluo, you have successfully registered now. The military exercise will officially commence tomorrow. Although your strength should not be at risk, there will still be some trouble. One is Gu Chansheng's son, Bu Chansheng, the leader of the Qihu domain, a genius powerhouse among the younger generation who has been secretly cultivated for years and is quite troublesome. The other is Zhang Jue, one of the 7 commanders in the Qiaomong army, who has always held a strong aversion towards the Yi family and might target you. These two, during the military exercise, might not only be unable to help you, but may also constantly cause you trouble. You cannot kill them, so dealing with them will be quite a headache. Furthermore, Yi Xiaoluo's wife, Yu Linglong, is also participating in the military exercise. If Yi Xiaoluo has to face off against Ye Shui, how will he handle it? As Ho Qianji was about to finish speaking, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing a critical issue. The most crucial thing. I just received news that the imperial consort, Ji Ningxuan, has also registered for the military exercise. If Yu Linglong and the consort face off, whom will Yi Xiaoluo support? Oh my! Ho Qianji felt overwhelmed as he worried about Yifan. Ji Ningxuan is coming again? Didn't this girl just return? She had just finished dealing with matters at the Jinhai base and had just returned to Shanjing. And now she's going to participate in the military exercise at the Zhuk domain. Yifan furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off about this Ji Ningxuan. Wherever he went, this girl would follow. Yifan now almost certain that Emperor Ji Yukan always sent his future empress to be by his side. There must be a problem. It seemed like they were intentionally matchmaking him with Ji Ningxuan. If they both end up in battle, I will naturally help Linglong, Yifan said with a faint smile. Without any hesitation, he directly stated his decision. Although Ji Ningxuan and Yifan had experienced life and death together, and shared a deep bond, the debt owed by Jade Linglong as the eldest sister, announcing her marriage to Yifan at the Yi family funeral to restore the family's reputation, outweigh any other feelings. As for Gu Chansheng in the Red Tiger domain and Zhang Jue in the Azure Dragon domain, Yifan would not hold back, he would speak directly with his strength. Yifan was now at the level of a 4th-grade martial saint. At such a level, looking at the entire Great Xia, except for some old fellows in the ancient martial world and the patriarchs of some super families in the secular world, there should be no one who could match him. This time the key was to see how strong the external forces collaborating with the Zhuk domain were and how much trouble they were planning to cause in Great Xia. Hulo. Just as the registration was completed, a large group of martial generals suddenly rushed in from outside, with Zhang Shuming at the forefront. This stubborn guy again? Yifan felt a headache when he saw Zhang Shuming. Hadn't he already shown him that Suwanda was alive Van Wella at the hotel? Why did this stubborn guy bring so many people over again? Yifan glanced at Ho Qianji beside him. Ho Qianji appeared calm, but with a hint of disappointment on his face. For reasons unknown, Zhang Shuming with 30,000 elite generals from the Zhuk Iron Cavalry pays respects to the newly appointed Commander-in-Chief. Pay respects to young Master Yi. Pay respects to the Commander-in-Chief. Swish. In the presence of 100 martial generals, led by Zhang Shuming, all knelt devoutly before Yifan. Everyone, take a good look. This is Yifan, the junior marshal of the Royal Academy. He is also the successor of the Zhuk Iron Cavalry appointed by Chief Su before his death. Under his leadership, the Zhuk Iron Cavalry will have a way out. Zhang Shuming introduced, and the former Vice Minister under Suwanda helped to explain. Since Mr. Ho is here, could you be a witness? Is that okay? Zhang Shuming turned to Ho Qianji. With a bitter expression, Ho Qianji sighed deeply. Damn it, he had thought that with Yifan's help, he could disrupt the internal affairs of the Zhuk domain and then use the opportunity to reorganize it. As a result, the strongest elite of the Zhuk domain, 30,000 iron cavalry, all fell into Yifan's hands. Who could he reason with now? Ho Qianji still didn't know that Suwanda was alive, but what he couldn't understand was how Suwanda, who had been Jinhai King's man, could hand over 30,000 iron cavalry to Yifan. Despite his doubts, Ho Tianji knew that 30,000 iron cavalry in Yi Fan's hands would be a better outcome than in the hands of the Jin Hai King. Of course, no problem. Ho Tianji sighed heavily. The rise of the Yi family and his inability to stop it in everything that Yi Fan had done so far, at least had not harmed the interests of the royal family and Great Zio, so he decided to lend him a hand. I agree to appoint Yi Fan as the commander of the 30,000 iron cavalry of the Zhuk domain. I hope you will serve Great Zio well under Yi Fan in the future. After Ho Tianji's words, finally, a group of hesitant martial generals knelt down and pledged allegiance to Yi Fan. Everyone, please rise, Yi Fan said faintly. At his current level of strength, he had little interest in the worldly power. However, having 30,000 iron cavalry backing him up was still good. At least those who intended to harm the Yi family would think twice. Just as everyone stood up, Wang Fugui and Ho Kuihua came out from a nearby hillside with flushed faces. Fugui, see, isn't that bird huge? Do you believe me now? Ho Kuihua's nearly 300 pounds body was almost hanging on Wang Fugui. Thanks to the fact that Wang Fugui was a martial arts master, otherwise faced with such a plump body, he really couldn't hold on. Hehe, Kuihua is right, it is indeed big. Wang Fugui couldn't stop smiling. As they approached, he noticed that Ho Tianji was also present, so he quickly let go of Ho Kuihua's hand. Mr. Ho, Wang Fugui called out, feeling a bit guilty. He was very aware of what had happened in the forest just now. Taking someone's granddaughter away without the grandfather's permission made Wang Fugui a bit uneasy. With a slightly displeased expression, Ho Tianji gave a cold humph. Can't even bear to call me grandpa once. Grandpa, why are you being so fierce? You've scared my baby. Wang Fugui hadn't spoken yet, and Ho Kuihua reached out to shield Wang Fugui. Don't be afraid, baby. I will protect you. Ho Tianji felt particularly uncomfortable. Wouldn't they still regard him as a grandparent? Forget about him once they have a lover. Sigh. Although Wang Fugui was good, unfortunately, his family background was a bit weak. Yi Fan noticed all the changes in Ho Tianji's face. After glancing at Zhang Shuming and the others, Yi Fan suddenly had a plan. Yi Fan was now the marshal of the Azure Dragon Army and the deputy commander of the Xuanwu domain. If he could also control the Zhuk Iron Cavalry, even if no one said it, there would definitely be some discontent. Wang Fugui, as his best brother, although a bit simple-minded, should have no problem holding down the Zhuk domain. Iron Cavalry of the Zhuk domain, listen to my command. As of now, I appoint Wang Fugui as the deputy commander of the Zhuk Iron Cavalry. In my absence, he can exercise all powers on my behalf. The Iron Cavalry token of the Zhuk domain will be managed by Wang Fugui on my behalf. As Yi Fan gave the command, everyone present was stunned. The Zhuk Iron Cavalry was the elite among the elites of the entire Zhuk domain. Many had shed blood for this position, and Yi Fan had just taken on this position and directly appointed Wang Fugui as the deputy commander, entrusting him with the token of command. What did this mean? It couldn't be more obvious. This was paving the way for Wang Fugui to take over the Zhuk Iron Cavalry. After a moment of shock, Ho Tianji's eyes narrowed. This young Master Yi was indeed shrewd. Wang Fugui was his most trusted brother, and with Wang Fugui controlling the Zhuk Iron Cavalry, the nature of it wouldn't change much. But for everyone else, their views would change. For example, Ho Tianji. He immediately raised his hands in approval, because Wang Fugui was bound to be his future grandson-in-law. With only one granddaughter, in the hands of her future grandson-in-law, the Zhuk Iron Cavalry would naturally be in good hands. Wang Fugui taking over the Zhuk Iron Cavalry would be much more acceptable to the royal family, as well as the forces under the Jin Hai King's influence. Mr. Ho, what do you think of this arrangement? Should Fugi's status be sufficient? Yi Fan turned to look at Ho Tianji, a smile creeping into his eyes. Yi Fan's intention is very clear to Ho Tianji. Yi Fan intends to use the position of the deputy marshal of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry, which is subordinate to one person, but above 10,000 people, to elevate Wang Fugi's status. Wang Fugui has just become engaged to Ho Tianji's precious granddaughter and is about to become Ho Tianji's grandson-in-law. However, unfortunately, Wang Fugi's grandfather is just a junior officer in the Qianlong army. By Wang Fugi's generation, he also lacks substantial power and status. In terms of status, Wang Fugi's position is not quite up to par with marrying into Ho Tianji's family. But now, with just one word from Yi Fan, Wang Fugui is elevated to the position of deputy marshal of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry, one of the four great warlords of the Vermilion Bird domain. With such a status, it won't diminish Hokui's honor. Moreover, the concrete development in the future can be entirely based on Ho Qianji's intentions. In this operation Ningguanchang, Yifan has completely wiped out the power of the Zhengwan, and after cleaning up the big fish in the Vermilion Bird domain, the Vermilion Bird domain will return completely under the control of Ho Qianji. If Ho Qianji is willing, promoting Wang Fugui as the successor to lead the Vermilion Bird domain is also not impossible. Of course. Ho Qianji glanced at Yifan with envy. Yile Yezi has such a good grandson who is worth 1,000 troops. With such a talent, will the Yi family not rise? Idiot! What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank Yisha? Ho Qianji indulgently kicked Wang Fugui's buttocks. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire Wang Fugui's fortune. Wang Fugui may be simple-minded and slow to react, but with the advancement of his martial arts strength, Wang Fugui can feel a shackle slowly unlocking in his body. And Wang Fugui's intellectual intelligence is also gradually improving. Yifan's actions made Wang Fugui understand instantly. Boss, thank you for your support. Wang Fugui heaved a sigh of relief. With this new status, he and Hokuihua can now be open about their relationship. Between us, do we need to say thank you? Yifan smiled faintly, patting Wang Fugui on the shoulder. Do well and don't let others down. Pausing for a moment, Yifan continued to speak to Ho Qianji. Old Ho, regarding the issue of old Wang's strength, you don't need to worry. Although he is only at the level of martial venerable now, I am just stabilizing his foundation for the time being. When the time comes, I will assist him in advancing to the level of martial emperor, which is just a matter of minutes. It will definitely not tarnish your reputation. Martial emperor. Ho Qianji's heart tightened. Looking across the entire Great Xia, there aren't many at the level of a martial emperor. They are super strong individuals. How could Yifan casually mention this as if it were nothing special? Admiration. Genuine admiration. Good. Ho Qianji could barely conceal the smile in his heart. Initially, when he saw Hokuihua and Wang Fugui heading to the woods to watch the birds, he was a little reluctant. But now, he realizes that Hokuihua's choice was simply brilliant. Although Wang Fugui may not have a powerful background, he has a brother who does. Aligning himself with Wang Fugui indirectly aligns himself with Yifan. Moreover, now Wang Fugui can be considered as having a powerful background. Given enough time, Wang Fugui will definitely become formidable. It seems that he needs to change his attitude. He must remind his granddaughter to treat Wang Fugui better. Ho Qianji and Wang Fugui were both happy, but Zhang Shuming, on the other hand, was feeling frustrated. Hey, that Wang Fugui, what makes you think you can be the deputy marshal of our Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry? Zhang Shuming had a gambling agreement with Yifan, and after losing and failing in 3 assassination attempts against Yifan, he was thoroughly defeated. So, Yifan becoming the overall commander of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry was acceptable to Zhang Shuming and most of the generals. But when Wang Fugui suddenly became the deputy marshal, Zhang Shuming was unwilling to accept it. Just because I have a good big brother, does it mean I can't? Wang Fugui said proudly, feeling fortunate about his decision. Back when Yifan was clueless for 5 years, everyone doubted him. However, Wang Fugui chose to remain loyal to Yifan, fulfilling any unreasonable request without hesitation. Now he has received his reward. Humph, coward. What's the use of relying on others? If you have the guts, come fight me. If you win, we'll all respect you. If you lose, you better behave yourself with your tail between your legs. Zhang Shuming sneered at Wang Fugui. This challenge ignited the fire within Wang Fugui. Let's fight. You think I'm scared of you? Wang Fugui ripped off his clothes to reveal his muscular body and the fingernail marks on his back, fresh and raw. Clearly, the earlier process of watching the birds in the woods was particularly dangerous. Ho Qianji couldn't bear to look and could only sigh repeatedly. Seeing Wang Fugui's stance, Yifan frowned and grabbed Wang Fugui's shoulder. Old Wang, don't be impulsive. Zhang Shuming is already a peak 9th rank martial artist, while you are only an 8th rank martial artist. There's only one small realm difference. You might not be his match. Should I order him not to trouble you? Looking sincerely at Yifan, Wang Fugui replying, no need, boss. You've helped me so much already. I have to pave my own way from here on. I can't let you keep helping me forever, can I? I want to become stronger so that when you need me, I can also have your back. Sincerity is the strongest weapon. Seeing the genuine look on Wang Fugi's face and hearing his sincere words, Yifan suddenly felt a bit emotional. It was as if he saw an individual with a bad natural talent, but who was constantly striving to climb the mountain. Despite his hunched body, he exuded an exceptional presence. This is the brother I have always wanted. Courageous. Furthermore, Yifan could sense that Wang Fugui is maturing, no longer relying solely on brute strength, but showing signs of growing maturity. Is this the instantaneous transformation from a boat to a man? Assuming responsibility and showing resolve. All right. Go ahead. I support you. Yifan watched Wang Fugui intently as they began to fight. Both Wang Fugui and Zhang Shuming were tough men, indifferent to life and death. They didn't back down. They immediately took on fighting stances and began the battle. Two peak martial artists exerting their full power, trading punches and kicks, instantly creating large craters in the area. While Zhang Shuming did indeed have a slight advantage in terms of strength, Yifan forgot that Wang Fugui possessed a special Zhuanwu armor, a natural defensive armor allowing him to withstand injuries across different realms with ease. As a result, the two combatants turned out to be evenly matched. What's more, Wang Fugui became fiercer as the battle progressed. Initially matching Zhang Shuming, he gradually gained the upper hand. He yanked out a handful of Zhang Shuming's beard, pulled out some hair, and even grabbed a bunch of hair from other areas, causing Zhang Shuming considerable pain. Previously, Zhang Shuming had tested the techniques used by his teacher, Su Wandao. Now, Zhang Shuming experienced almost all those techniques on himself under Wang Fugi's hands. The feeling was exhilarating. Zhang Shuming now understood why his teacher wanted to kill him after regaining his consciousness. Damn it, Wang Fugui, you shameless. Zhang Shuming unleashed his full strength, attempting to knock Wang Fugui down. However, Wang Fugi's Zhuanwu armor on his back easily absorbed most of Zhang Shuming's attacks, leaving Zhang Shuming frustrated. The battle had been going on for 10 minutes. Although Wang Fugi's mouth was overflowing with fresh blood from the impact, his body staggering, he stubbornly refused to let himself fall down. Come on, keep fighting. Wang Fugui pounded his chest with both hands and roared at Zhang Shuming. At this moment, Zhang Shuming had lost half of his eyebrows and had a bite on his arm. Continuing like this, he was afraid his body hair would be plucked clean, leaving only his skeleton. Zhang Shuming thought he was ruthless, but today, Zhang Shuming realized that the Wang Fugui beside Yifan was even more ruthless than him. Zhang Shuming was initially just a bit defiant, but after fighting for so long, there was no clear winner. Moreover, at this rate, there would probably be no winner even after half a day of fighting. Besides, Wang Fugui was Yifan's father's brother. If any harm came to him, it wouldn't look good on Yifan's father. Let's stop. I concede. I admit defeat. Zhang Shuming held his chest, pretending to spew blood, then turned to the generals and officials of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry. Brothers, I have done my best. The strength of Vice Commander Wan is extraordinary. I estimate he is about to break through to the level of Martial Emperor. Let's pay respects to Commander Wan together. We pay respects to Commander Wan. The generals and officials of the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry, led by Zhang Shuming and his aide, all kneeled in unison towards Wang Fugui, officially establishing Wang Fugi's position. Ho Qianji frowned as he watched Zhang Shuming, filled with doubt. Zhang Shuming's strength just now was definitely enough to continue fighting. Why did he willingly give up and admit defeat? When did Zhang Shuming become so clever, so understanding of human affairs? Ho Qianji glanced at Yifan and couldn't help sighing. At this moment, Ho Qianji realized that there seemed to be a mysterious power around Yifan. Those who got close to Yifan, once they entered his inner circle, seemed to instantly improve in strength, becoming much stronger than before. With the temporary conclusion of the affairs in the Vermilion Bird domain, the official start of the military exercises tomorrow awaited. Ding ding ding. Yifan's phone suddenly rang. HMPH. Shafan, you heartless person, it's been so long, and you haven't even cared about me. If I didn't call, would you have ignored me forever? Upon answering the phone, a coquettish voice of Yulinglong came from the other end. Since their separation in Penlai Gorge last time, Yifan had been busy with the affairs of Huadu City and Guancheng City, and had not had many opportunities to communicate with Yulinglong. Ahem. How can you say that, my dear wife? I've been busy with other things all this time. Linglong, have you arrived in Guancheng? Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. Yifan felt embarrassed. With the Yi family rising in power, facing King Jin's continuous pressure, the oppression of the ancient martial Yi family, as well as the constant threat from the enemies of the Divine Gate, Yifan had too much on his plate. Moreover, there were too many women around Yifan, making it difficult for him to balance everything. HMPH. Do you even remember that I'm your lawful wife? I don't care. You must spend time with me today. You rascal. What you did to me last time. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Yu Linglan's voice on the phone was teasing, referring to the incident when Yifan had healed her after she was injured in Penglai Gorge. At the time, Yu Linglang didn't understand, but after talking to her sisters, she realized that Yifan had intentionally teased her. The dignified first female war goddess of Daxia was blushing from Yifan's teasing. She must tease him back. Don't forget, Yu Linglang used to be Yifan's sister-in-law. This guy was getting more and more audacious, daring to challenge his sister-in-law like this. All right. Where are you? Yifan's feelings for his lawful wife were unique compared to everyone else. There was respect, love, indulgence, and a hint of fear in his heart. Yes, fear. Because even with so many women around him, Yifan could control and manipulate them, but when it came to his lawful wife, Yu Linglan, he had to listen to her. Eastern Grand Hotel. Humph. Huh? Another hotel? In broad daylight, had his lawful wife finally made up her mind? What was she up to this time? Yifan felt a bit unsteady on his feet, still feeling the aftermath of last night's indulgence with Shenmei. Moreover, in the morning, he had sent Yamada Keiko to bring Daxia and Xiexia over to the Eastern Grand Hotel to meet Suwan Dao, although the specifics were unknown to everyone else. If Yu Linglan saw this situation, he was afraid his ears would be in trouble again. I'll be right over. Yifan sighed inwardly, but thinking about his lawful wife Yu Linglang's unique charm, even being scolded was a kind of happiness. After all, if it weren't for Yu Linglan bringing 7 sisters to marry him and protect the Yi family, providing enough support for the Yi family, it was likely that even if Yifan woke up, King Jin's henchmen would immediately take action and exterminate the Yi family. Lao Wan, I'm giving you a day off today. Yifan looked at the affectionate scene between Wan Fugui and casually said, but then turned to Guo Li. Lao Guo, inform Han Yuyu to quickly investigate the foreign participants who came to participate in this military exercise, preferably finding out their plans. Foreign forces colluding with the Vermilion Bird Domain's Big Fish, planning to cause trouble in the Vermilion Bird Domain. Was it Wei Hang or Zhe Li? Military advisor. News has just come from the registration office. Qiao Shan's mission has failed, and Yifan has successfully registered. Alas, Qiao Shan has been silenced. Inside the Vermilion Bird camp, Wei Hang's secretary frowned as he reported to Wei Han. However, on the other side, the people sent by Ho Kuihua to register have already been controlled by Ho Qianji. Plus, today, Ho Qianji is personally overseeing the registration office, giving a green light to Yifan. Our exposure is just a matter of time. Wei Hang's secretary was regretting deeply now. If he had known they would be exposed sooner or later, he should not have let Yifan commit those murders. Dong Yunjiang, Wei Zhuan, and now Suwan Dao. The forces under the military advisor had been severely weakened. If this continued, it would end up as an empty shell. Alas, exposure or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Things have reached this point. It's already a big game. Let's see if the foreign Prince Chris's side has contacted us for tomorrow's military exercises. Wei Hang was more concerned about the military exercises starting tomorrow. It would be best if it were a normal martial arts match. Most of the mid-level commanders in the Vermilion Bird Domain could be killed or injured, thus preparing for Wei Hang's trained direct line to take over the Vermilion Bird camp. If the martial arts match couldn't resolve this, there was always the chaotic battle point match. That was also a crucial part. If Prince Chris sent enough experts, they might even consider killing Yifan in the chaotic battle. After all, the chaotic battle point match would take place on a deserted island in the southern domain. As long as they could eliminate all the people there, no one would know what happened.